Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to our final long-term plan hearing. We've got an apology for early departure from Councillor Goff, and I might have to go away about half an hour before the end of proceedings today. Can I have a move and seconder? Sam, and seconded by Mark. Thank you very much. I've received no declarations of interest, so we'll move on to our first submitter, the Richmond Community Garden Trust. Welcome.
Kia ora. Good morning, everybody. Ko Morgan toko ingoa. I moved to Christchurch in 2013, and for the past 6 years, I've dedicated myself to the non-profit sector, contributing to various community initiatives and projects. I am the operations manager of Revolution and Richmond Community Garden, representing the collective efforts and resilience of our vibrant community. At the heart of our initiative is the Revolution Eco Park, a haven for environmental sustainability, stewardship, and community engagement. Our mahi and kapapa just goes beyond sustainability. They revolve around enhancing the life of people who benefit from a site, fostering a sense of belonging and nurturing resilience. By leveraging the support of our community and cost-effective initiative to Christchurch City Council, we've not only cultivated a vibrant garden, but also nurtured a food forest, a native forest, and established an olive oil co-op. This community facility, which our community does not need to pay for, is open 6 days a week and available to all, serving as a testament to what we achieve with very little funding, as seen on the visuals. Our annual calendar includes 4 main events that attract a wide audience, ranging from 500 to 3,000 participants throughout the year. These events showcase the power of collaboration and serve as a great asset for our community. This mahi will not continue to this level if you remove or reduce the community funding streams. The Strengthening Communities Fund has been instrumental in supporting essential roles like the Richmond Community Garden Coordinator. This has a direct impact, as seen in visuals, leading to a stronger and more resilient community. The Sustainability and Innovation Fund has been critical in driving impactful projects. For instance, a composting or trapping initiative, seeing the visuals for direct impact. It has also supported a Revolution Precious Plastic project, which successfully diverted over 3 tons of plastic from landfill. We've also established a new community drop-off station with 10 new stations citywide, further promoting a circular economy. The Waste Minimisation Fund enabled a paid coordinator to set up repair cafes across the city and sustained a monthly repair revolution, fostering behaviour change, community resilience, and environmental awareness. These fundings have been instrumental in getting 2 of our social enterprises off the ground, amplifying our impact significantly. It has also galvanized 10,000 volunteers, resulting in an astounding 40,000 volunteer hours, dedicated to making our community a better place. This shows how working together and involving the community can bring real benefit through sustainable funding methods. We take pride in being recognized as an award-winning, as you can see, contributor across all 4 pillars of strengthening community strategy, as well as actively engaging in actions outlined in the climate resilience strategy, stormwater management plan, biodiversity strategy, arts and heritage strategy, and urban development strategy. It is important to highlight that the funding stream you are proposing to remove are the very ones that support this crucial work. We urge reconsideration of this decision, as they directly impact our ability to continue delivering these essential services to our community. How do you think we can continue this work if we do not have access to specific environmental and sustainability funding? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We've got time for one question, if anyone's got one. Everyone seen? Oh, Yanni, please.
Thank you. I really appreciate the work that you do. I just wondered, have you thought about a different funding strategy by council other than the contestable fund that would enable you to have greater certainty and the greater ability to continue what you're doing?
Tricky question. May need some support from my team on that.
Do you want me to help?
Yes, please.
I guess there are a number of community groups that have shown strength and longevity and good governance and good financial strategies could benefit from being supported directly. And then
Hayley, you have to come to the microphone.
Sorry.
People on Zoom can't hear you.
Sorry, could be supported directly and leave the contestable funding for innovation, new projects, and establishing new groups would be a great way of looking at perhaps some of the funding that's been offered. Yeah.
Thank you, Hayley. Good.
Celeste.
No, I haven't got time. Sorry, Celeste. We have got a very long day today. Thank you very much for the effort you put in. Thank you. Andrew, please.
Morena,
Morning.
is it possible to put the images on auto shuffle? Kia ora, councillors. As a governing body, does the council share a sense of urgency in relation to New Zealand's nationally known concern of unmanaged ownership of cats? We don't need to view this as a us versus them scenario. True leadership will show that local government have the tenacity to address not only what is mandate, but to also include the public in a positive act towards improvement for our wider community. When it comes to the health and safety of cat nuisance issues, the SPCA and cat welfare groups do not have the power to commence the work that it's needed to take care of territorial authorities' mandate to address. Cat welfare groups expressed to me the high importance of education, and they would be all keen to speak with the council on how we can shape the way for improving the cat management throughout the district. Can you please shuffle the images while I speak, please? Thank you. There are 4 key interests that the council can help invest in by introducing cat bylaws with education: biodiversity, health and safety, animal welfare and agriculture. We need to look at prevention of the issue at the source of the problem, not kicking the can down the road and leaving the issue for others to deal with, not coming up with excuses of we don't have the correct legislation to work from, funding will always be an issue. These excuses do not avoid us from acting with a sense of urgency. Other existing councils have already introduced cat bylaws and know that it is not only an obligation to leave unattended, but more importantly, an opportunity to embrace. Whangarei District Council have shared that they have had much progress to show the effectiveness of introducing cat bylaws, that stip and chip programs can be looked into so there is a reduced cost for the cat owners to get their cat neutered and microchipped and no cost to the council. The effectiveness of working towards the issues that differ from each area is what Whangarei has currently been able to achieve. We cannot expect an overnight solution for this issue, but not acting with a sense of urgency and waiting for maybes is considered to be more ineffective. When you break down the key concerns of unmanaged cats, you can identify one area of interest that will in effect help manage all other areas that follow, that being animal welfare. If we take care of animal welfare, then we will severely reduce the other issues that can transpire when welfare is left unmanaged. Christchurch City Council mentioned to me, quote, staff are concerned such a bylaw would not be effective. This is mostly due to not being able to issue fines. The cost of developing a bylaw may be better spent elsewhere, such as animal welfare and control purposes, unquote. This is where I would clearly point out that commencing work towards reducing the source of the issue now rather than later would be a wiser decision. Investing in a cure where the problem begins, instead of extra costs involved in repeatedly paying someone else to clean up the mess that the problem creates, is how any true effective business model can work towards its full potential. There must be a priority for funding to go towards planning the longevity of a course of action rather than the money wasted on being inundated with the repercussions, what can be prevented if the council prioritised its expenditure. Before finalising outcomes, I would like to encourage the council to consult the cat welfare groups and take into consideration the necessity of bylaws with education and how we can all benefit with a collaborative approach from local government and the wider community. As seen in the email supplied, SPCA head office have clearly indicated that at this stage local cat management strategies are needed. The SPCA and local cat welfare groups are open to discuss a strategy for the Greater Christchurch district. I hope that the council allows those out there in the field who are doing the mahi to have the opportunity to discuss this further. The benefits for introducing cat bylaws would be effective as it opens up the door for what's ahead. It prepares the council for the transitional stage that is needed come the time that an effective bylaw can operate in full swing. We should not shy away from opening the door, as there is much light on the other side. The public will embrace what is safer for the community and will see that it is a positive move away from our archaic past. Ngā mihi, and I welcome any questions if anyone has any.
Absolutely. Aaron, please.
There's an old saying, where there's a will, there's a way. Doesn't seem to be a will here, but the because Cats Unloved 15 years ago asked for us to take a position that all cat breeders should be registered, or they should be the only ones that have cats that are not desexed. Is that the position? You just really simplify it, that only cat breeders can breed cats registered and no one else can?
Well, some of the other councils have taken different positions on how they manage that, and they offer an exemption to people who wish to have more than one cat. But I think all this information that I've brought to the table needs to be discussed by amongst the experts who are out there in the field, and for the council to take in consideration what would work best if it was to become a part of the bylaws.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrew, for a good presentation.
Thank you.
Martin,
councillors.
please. Martin Allen. Martin Allen? Who? Okay. No Martins? Right. Malcolm, please. Morning.
Good morning. Presentation.
She's all yours.
Just wait for our presentation.
Any minute now. Here we go.
Kia ora koutou. Quentin McDonald, I'm the chair of the Pawaho Heathcote River Network. This is Malcolm Long, who's our secretary. We are a community group, a network of over 25 groups that work in the catchment of the Pawaho Heathcote. If you've been out on a Saturday or Sunday and you've seen people planting or picking up rubbish or doing maintenance out of a love for the river and the catchment, then they're probably part of our network. We see ourselves as a community voice for the river.
You've had a difficult task, and having a difficult task, we don't envy you the job of producing this plan for the current economic climate. And we want to commend you for the information presentation that we've had. It's been even better than previous years, if that was possible. We'll make the assumption that you've read our submission. The one area that we want to target today is biodiversity.
So, many of you will know that we have a rich set of native species, over 30,000 exotic plant species, many of which are only found here. We also have the highest rate of native species extinction in the world. Now, the Council has a statutory requirement to protect biodiversity, and we see some good work being done by the regional parks rangers in particular, despite them being underfunded. But our experience has been the communities often sees the council, the remainder of the council, as not very visible and often very siloed in its response. We know from our citizen science efforts in our catchment that weeds are coming, and in some places they're starting to win.
We think there's a bit of a lack of a strategic focus on biodiversity within the council. There's no one person who seems to have the overarching strategic responsibility within the staff. And we put that down in some ways to the establishment of the Natural Environments and Biodiversity team, and that's had a number of poorer outcomes. We've lost, the council's lost ecologists, and they're hard to find, and we feel that some of them have been disillusioned with the lack of priority for biodiversity amongst particularly the senior management of the council and the way it operates. And if you want evidence of that, you need to look at your own operational pest plant management plan, which was first written in 2010. It was updated in 2020. It's still not finalised or adopted officially. It is used by the park rangers in their job, but the most important, or one of the most important parts of this plan is a whole of council implementation plan. And that is yet to be implemented. It would cost almost nothing to do that, but it's a will. It's a strategic will to actually implement it that's missing. I know that there are staff who put in bid for pest plant funding, but they had pushback from their own senior management. So something's going wrong here. And an example is the Tree of Heaven. You can find that planted, let alone flourishing, along the banks of the river.
So we request that the council give serious consideration to implementation of this, long-standing plan. We'd like to see more ecologists and greater allocation for pest plant management, especially in the Three Waters areas, and of course retain and increase the biodiversity fund. We'd also like to see the reinstatement of the Natural Environment Biodiversity team. And I think a greater focus, recognition that, just like we've seen the council tackle the climate crisis, we have a twin biodiversity crisis. They're interlinked and there are really great advantages in addressing them together. And we think that an investment now in biodiversity preservation is a great way to save money for future generations.
And we'll leave you to read the rest of our submissions about sediment reduction, about herbous forest planting, increasing green space, and all those other things. Thank you.
Okay. One very quick question.
Could we make a note with regards to the pest plant management plan, just to see where it is and timing on that?
And one question from Paul. Thank you, Tim. One question, Pauline, please.
Thank you. Do you see cats as a bit of a threat to our biodiversity in any way?
Yes, we probably wouldn't rate cats as our highest threat in our particular areas that we work, but it certainly is a threat.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in. Margaret, please. Very, very good to see you.
Thank you very much indeed. Morena to you, Your Worship and City Councillors. I come with a single request on the last day of hearings on your long-term plan, and it is, please, as a matter of significance for the people of this city, to reinstate the 1.83 million funding for the Arts Centre. I note with interest and approval your guiding vision on page 15. that Christchurch will be a cultural powerhouse city where our diverse communities are supported to understand and protect their heritage, pursue their arts, cultural and sporting interests, and contribute to making our city a creative, cultural and events powerhouse. You want to be inclusive, deliver services to the whole community to build trust and confidence, leave no one behind, and yet despite these intentions, you deliberately cut funding to the Arts Centre. It simply doesn't resonate. You claim to spend 1% of the operational and capital expenditure on the art gallery and museum over the next 10 years. Please do the sums. The 167 million allocated over a total of 1,538 million is 0.88%. And even if you add 1.83 million for the Arts Centre, it still just comes to 0.934%. Hence my request, please reinstate the 1.83 expenditure and bring it up closer to 1%. So then let's go to page 25 of the summary. A day in the life of your rates, and suddenly the expenditure at 3 p.m. is 3%, which it is not. And a walk past the art gallery and museum ignores the unique arts centre site that is vibrant, attracting people of all ages and offering a wide range of creative activities, cultural events, concerts, festivals and exhibitions, as well as a cinema, restaurant, hotel and a wide range of successful commercial attractions, all paying market rents. And then add to this a site where 22 of its 23 Heritage 1 buildings have been restored post-earthquake and managed to come in on time or either on budget or slightly under budget. So then you ask later, what matters most? And I implore you that what matters most to a great many of us is the reinstatement of the 1.83 million to ensure that the heritage buildings flourish. Well, then I want to ask, why does it matter to me? I was a science student who graduated in 1954. I was present in the town hall when the Prime Minister Norman Kirk gifted the Arts Centre to the city at the University of Canterbury Centennial in 1973 in the expectation that it would become a centre for the arts for the citizens of Christchurch and its visitors, and so it is. Then I was patron of Rutherford's Den for 7 years and the Civic Trust appointee to the Arts Centre Trust Board for 6 years, during which time, of course, we incurred the earthquakes, and eventually turned our attention to working on and promoting the 2015 legislation, which sets out cogently the role and objects of the centre, to hold and develop the Arts Centre as a unique cultural centre, to foster, promote, facilitate interest and involvement in art, culture, creativity and education, to provide accommodation for these, and to promote and maintain the heritage integrity of the centre. We worked very closely with the Honourable Nicky Wagner, the Honourable Chris Finnison, who saw the legislation through in 1915, and then with Graham Narkis, the governance guru, as an advisor, we put in place a skills-based trust board, which has paid dividends for the centre and its management. Further, in the event of the trust, the legislation tells us that winding up has to go to the High Court, who would determine the future of the Arts Centre under the Charitable Trust Act 1957. For me, the 2015 legislation was a very satisfying turning point for the governance and management of the Arts Centre. And I want to conclude by quoting Scott Simpson, the chair of the Local Government and Environment Select Committee for the passage of the bill. Christchurch has a sense of passion, a sense of commitment, a sense of history, and a sense of ownership of these buildings that make up the remarkable Christchurch Arts Centre. So I ask the Christchurch City Council, where is your sense of commitment, history and ownership? And in the light of your nods and positive answer, please honour us all by reinstating the 1.83 annual contribution to the Arts Centre and ensure its survival as a unique heritage asset. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Margaret. That's good. You've managed to use up all your time.
Well, you see, I've been trained to use 650 words in 5 minutes.
Good on you. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in. Okie doke. Kate, please.
Kia ora koutou,
Morning.
ko Kate Lasma toku ingoa. I'm here representing Eastern Community Sport and Recreation today on behalf of our board. And what I wanted to talk to you about was about Rāwhiti Domain and the funding for that. Our organisation's goal is a simple one, to make our community a happier and healthier place to live. We support community events and have been a principal part of I Love Brighton since its inception. ECSR is viewed as a major stakeholder in the Rāwhiti Domain, and we represent PCU Softball, New Brighton Cricket, New Brighton Netball, New Brighton Rugby, New Brighton Olympic, South Brighton Tennis, New Brighton Community Gardens, American Football Canterbury and the Guardians of Rāwhiti. As part of our relationship with Council, I'd like to acknowledge the continued support of the Strengthening Communities funding and also the great relationships that we have with the Council staff, especially John Furlong and Jackie Miller. Basically, we've created within the domain a lot of wonderful assets, which has come from a lot of private funding as well as council funding and central government funding, which has created Eastern Canopy, the softball domain, new lighting towers and lights for Thompson Park, and a cricket pavilion, plus upgrades to the New Brighton Rugby Club operating as Eastern Hub. That's where we gather together for all of our clubs to celebrate their successes. We have increased participation and community engagement in the area through advocacy and support of the member clubs. We have brought American Football Canterbury to Thompson Park, and they have joined ECSR as well as New Brighton Community Gardens. We are supporting a wide cross-section of the community so that the development and the upgrades to Rāwhiti Domain and the surrounding car parks, trees and facilities is essential. The toilet block at the rear of the canopy, I'm not sure if any of you have used it recently, but it's very old and unsafe place with no lighting at night. And with the way that we operate the canopy, it operates till 9 o'clock at night, and basically around us is complete darkness. The street lighting and the roadway need urgent upgrades as the canopy is heavily used during the evening hours for sports training, along with Thompson Park lighting, and Eastern Canopy has increased the volume of sport participations considerably over the past 3 years since the last LTP. We have over 1,500 members utilising our facilities, as well as other public engaging in the free and paid activations and programs that ECSR and other member clubs are providing. With the introduction of new sports like pickleball at our venues, we are seeing more uplift in pay-to-play access. It's hard to gauge exactly, but it's looking, over the past calendar year, it looked to be about 5,000 hours that were booked, session hours that were booked at the canopy. We also have New Zealand teams training, the White Sox and the Black Ferns on a regular basis. But we have top class facilities but very poor infrastructure around us. And if you look at other comparable assets in the city, like Ngāpuna Wai, obviously they have fantastic car parking and access and lighting with a lot safer access to the facilities. With security probably is one of the other major concerns in Rāwhiti Domain for the community. and it's key for many of the users with inadequate lighting across the parking spaces and the overgrown bushes surrounding the play spaces. I'd also like to talk to the strengthening community funds. These need to be increased to keep pace with inflation and cost of living and living wage increases. More groups applying than ever, but this needs to be considered that more collaboration with other groups that exist within the community rather than starting up new ones. Our models of shared services help to reduce admin costs for our clubs and ensure clubs are focused on their sport and recreation delivery and increasing participation rather than worrying about doing funding applications. Focus for funding should be in the areas of high deprivation with low decile schools, especially in the coastal Waitai and Papanui Innes wards where our facilities are. We've increased the use of the domain with community investment outside of the council investment, and we believe that you should support the infrastructure at Rāwhiri domain. Brilliant.
I've been down to the canopy. It's you're dead right in what you say.
Yeah.
It can't the canopy's obviously got lights in it.
Yes.
And it can't be a lot of effort to get a bit of a power cable from there to those toilets, which is not far away. So
Correct.
I'll see what that would be quite simple, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I think just additional street lighting along where the car parking is, because there's the parts outside the canopy and there's a little bit further along behind the playground,
Yep.
and that's not lit at all. And then obviously the big trees overhang, so then the lighting cone is very limited.
Yep. Spot on. Thank you very much for your submission. Ta.
Excellent.
Hello, is Finn here, please? Now you've got 10 minutes, mate. So obviously 2 lots of 5. If you just want to talk from one straight on to the other.
Oh, thank you.
It's all yours. Thank you, mate.
Tēnā koutou katoa, e te mana whenua nai tuahiriri, tēnā koutou. Thank you for having us. My name is Finn Jackson. I'm a member of the Summit Road Society Board. Sitting alongside me is our acting president, Paula Jameson, and Bill Martin, who is our new general manager. I'd like to briefly highlight some of the key points from our submission. The Summit Road Society was formed in 1948 to further the vision of Harry Owl, and that's to protect and enhance the Port Hills for conservation and recreation. Paula's father, John Jameson, and my great-uncle, Huia Gilpin, were among the founders. Today, the Society owns and manages 4 reserves on the Port Hills covering over 500 hectares. These are Omahu Bush, Gibraltar Rock, Ohinetahi, and Linderwoods Reserve. We operate 4 volunteer groups, and we also lead the backyard trapping project Predator-Free Port Hills. Last year, we undertook 15,000 hours of work, including on council-owned land. Our long-term vision includes restoring native vegetation to the gullies of the Port Hills, which, among other benefits, will store carbon, create habitat for native species. It can reduce fire risk and reduce sediment pollution in the Opawaho, Heathcote River and Lyttelton Harbour. These landscape-scale projects require leadership from the council and collaboration between the council, community groups, private landowners and hapu. This makes a shared vision for the Port Hills and funding for its implementation essential. We strongly support the development of a comprehensive Port Hills management plan. This is something that the Society has been calling for many, many years, and we're really happy to see that work is expected to start this year. It will provide the shared vision that we currently lack, but we would like to see funding for its implementation allocated in future years of this long-term plan. The City Council has a lot of really great plans that kind of collect dust on a shelf, and that's primarily due to lack of funding, and yeah, we don't want this one to join them in that club. We are very disappointed, though, with the proposed cuts to funding for community-led environmental work, namely the proposed abolition of the Environmental Partnership and the Sustainability Funds. We're especially disappointed that our own funding has been removed from the budget without notice. For every $1 spent on community partnerships, it is estimated that the council saves $8. Our work on council land alone saves the council at least $417,000 in labour costs. Cutting funding for environmental restoration work when the council itself has recognised that we are in a climate and ecological emergency just doesn't make sense. We recognise that the budget this year is tight, but the disproportionate return the council gets from these funds makes them a great investment. We request that they be retained and that our funding be reinstated at an increased level of $50,000 per year. As I previously noted, that's a pretty good deal. Finally, we want to highlight the importance of council allocating funding towards a strategic level team with responsibility for biodiversity. It's said that while success has many parents, failure is an orphan. The council isn't doing a great job with coordinated biodiversity management at the moment because this doesn't have a home. We need a team who can push the big picture vision and ensure integration and coordination between council units. It may seem high level, but this would make a huge difference to those of us doing the work on the ground. Thank you. Shall we take questions now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
On the first one, yes. Pauline, please.
Thank you. So you're requesting reinstatement of your fund.
Mm-hmm.
What was it before you asked? You've now asked for 50,000. What was?
It was 39,000.
Thank you. Cool. And that's per year.
Yep.
Was it a line item or through another fund?
It was through
the Strengths Between Communities.
Yeah, I think so. Sorry, I don't have that.
I must have
Thank
applied
you.
for it. Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay,
that was
thank you.
to-
Carry on with your next part,
Thank
please.
you.
Finn.
You can.
I'm going to leave. I've got to go to
No,
Rutherford.
fine.
Thank
Good
you.
to see you.
They don't want to be associated with my personal views. Kia ora koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. As I've previously said, my name is Finn Jackson. I'm a postgraduate student studying climate change science and policy, and in my spare time, my partner and I coordinate Friends of Riverlaw Esplanade Reserve, which is a riverbank restoration group in St Martin's. This is a personal submission, just to make that very clear. But before I get into my own thoughts, I'd really like to say I support the written submissions made by OHRN and the Summit Road Society, particularly around the proposed cuts to the environmental partnerships and sustainability funds, and on the need for a strategic level team at council to coordinate biodiversity management. Canterbury has very, very low levels of Indigenous vegetation cover, and Christchurch is New Zealand's only major centre without a fenced eco-sanctuary. There is a lack of a shared, actionable vision for the future of nature in Christchurch, and leaving the strategic gap unaddressed or cutting community partnership funding will make the problem worse. Now onto my own thoughts. Overall, I don't think this plan has got the balance right. While this year's budget is tight, the long-term plan isn't just about today, it's about the next 10 years. By 2034, a high-end growth scenario could see our population rise by nearly 50,000 people. By 2030, our target as a city and as a country is to reduce emissions of greenhouse gases by 50%. We need to plan to provide the core infrastructure necessary for a larger population without increasing our emissions. The proposed long-term plan fails to take ownership of the council's responsibility to lead on these issues. In response to artificial conflict between people who drive and people who cycle, funding for major cycleways and local cycle connections has been cut and deferred. This is despite most people wanting themselves, their neighbours and their kids to be able to safely drive or cycle. It's not one or the other. Transport makes up 54% of our district's greenhouse gas emissions, and over the next 6 years, to meet our international obligations, Christchurch residents will collectively spend up to $1.7 billion on offshore mitigation if we don't reduce our emissions at home. With a return on investment of $7 for every $1 spent on cycling infrastructure, it makes absolute sense to prioritise completing our cycle network by 2030, as recommended by the Climate Change Commission. Investment in our water infrastructure has been deferred. In particular, I'm concerned about the proposed level of service for wastewater pipes. This would allow the percentage of sewage pipes in very poor condition to rise from 8% in 2022-23 to up to 26% by 2034. With a growing population, this raises the risk of Christchurch repeating Wellington's mistakes, with burst pipes and sewage running down the streets a regular occurrence. That's not a city I want to live in. Just to wrap up, often when watching your meetings, I hear one or other of you asking your fellow councillors to be brave. I'd like to ask you to reflect on what that means in the context of this long-term plan. It's not brave to continue to head down the path of least resistance and to defer investment in water infrastructure, biodiversity management, and reducing emissions. What's brave is to make the investments now that have already been put off for too long. No one is coming to solve our problems for us. It's up to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have a wee bit of time. Tim and then Kelly.
Yeah, morning, Finn, and well done.
Thank you.
With changing our attitude, because we've got, you know, the Pauho River networks just come to us, yourselves, the environment is so important. What if the council, working within the financial frames we have, because we've also had so many groups and organisations coming to us telling us that everybody's under financial pressure, which there's absolutely they are, within our networks and our management systems, changing our way we look at things to raise the importance of the environment in our management structure, because I think that it was the Pauho Heathcote River Network was saying that, as you've kind of mentioned, some plans kind of get put aside. The pest plant management plan was first written up in 2010, reviewed in 2020, but still hasn't been picked up. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's a big question, I guess. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, I guess it's just about raising the profile and the importance of biodiversity and the environment in your planning. You know, through the long-term plan and all the activity management plans, there was a big focus on climate change impacts and reducing emissions, which was really cool. But there is not the adequate funding to actually implement that. Maybe through the activity management plans of the next long-term plan, they could also look at biodiversity. Because, you know, as I think it was Malcolm's or Quentin from OHRN said, there's twin crises of a climate and ecological emergency. Yeah. And they really need to be addressed together. And they have some great co-benefits of doing that together. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's great. And sorry, Kelly. Yeah. Okay, good on you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Aaron, please. Just in time, mate. Morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me. So, I'll talk about 3 points today. I'm a Linwood resident. We've lived there for 2 years. We've developed 2 houses there. We've planted over 250 trees on our property. We're just starting. Now, 3 points I'd like to talk about today is central city densification and penalties for not developing, investment in Linwood, and street trees for safer residential roads, mainly in Linwood, which is lacking completely. So, for central city densification and fines, it's been 13 years since the earthquake. We're still seeing areas of derelict buildings, gravel car parks with no motivation for property owners to develop. I believe that for an incentive to build, like other cities around the world, and even cities that have not had any major incidents, they do put penalties on owners not to build. This could be in the figures of many thousands of dollars. I know in Melbourne, residential areas where they have densification zones, there's $8,000 penalty for your rates, and other cities that are similar. And I believe Christchurch should be applying an even more forceful penalty for the second largest city in New Zealand to have gravel car parks is unacceptable. And this would be in lieu of raising rates for Christchurch residents. And what we're seeing here is that the government, both Christchurch City Council and the New Zealand government, spending millions of dollars on highways and infrastructure to allow expansion to Rolleston, Belfast, Kaiapoi, Picasess, West, Melton and beyond. And our taxpayers' funds are making that happen, where we've got plenty of land within Christchurch City Centre, which is degrading businesses and degrading our life within this established city. So that's my recommendation. What we're seeing is car parks and car yards to make it profitable. The second point I'd like to bring to is investment within Linwood. So what these cities have in common is Auckland and suburb of Ponsonby, Melbourne, Fitzroy and Collingwood, Sydney, Balmain and Woolloomooloo, San Francisco, Mission and Daly City, and New York City, Brooklyn, is that they're the most sought after and most expensive real estate in those cities, if not the world, arguably. Those towns 30 years ago used to be, those suburbs 30 years ago used to be the most undervalued in the towns, and what we're seeing is that they are the most sought after. So Christchurch suburbs, especially in the centre, are now going to name Linwood, is within 1 kilometre to 2 kilometres average away from the city CBD, yet it's one of the most undervalued property, yet the Christchurch City Council has increased the rates over the past year of 13%, which is now, from our bank valuation at the time we built our property, is $180,000 more than the conservative bank valuation to build our house. So I think that's inorganic growth. So basically, if Christchurch City Council wants organic growth within the city and be able to reap the rewards of that, I believe you need to invest first in the areas which can give you the most return, and that's organic growth within without having to build new roads and heavy infrastructure or horizontal infrastructure, within walking distance and riding distance, straight roads with no impedance between industrial parks or rivers, and allows people and supporting growth within Christchurch City. We're seeing Yoldhurst, Marshlands and Sumner having a lot of investment in the streets and beautification of those areas, but we're not seeing anything come back within areas right close to Christchurch City Centre, as namely Linwood. What we're seeing mostly is a lot of infrastructure going to support those new suburbs. This brings me to the third point of Linwood street trees. So Linwood is one of the oldest suburbs within Christchurch. It has had very little investment over the past since its existence, of at least 80 years, if you look at the satellite photos and aerial photos. I thank you for applying the lower speed limits to the areas, but unfortunately, people are not applying it, are not sticking to those 30 kilometres because when you have roads which are 13 metres wide and State Highway 1 going down to Ashburton's 11 metres wide, people don't have any incentive to drive slowly. I see police cars driving at 60 k's an hour down a 30k road, setting a great example that we all want them to see. So we need to do more than just put a sign. We need to reduce, as documented by Christchurch City Council's policies and national road policies, that residential roads should be no wider than 6 to 9 metres. We're definitely not seeing that, and that will reduce speeds. We've seen a lot of development within the areas of North Linwood, where we've had trees completely wiped clean of the property and heavy development, which I'm for. But the fact is we're getting 1.5 metre setbacks when it should be 4 metre setbacks being approved by Christchurch City Council resource consents without any justification of how they're going to Christchurch City Council, all the developers are going to cover that off. And that brings me back to my earlier point of more beautification, more street trees within Christchurch City Council. This encourages permeable land, less prone to flooding, and greater environmental and safer roads. So we really encourage those steps forward within Christchurch City Council spending. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Jake, please.
Hey, thanks for that, Aaron. Are you aware that it's just outside of your part of Linwood, but that doesn't preclude us from extending it further? There is a program called Greening the East to plant almost 30 street trees in Hereford, Cashel, and Worcester.
I'm aware there is something in the park works for greening and more parks and all that.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen that happen. So as I've been saying, thank you very much. I'm seeing that after 80 years of that established suburb, and we've seen other areas progress a lot faster, and a town right next to a suburb right next to CCC.
Fair enough. Do more faster. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yanni, please.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission. A lot of really good points in there. Are you aware that council's cutting the contribution it gets from the new developments that are going in to areas like North Linwood in terms of our budget by about 10 to 20 million, depending on what category?
Cutting budget as far as development contribution fees?
Taking the money from the development contributions and investing it in suburban infrastructure like more green space, amenity improvement to deal with the growth.
I'd like to see that. We have had, from last time I talked to council, there was at least 48 houses within our 3 street areas of North Linwood. We haven't seen that come yet back to us. That's probably about $2 million worth of contribution at $21,000 or so per UHE, equivalent housing unit. So sure, but if that's immediately to be applied to the area, we haven't seen that yet.
Yeah.
Thank you, Yannick.
Okay, yeah, but we're proposing to cut it, which is not clear from our consultation documents. So just so people are aware.
Okay. We are? Okay.
Yeah.
Bruce, thank you. Thank you, Aaron, for your presentation. Okay, is Harry here, please? I don't know.
It's Hassan for
Oh,
Harry.
Asif. How was you? Tell me. Yep. Thank you, mate. Oh, for Harry. Yeah.
Yes.
And have you got 2 5-minute slots?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
Yeah. So the first one, I'm just reading on behalf of Harry. He is the chairman of Akaroa and the Bays Community Response Team. He couldn't make it for some personal reasons. My name is Asif Tain, member Banks Peninsula Community Board. So I'm reading this submission on behalf of Akaroa and the Bays Community Response Team. The Akaroa and the Bays Community Response Team working party is seeking to ensure that the adequate financial resources are allocated in the LTP submission budget to support our work. We are working to strengthen community resilience against natural disasters within the Akaroa and the Bays area by comprehensive planning, training, management, and allocation of resources. The eastern part of Banks Peninsula relies on a shingle road, State Highway 75, for primarily access. The road has been repeatedly closed in the past due to flood, slips, or snow, and will do so in the future. The electricity supply to the eastern peninsula is via a single high voltage line, which has also proved vulnerable in the past. Many of our smaller communities are in the base that only have one single access road in and out and single power line. Much of the terrain is challenging, with many roads at over 500 meter elevation and more prone to weather extreme than the flatland parts of the city. Learning from the past, early activation of Emergency Operations Center, monitoring forecast activation on EOC at an early stage, and appoint a recovery manager from the start. Communication challenges, response team face difficulties due to limited cell coverage and the challenging terrain, underscoring the needs of clear and effective communication system. And there is a significant need for community engagement. Must be better informed on how the council contacts those communities during natural disasters. So what we are doing is as follows. We have got a few set of objectives. We enable the community's capacity to prepare for a response effectively in case of emergencies, and enhance planning and coordination by utilizing large aerial satellite maps with overlays of key community features such as roads and streams. Better inform and involve the community in emergency planning and response through robust community communication and education efforts. Have effective communication system and network in place with backups all at levels of the organization. Identify resources that we have available locally at this point and plan accordingly, and train our local communities with exercise for meaningful scenarios. So we will be working at all organization levels: at ground level, like at household planning, mid-level at community-based planning, and high level at center community response team based in Akaroa. So we would like some resources allocated in the LTB for that. We all understand the need for community preparedness and to enable effective emergency responses to protect lives and livelihoods in the face of disaster, such as flooding, tsunami, storm, fire, and earthquake. From the eastern base, a key element will always be available of local resources that can be rapidly deployed to achieve effective emergency responses adequately. So what we urge is the council to prioritize this funding request to the LTP budget 2024-34 to promote community safety and resilience. The request resources allocation will enable this organization to create and implement comprehensive community response plan across the proposed organizational levels and organize the necessary resources for fast and effective responses. By granting the allocated resources of the Council can significantly enhance community preparedness and resilience against natural disasters and other emergency events. Thank you.
Okay. That's good. You just want to carry on into your...
Yes, I think. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, I will.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'm making this submission at my personal capacity. I thank the Council for providing an opportunity to speak with you. I acknowledge and value the Council efforts to maintain rates at a minimum rate, and I can understand how daunting and challenging task it would have been. Thank you for that. Between 2007 and 2017, climate change related floods and drought cost New Zealand economy $840 million. Treasury estimate the cost of repairing damage caused by Cyclone Gabrielle and Auckland floods in 2023 to be between 9 and 14.5 billion. It is estimated that the global cascaded effects of food insecurity could cost New Zealand around 20 billion per year. That is an estimated cost. According to another estimate, a sea level rise of 20 centimeters would expose nearly 20,000 properties worth 14 billion in Christchurch and Banks Peninsula. Is the Council investing enough to protect residents, businesses, and infrastructure? Are we ready for that? A recent inquiry into the New Zealand Emergency Management System found that the country is not ready to respond to large-scale emergencies. These findings were unveiled days after I made my submission. The report highlighted that public warnings and communication were non-existent or insufficient, and the capability and capacity of civil defense staff and infrastructure were overestimated or lacking. When you look at the report by the Christchurch City Council at the December 2021 Eastern Base Extreme Weather event, you will find similar themes. I have experienced those shortcomings firsthand. And I believe, Mr. Mayor, you came and visited that storm on site at the time. After the Cyclone Gabrielle and Auckland floods in 2023, the government set up a new service to support homeowners with natural disasters insurance claims. I urge the Council to embed a permanent claim resolution service as part of its climate change adaptation services, resolving disputes and claims by supporting homeowners and businesses with insurance claims. This could be done by setting services such as the Insurance Financial Service Ombudsman scheme that was set in response to earthquakes in 2011. At COP 28 in Dubai, the UAE framework for global climate resilience recognized that the current level of finances for adaptation were insufficient and called for a larger and more flexible finance. In response, the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, with a contribution from more than 20 organizations, developed a guide for adaptation and resilience financing. I urge the Council to incorporate these guiding principles into its long-term plan and revise the Otatahi Christchurch climate change strategy based on the principles set in this guideline. A customized roadmap must be developed with clear guidance on how costs will be distributed among individuals, communities, and businesses to achieve systematic transformation towards climate resilience. Due to the isolated nature of Banks Peninsula, each community has unique needs. Special attention must be given during capital program investment to ensure alternative and reliable access to these communities. Increasing natural disasters have highlighted vulnerabilities in rural roads, requiring resilience measure. I have experienced it multiple times myself. The council response to disasters must be expedited to address these issues promptly, as delays and slow response could result in higher costs in the long run. It will have a cascaded effect. Banks Peninsula communities are proactively preparing resilience plans and urge the council to allocate resources for emergency response hub that we are planning at the moment. Direct resource allocation to communities can enhance preparedness, resilience against disasters such as Cyclone Gabrielle and Auckland flooding. We are as resilient as we are, but it depends on resource allocation from the council side. And we need to prepare. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Sarah, please.
Kia ora, thanks for that, Asif. One of the things you mentioned here is the climate impacts beyond sea level rise. So would you be in favour of us shifting the focus of our coastal adaptation planning program, broadening it to climate hazards rather than just coastal hazards?
That would be great. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, yeah.
So it's not all about sea level rise.
Yeah.
And we have seen on the peninsula, if you see, not many people live on the coastal and
Right.
affected. That would be great.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Tyrone?
Thank you.
I think Sarah's kind of touched on what I wanted to touch on, Phil. Thank you.
Okay,
and
that's right.
Asif's answered it.
Any other questions? Brilliant. Well done. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank
Good
you.
on Okay. Logan, please.
All right. Well, hi everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to come and talk today. My name's Logan Kane. Today I'm just going to talk mostly informally. You'll see if you've got my submission, I've talked about the specific points, but I just want to give some context as a resident of Christchurch actually, and take the opportunity to tell my story a little bit. So a few years ago I was at university, and even then the cost of living was starting to bite down a little bit, and I felt like I needed an alternative form of transport. The car was getting a bit expensive to run with petrol and the warrant of fitness and insurance and everything else, so I decided to buy a bicycle and commute to university that way. And then fast forward a couple of years later, I finished university and had a kid, and then had another kid. And I didn't really want to give up the bike actually, because there were so many fantastic side effects to biking around the city instead of just driving everywhere. So I got a bike seat I should say, for my first kid. And I commuted around the place for about a year until the second one was old enough. And then just recently I got a cargo bike so I can take both of them around. And it's been really amazing, like seeing them really enjoy being outside, enjoying the fresh air. And it's been really kind to our wallet as well, not having to pay for petrol and everything else. But what I want to take the opportunity to say is the reason why we were able to do that is because of the willingness of the Christchurch City Council, and of course the funding that came from the central government as well. We found that it was one of the most powerful ways to combat the cost of living for us, and opened up a lot of other opportunities that are sometimes intangible too, hard to measure. Just getting fresh air and feeling good is something that's hard to measure, but it's a real effect. So one of the main points I guess I want to request today is that I want to see this council, despite the directive from the central government to continue and forge ahead with all of the Cycleway projects that are currently being planned. I heard that we, as in you guys, over the last 10 years have spent about $200 million on the Cycleways, but $2 billion on roads. And I think that's a crazy difference as it is, 10 times as much on roads, though albeit there's definitely 10 times more drivers than there are cyclists. But let's remember that that included the actual construction of the cycleways as well, whereas that $2 billion was just costs associated with maintaining the infrastructure. And if we move away from the intangibles a little bit and we think more about like managing costs as a council, cycleways can be a really powerful way of doing that because they just have much lower maintenance costs than cars. And the actual separated cycleways are a really good idea because they actually empower people to go out and cycle. They feel safer, and it's the reason why people like me and so many others that I know actually take the opportunity to go out and get on the bike and get active. But with that said, though, what would be great, just as an idea from me, who's a regular user of these cycleways, is I love how they've been built on the side roads and not on the main streets, but it means that they're not particularly visible, and actually a lot of people don't even know that they exist. I live out in Cycleways, and even other cyclists, I'm pretty sure, don't actually know that a lot of the separated cycleways exist. I turn off across the road outside of Richmond Road to take the Southern Expressway that kind of goes one road over. And I see more cyclists than not carrying on and deciding to chance it with the Cycleways roundabout. And I sometimes wonder if they even know that they don't actually have to do that. They just go one road over and then they can circumvent that roundabout altogether. So, yeah, that's the main thing I wanted to talk about. It's a pretty tight timeline today. So, yeah, I'll just stick to cycleways. Yeah.
Fine.
Cheers.
Any questions, please? Celeste.
Thank you. That's great submission and helpful feedback. Are you suggesting that we invest in a bit better signage, so wayfinding, so people can sort of see where they are? Because I know we have some maps online, but do you think what would be helpful for you?
I think the signage is actually fairly good as it is. It's definitely helped me on a couple of occasions when discovering new cycle routes. I actually think that something more akin to a media campaign might be better, or maybe if we are talking signage, maybe something big and visible enough for other people to use. Yeah, but I think like maybe a targeted social media campaign. Of course, with Instagram and Facebook and TikTok and all the rest of them, you can be very specific with your campaigns, targeting campaigns, and so you can work out what demographics are most likely to use the cycleways and target accordingly. Same with YouTube, but yeah, really getting the message out, because it would be a huge waste to build all this infrastructure out, but then not have people use it properly. And that contributes to some of the negative feelings that I think people have towards cycleways. They think, $200 million, and what did we get? Just a little cycleway outside of Hagley Park. What a waste of money. But they don't even realise that there's 70 kilometres of separated cycleway routes, not to mention all of the painted ones as well. Yeah. So
thank you, Logan.
Super important.
One of you sort of hit the nail on the head with satellites. We had someone in the other day asking about putting cycle lane or whatever down Ferry Road, which is bloody awful, I must say. But one street over, or 1.5 streets over, there's Heathcote Charles Street, is it? And
Sarah's baby.
But that's maybe people don't know that if they just move one street across, and it's a lot better. So I understand exactly what you're saying.
I don't think so. Like the Sockburn one, for example, if you didn't know, you wouldn't know, because it crosses the road at Richmond and then it looks like it goes off in a completely opposite direction. And you think, if you're going to Hornby, you think, well, that's not where I want to go. I want to go that way, not that way. But it actually only goes that way for one block so that it can go that way the next street over. So, yeah.
We've got a bit of time, Kelly.
In some of these marathons around the world, they have like a blue line so that everybody knows where to go. Do you think something like that would be kind of useful? Something a bit distinctive. Do you get what I mean, Logan? Sort of thing.
Yeah.
So you could just follow the thin blue line. It might be this wide.
Yeah.
It'll go through the cycleway, or maybe where the cycleway obviously ends, and then the blue line starts up and goes to the next thing. It's probably better than looking for signs. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea, but I would argue that we've already done that almost with the green because all the cycleways are painted green. I think the bigger issue is more that people don't necessarily know how connecting these cycleways actually are, that they don't trust to follow the green path essentially, and that they'll eventually get to where they are.
But the green light stops at intersections though, doesn't it? I mean,
yeah, but you can usually pick up where it picks up again. I don't think following the cycleways is the issue. It's the knowledge that they actually lead to places that people want to go. Like for example, the recent connection to Hornby that's just been opened in the last month. I knew vaguely that it went to Hornby, but I just sort of had to follow it and trust it to actually take me there, because it's quite a circuitous route compared to driving the car. But it did get me there, and and I only knew to maybe follow it and trust it because I've had that experience for all the other cycleways. But I guess the even bigger thing is the reason why I think the outreach is important is because it's not even just for the cyclists, it's actually for the non-cyclists as well, so that our residents know that when we're spending money on cycleways, they're actually getting their values worth, because when it's a couple of streets over on a quiet street, which, let me be clear, is an amazing idea because it just adds to the safety value of it. Yeah. Unless you're a resident of that street, you know, because like when you're driving anywhere, you stick to the main roads, you know, the Ave, Blenheim Road, whatever. So if that's what you do in your car, then you may perceive the only type of cycling infrastructure in Christchurch as being the painted cycleways that are down the side. And for a lot of people, that's just too scary. Yeah. It's better than nothing, but it's still quite intimidating to bike down there compared to the cycleways that might only be a street over. Yeah.
Sarah, please.
Thank you. So, as well as a social media campaign, I think picking up on Kelly's thing, if you had something on the street over on the main road, some cities have got not just on their cycleways, but painted bits, just kind of advertising where to go to get to a cycleway on the road, because the cyclists often don't look up at signs because we're focused on the road and things. But also something at the start and end of each cycleway. I don't know if you know the coastal pathway's got a "you are here" type thing. So some of those along the cycleway as well, to help with that whole, am I just trusting where those signs are going? Can I see where I am on a map?
Yeah,
that kind of thing.
Actually, you've just raised a really good point that I wanted to bring up, and I almost forgot about it. So thanks for that. It's a good idea, but what would be even better is if, and probably more cost effective, is if the council could prioritise, and I'm not sure what systems this goes through, but prioritise getting the cycleways onto Google Maps.
Yes.
And having them fully updated, because a lot of people, when they're looking for cycling instructions, they just simply go on Google Maps. But the thing is, Google Maps doesn't know that a lot of these separated cycleways even exist.
Papanui parallels not be there, but the Rutland connection is. It's just really weird.
Yeah. So if you could prioritise updating that would be massive.
Thank you, Logan. Yeah. Thank you very much for your time.
Cool. Oh, thanks everyone.
Yeah. Good to see you, man. All right. Okay, Mike, please.
That man spent time at Auckland Airport, I think. Blue lines. I'm representing 102 members of the Akaroa Bowling Club. Our club's been in existence for almost 120 years, and if not all, certainly most of that time it's spent at its current site in Rugeley in Akaroa. We're not here, as most other submitters are, to ask for money to be spent in certain ways today, but we're here to support what we hope is your decision not to fund a particular project. Our submission relates to Banks Peninsula Parks Heritage Management funding, and in particular a dilapidated weatherboard shack on land immediately adjacent to the east of the bowling club, known variously as U Cottage or Jenny's Cottage. A quick but important history. In 1981, the cottage was placed on the open market for sale. The bowling club was concerned that shading from any potential new build on that land would compromise the grass bowling green, particularly if it were multi-storied. Incidentally, that position has never changed. Indeed, today, and despite the fact that we now have an artificial service, we're experiencing a problem with moss, particularly in the area shaded by the cottage and the trees around it. So in 1981, negotiation and agreement with the Akaroa County Council resulted in the council buying the property specifically, and I quote from documentation at the time, to prevent the erection of a high-rise building on the site which would detrimentally affect the future of the club's playing surface due to shading, and more importantly for us, to enable improvements and future development of the club's facilities. The council paid $27,000 for the property. The Akaroa Bowling Club's contribution to the deal was to transfer the freehold title of its land and buildings to the council. The club then leased the property back, but with the provision in that lease that after a period of 10 years, the club could further lease the land on which the cottage stood. Part of that land was subsequently added to the area the bowling club now leases, that's our car park, but the smaller portion on which the cottage actually sits remains in council control. Now this is a big deal. The club gave away its property for two reasons. One, to stop a new build next door, and two, to enable improvements and future developments for the club facilities. Now, between 2013 and 2015, the cottage was deemed by this council to be a notable heritage building, and at various times the council has stated its intention to refurbish it and make it suitable for residential purposes. That has not happened, and it clearly is not about to happen anytime soon. The draft LTP provides a little over $58,000 this year for conservation works. That, we understand, will be entirely expended on vegetation control, and even that, we suggest, is not a great spend. Nothing is budgeted beyond this year, and we applaud the council has wound back a budgeted sum last year of several $100,000 to refurbish this derelict building, a building left unoccupied and pretty much entirely to nature's mercy, including several episodes of flooding for more than 12 years, and it's now a mess. In our view, every cent of public money spent should produce a tangible benefit for the community, or at least a worthy section of it. A spend of several $100,000, if that would ever occur, would essentially provide accommodation for one small family. It's not an acceptable use of public money when the peninsula has so many other projects in dire need of funding. If a possible justification is that the general public would feel a warm and fuzzy feeling when walking by a so-called notable heritage building, then I remind you that beautiful Akaroa has scores of similar places. One more, and particularly this one, is not relevant. The purchase of Yew Cottage in 1981 was intended to enable improvements and future development of the club's facilities. It's time for this council to concede that spending further money on the cottage is neither justified nor appropriate, and we ask that you commence negotiation with the Akaroa Bowling Club Incorporated to plot a path forward now towards honouring that 1981 agreement and making that additional land available for the bowling club.
That is music to my ears. What are you smiling for, Tyrone? Tyrone and I have been singing the same song for ages.
Good.
This has gone on long enough, so we'll see what we can certainly do, because it's the bottom three. I've looked through the window. The bottom 300 mil has got black mould in it. It's a health hazard. It doesn't need to be there.
Well, I'm pleased you've had a look at it, Phil. I wonder if the rest of the group have, because it's certainly worth looking at. And if you came and had a look at it, you'd have no difficulty in making a decision on this.
Absolutely.
And now, frankly, the bowling club's prepared to help this, and that's why I think if we can sit down and come to some sort of conclusion as a group, we can get cracking on this and tidy it up.
Tyrone and I got a cunning plan, haven't we, Tyrone? And the other thing is luck would have it, I saw some boundary pegs the other day. It's actually built on a legal road as well, which doesn't help the situation. So
it should be gone. It's a mess, and if it's left too much longer, it's going to fall down anyway.
You're preaching to the converted. Tyrone, you've got a question?
Oh, no, I think all that needs to be said has been said. I just wanted to thank Mike for noting that $500,000 had been removed from the capital program in the draft LTP, because we often get accused of adding money to the LTP, but this was taking it away.
Because the plan. I've got the talking stick. The plan was to actually raise it up 1.5 metres. And that's where the 400 grand come from.
That's going to help our shading problem, isn't it?
Absolutely. So we'll work. We'll do it. We'll have a look.
Will we?
Thank you, mate.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Let's get cracking.
Yep. Annalise, please. Hello.
Hello. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you. I live in Little River. I've written submissions, but this is my first in speaking. I'd like to expand on my first point, which is climate change. We are in a climate emergency. Really? I haven't noticed. I would like it to be part of our thinking in every decision we make, because a changing climate, in addition to a depleted environment, will be catastrophic. Air travel is the cause of large part of our emissions, yet friends talk about their next trip overseas and seem to have no awareness of the impact of their trip, which it will have on our planet. Cruise ships release 4 times as many emissions as air travel, dump their waste in the ocean. The city builds huge structures, a 1.7 hectare conference center, a so-called state-of-the-art arena, bang smack in the middle of our town, taking up 6 hectares of soil. The proposal of a terrace airport that keeps on appearing in the news. All have one thing in common: to attract visitors and bring in loads of people from all over the world. We live in Little River, surrounded by bush, and we are part of a 100-hectare covenant. I see pine plantations sprouting up everywhere on Banks Peninsula, with the inevitable runoff, lack of native insect life, bird life, and microorganisms in the soil. We experienced our neighbor's plantation harvest firsthand, with logging trucks driving down within 10 meters of our home. Aware of the emissions used in the total process, plus the inevitable continuity of planting more pines as wildings will take over. Is this a vision for a sustainable future? Some decision makers meet the idea of climate change with skepticism, but can we afford to err on the side of doubt? Imagine you believe that our world is heading for unmitigated climate disaster. Temperatures will rise above 1.5 degrees, could reach 3 degrees by the end of the century. Sea levels keep on rising. Please contemplate this question. What do you love too much to lose? What do you love too much to lose? I love and could not live without our beautiful green and blue world. One answer for me is to have and use my voice for the protection of our natural environment and our well-being, and the well-being of our children. You, our council, can show up. Air travel and cruising can be discouraged, as can SUVs and vehicles running on fossil fuels. Travel can be kept to a minimum. 2,000 cars travel in and out from Akaroa, Little River, to Christchurch each day. A shuttle service can be provided. Carbon credits for planting native forests can be the more lucrative option. Farms can yield a place not to plantations, but to forests. I wish that you will carry the question with you. Maybe ask your colleagues, what do you love too much to lose? What do you love too much to lose? And once you have an answer, what will your world look like? Will you pick up your answer and carry it into the future? Thank you.
For making the effort to come in and see us. Wonderful. Okay, Jenny, please.
Atamare, Morena, Kojeni mai tōku ingoa. Thank you for the opportunity to address Council as part of your proposed long-term plan process, to which I have made a submission in writing, opposing the removal of funding for the Arts Centre Te Matatiki Te Ora. I'm very aware that there have been a massive number of submissions opposing this proposal, and that you've heard from the Arts Centre team and other submitters. I support these submissions to reinstate the funding through the LTP and wish to provide a brief and personal plea in this regard. This is a significant community asset that brings over 1 million visitors per annum into the city. There is no argument that it is a vital part of the city's cultural precinct, which includes the museum, Christ College and the cathedral. It is today an exemplar of post-quake heritage restoration and one of the most nationally significant precincts of Victorian Gothic revival buildings in New Zealand. I'm well aware that its cultural heritage significance is not up for debate, but its long-term future as an arts centre may well be if funding through the LTP is not reinstated. I respectfully wish to remind the Council that in 1973, at the centennial celebrations of the University of Canterbury, who were vacating the site at the time, the then Prime Minister Norman Kirk announced that the buildings were to be gifted to the people of Christchurch to be used as an arts centre. Keywords here are gifted to the people of Christchurch. Such gifts carry the responsibility of stewardship by one generation for the next generation. Thus, it's important that through the responsible stewardship of the elected councillors, for you are the representatives of the people of Christchurch, that funding from the rates intake of the people of the city are apportioned annually to ensure that this significant gift is fiscally supported so that it continues to function in the spirit it was given. This is as an arts centre for the people of the city and governed by a trust. Let us not forget that many people in this community since 1973 have given of their time, resources and personal funding to develop and maintain this arts centre, creating a cultural legacy, a true community investment. If you are not familiar with its history, I do recommend Glyn Stranger's, I have got it the right way up, Glyn Stranger's history to you. The use of this full city block of heritage buildings as a centre for the arts is a matter clearly defined in its Act and former constitution as the principal rider. In my opinion, it is currently a well-managed and appropriately governed entity, but as with all arts and heritage buildings and like organisations, financial support from the council and the wider community is critical to survival. From a personal perspective, I have over 30 plus years served as a trustee and then chair of the Arts Centre Trust Board. I have worked for both the council and as a private contractor with the Arts Centre team as a heritage professional. In my years with the heritage team at the City Council, the Arts Centre funding was established through the LTP. It was an essential element for its physical and financial survival then as much as it is now. There is no expectation that funding should come from the council alone, and as a community we are all only too aware that private philanthropy and generous giving from within our community will always be an essential component of the arts. As a philanthropic donor and ratepayer, I have an expectation that the council, the governing body of our community, will prudently budget to be a financial part in this enterprise through the LTP. In the words of the then Chancellor of the University of Canterbury, Professor Brownlee, who in 1979, when all the final and official handover from the university had been completed, he said of the fledgling Arts Centre, "Surely this is the most adventurous cultural project in the country. Please ensure that council funding through the LTP is there to keep it that way." And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Jenny. That's wonderful. Thank you for taking the time to come and see us. There appears to be no questions. Thank you. Now, we were going to have a break, but Jane is here, and if we have Jane now, it will just break until 11:25 instead of 11:20, otherwise she'll have to wait for us. Is that okay? Well, it is okay because I'm saying it. So Jane, where are you, Jane?
I printed off my wee right because I'm probably going to be garbling, and I don't know if I've got enough on that side or not. Oh, hang on, is that one? Thank you, there's probably more than that. So hello. Thank you. Right. Okay, climate change. I'm concerned our youth are feeling depressed, even suicidal, believing the world is about to end because of climate change. And more so now that I've learned New Zealand is placed 8th in the top 10 resilient countries due to our location, due to the ND Gaines ranking. Our habitat and climate, because we're cooler, makes us a lifeboat in the event of mass human migration, which means basically we should not be subject to the climate change hysteria that's gripping our country as we're outside the climate change areas. A smidge of history. Climate meetings began in 1971 after a group came together to discuss the state of the world and decided to lead the way in introducing the climate agenda. They used words such as sustainability and biodiversity and set out a program of how they felt the nation should live by cutting carbon emissions and changing how people lived and ate, etc. Ironically, while they were there stipulating that air travel must be cut to save the planet, they themselves had 150 jet planes flying to Davos for their meeting last year, polluting the atmosphere with the planes emitting 9,700 tonnes of CO2, which equal the emissions of 305,000 average cars per week. So do they really care about carbon emissions? And to be truly carbon neutral, all life on Earth must cease. The largest polluters are China at 14 million tonnes, America 6, and China and India at 3.5 mil. And apparently they're exempt from penalties. And in the meanwhile, we are 70.3. And we're restricted in our abilities to farm, provide food, manufacture or travel. And because of this, businesses are going offshore, and that's detrimental to our country. Meanwhile, the world's richest billionaires are currently buying up farmland and coastal properties en masse all around the world, and even in Brighton, New Brighton apparently, properties are being bought up by an American developer. Do they practice what they preach? I've been very disappointed to realise that those who continue to live themselves without abiding by their own rules are the ones pushing the sea level rise and other climate changes. So it's because of this I'm making the suggestion that the sea level allocation of 318 million be put where it needs to go, and that's to pay down the council debt, because the debt is phenomenal. I'm Ngāi Tahu. I'm greatly concerned by the deal that Gary Moore signed to council in 2007 when Ngāi Tahu paid the 52.2 million in forming a partnership. The result has been very expensive, an expensive deal which has surely affected the council's finances and the ratepayers, as the rate, which began at 8.2 mil, has increased to the exorbitant 10.8 plus. And there are still 7 years left to go until the 24-year right of renewal expires. So what will be the debt payable by that time? And because at the moment you're paying 200 over and above the general rate. So what is the council going to do about this? And because this sounds, as I said, Bates versus the post office. LGT, long-term plan 16, page 16, the potential of transfer of council property to owned property to Ngāi Tahu. Please explain what this means, as I'm aware this company has received a great deal of property in the past to the financial debt of the ratepayer. So what property or properties are on the table for them now? Debt. What will happen to the ratepayer's properties if the debt exceeds the LGFA's ceiling? We have everything to lose since our properties have been put up for collateral. So what protection do we have? Water. Christchurch water is the purest in the world, and polluting such a sought-after commodity is financial suicide. Restoring it to its natural state would not only benefit our debt, but it would improve the health of many of the residents who have become very ill internally and externally because of its detrimental chemicals. Three Waters are by far the council's biggest burden at approximately $5 billion, therefore we need to be freed of it. And then, of course, I've got your job as our elected representatives is to go back to central government and tell them this model is unaffordable and unachievable during a cost of living crisis.
Tim?
Yeah, thank you very much for your submission. If we separated climate change from pollution, what if we as a council concentrated on trying to reduce pollution or improve pollution management?
Okay, I know that in the old days they used to burn a lot of the rubbish, and they burned it at such a high level that it just disappeared in the atmosphere and it didn't cause any problems. So why don't we go back to that, burning, and then you haven't got the waste being piled up in different areas and things like that, maybe?
Well, it's also plastics in the environment, so that, you know, like you see things on seals and that type of thing. So if we as a council, because I like the cycle lanes and they're just useful and they are logical. So if you took the argument with regards to climate change out and just you're looking at an improved social environment, should we look at that, concentrate on that rather than an argument over climate, what and how, that type of thing?
I'm probably a little bit against the multitude of cycle lanes.
Okay.
So,
yep,
just a
cool.
bit.
Yep.
So, and remembering too that a lot of these, where was I going to go? A lot of electric cars and things like that are, there's power is needed. Oh, flip, where am I going? Power. Sorry, I've lost it. I had a thing in my head.
But thank you very much for your submission. Cheers.
Okay, thank you very much for making time to come see us and providing this with us. That's
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will come back to you when I've
Good on you.
figured it out.
Okay, we'll have a break and be back here at 11:25, please. Thank you, and Suki will be here. Now we have Garden of Tain Reserve Management Committee. Suki, please.
Right, well, thank you very much for having me along today, talking about the Garden of Tain this time. So just to make the point at the beginning that often people talk about councils should focus on hard infrastructure like water and roads and cut what they see as frills. But they don't take into account what's delivering value for money and the huge disparities in costs. So I was talking to you last week about a massively expensive infrastructure project that seems set to deliver very poor value. But today I'm going to talk to you about a very small community-led project which I think offers the council fantastic value for money. So for those of you who haven't been there before, the Garden of Tain is a 5-hectare reserve at the southern end of Akaroa. It's forest covered with an upper canopy of exotic trees dating back to an arboretum planted in the 1880s, and with an understory of native trees below that, and it's covered crisscrossed with over 3 kilometres of tracks. We have a reserve committee drawn from local people who bring together a very wide range of skills and community connections, and what we have in common is we share a passion for the Garden of Tain. And we've been working since 2012 to implement our reserve management plan. When we started in 2012, the Garden of Tain was terribly run down and neglected. We secured funding through the 3-year plan, and we've now been implementing this. So we'd like to thank our project manager at council, Stephen Gray, for his support. And what we've done locally is we have sorted out what needs to be done, how we're going to stage it over the years, set out detailed specifications for contractors, shown the contractors around the garden and seen what needs to be done, accepted their quotes, overseen them while the work was being done, and made sure it's been done properly. And as a result, all of the projects have been delivered on time and on budget. So our work has represented great value for the council. So just to give you an example, all the tracks have been upgraded. Now you can walk through in street shoes instead of gumboots. We've added in seats and signs and steps, and they're all done out of beautiful local materials. Nothing out of character or ugly has been introduced into the Garden of Tain. We're very proud of that. And a couple of examples of our most recent projects. In 2022, we installed this fantastic carving of Tain done by a local carver from a single totara log donated by a local farmer that stands over 3 metres tall. And we put in a beautiful nature playground as well. The Tain carving, I should say, was entirely funded by a community appeal. So now the garden, instead of being empty and neglected, is really well used. It's popular with all sorts of people. It's used for weddings. It's used for major events. And with the infrastructure now complete, we're now looking to the future, and we've developed, at the advice of our community board, a 3-year plan, which will roll into a 10-year plan. And we're looking for a minor amount of funding to be brought forward in the long-term plan to cover this. So I'm just going to concentrate on the main goal of our 6-goal plan, which is to revitalise the forest. Many of the trees are reaching the end of their life. We're seeing more trees dying, dropping huge branches. So what we want to do is work in 4 different areas to start with to revitalise the forest, and we need funding to cover the arborist work to deal with the old trees, and then volunteers will plant the new trees. So in summary, we're looking to bring forward 10K per annum from 100,000 that has been allocated, as far as we know, in the LTP. It's not a top line item in the LTP. Under this project, CPMS 3113 in 2030. If it's 100K in 2030, it won't, it'll probably be wasted. If it's 10K per year for the next 10 years, we'll be able to manage it and make sure that it's really well spent. And finally, I'd just like to put in a plug for our local community parks team based in Devotional. They've been absolutely fantastic since they came on board, and we have worked with them to develop a maintenance plan for the Garden of Tain. We want them to be able to deliver it so that what we've achieved in terms of infrastructure doesn't now backslide. So that is my submission.
Thank you very much. Very clear. Thank you very much. Good. And we'll see you again shortly.
Yes, you will.
Okay.
Thanks.
Joseph, please.
Okay. Kia ora, I'm Joseph, I'm 21 years old, and I move often to stay ahead of student flats, but I could potentially be living in the city for another 60 years or more, and I'd actually be quite keen on having a future in Ōtautahi Christchurch. But it's not a nice to have for that future to include a functioning city council and functioning infrastructure. It's a must have, and it's pretty unnerving to me that the long-term plan undermines that. And I don't want to be worrying about the city's future. I want to focus on uni, where I'm studying linguistics, history, and law. And I want to spend my free time on poetry instead of 500-page long-term plans and associated documents. Therefore, I shall declaim to you part of my favourite poem, Percy Shelley's Mask of Anarchy. I met murder on the way. He had a mask like Castlereagh. Very smooth he looked yet grim. 7 bloodhounds followed him. All were fat, and well they might be in admirable plight, for 1 by 1, and 2 by 2 he tossed the human hearts to chew, which from his wide cloak he drew. Next came Fraud, and he had on, like Eldon, an ermine gown. His big tears, for he wept well, turned to millstones as they fell. And the little children who round his feet played to and fro, thinking every tear a gem, had their brains knocked out by them. Clothed with Bible, as with light, and the shadows of the night, like Sidmouth next, Hypocrisy, on a crocodile rode by, and many more destructions played in this ghastly masquerade, all disguised even to the eyes like bishops, lawyers, peers, and spies. In the long-term plan sit many more destructions playing, and indeed ghastly masquerading. From the Stormwater Activity Plan, asset management improvements are not likely to be carried out unless at the expense of other existing tasks. There will not be any programs for improving our understanding on waterway contamination, nor infrastructure planning for climate change. The report also names 4 climate programs that the plan refuses to fund. I'm worried that Council would make a plan that fails to account for flooding and the climate crisis. It's setting up the city to see that ghastly masquerade of destructions, and it is disguised before me now as councillors, lawyers, peers, and mayors. So I turn now to the rates rise and, of course, hypocrisy. The rates rise is too low. Council needs to expand, not reduce, levels of service in all fields, and stormwater is a microcosm, but it's true for everything that Council is doing, that you should do more, not less, and that rates are the only fair way to fund that, because anything else absolves the generation that caused the shortfall and puts the cost onto mine and future generations. Including this year's 13-ish, the average rates rise per annum since 2013 has been 6%-ish, barely keeping pace with inflation. To build a vibrant, climate-resilient city for future generations, the rates are just going to have to go up. Anything else is fantasy. To quote the Transport Activity Plan, significant cost escalation over recent years means that the actual quantum of work which the agreed funding level enables us to carry out is reducing. As a result, the backlog is increasing, with an ever-growing proportion of total work being reactive. Don't saddle the city with millstones of debt to knock out the brains of children of Christchurch. To refuse to raise rates is an ermine-clad fraud. And finally, I turn to climate. All climate policies need more funds. The city should be flooded with cycleways, not stormwater. They're cheaper to build and maintain than roads for cars, and get people around without emitting black smoke. And since I use them every day, I know that cycleways make cyclists safe. On cycleways, I hear no bloodhounds baying from Ford Rangers to chew my heart. To refuse to provide safe and equitable road access for everyone, not just drivers, is to wear a mask like Castlereagh. I apologise for the lack of detail in my submission. I've only this slot to speak for myself, so I've had to take a broad scope on the hundreds upon hundreds of pages of long-term plan documents that I've read. My final remarks would be that every major cycle route must be completed within the long-term plan cycle by 27. Council needs to get serious on climate, and in future, plans must be more accessible than 500 pages plus supporting docs. I know, for example, that some people said in their submissions that they support mine because I am one of the only people stubborn enough to go beyond deeply unsatisfactory and unrepresentative consultation documents. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to carry on with part 2?
Yes, I'll continue now to UC Climate Action Club.
Thank you.
Right, so I'm now speaking as Secretary of UC Climate Action Club, a UCSA affiliated campus club with members in all schools of the uni, and here with me is our Treasurer Quinn, completing his Bachelor of Engineering with honours in Civil Engineering. Our club has a broad range of interests and expertise, and we put that to use when we analyse documents such as the long-term plan. 2 members of our research team, myself and another, spent 30-ish hours each on long-term plan docs. Quinn and a graduate water engineer spent 4 hours each. Other members of the research team spent various hours on the document, and what we found was that the documents were overlong, overcomplex, and still failed to provide enough detail to be understood.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Quinn. I'm a 4th year civil engineering student, and outside of uni, I'm also a volunteer firefighter who went to the Port Hills this year. I'm speaking for UC Climate Action Club, so I'd like to speak personally as a volunteer firefighter and a natural resources engineering student. The spread of the fire this year was unnecessary and the result of irresponsible choices. All land use in the city is because of choices that CCC makes for zoning. Of course the Port Hills are going to burn. It's a climate crisis and pine monoculture burns fast. CCC made irresponsible calls on the Port Hills, which it can fix by keeping it red zoned and replanting with natives, not pines, and working with mana whenua. All of the long-term plan is this irresponsible. CCC needs to start taking real action on the climate crisis. If it doesn't, things will only get worse. I've worked in stormwater management, and it's beyond obvious that Ōtautahi is unprepared for floods and needs to start spending on flood protection now. It is not good enough that the spending is scheduled for 3 or 7 or however many years out. Money needs to be spent on climate mitigation and adaptation now, and the rates need to rise to fund it.
UC Climate Action Club is asking you to take your responsibilities seriously. Council's not just for today's ratepayers, it's for all residents, current and future. You're not just here to serve the now, you're here to protect and build up the city for future generations. Council can't hide from the responsibility to stop polluting, whether that's directly or by facilitating pollution through car dependency and low-density development. Every major cycle route must be finished within the long-term plan cycle with local connections, and MDRS must be implemented citywide with high-density and central, no exceptions. Money has to be set aside for mass rapid transit, and every road more than 2 lanes wide should have a bus or bike lane right now. You also have a responsibility to protect current and future residents. The rivers are already flooding, so it's time to take the problem seriously. Heathcote floodplain management should be funded ASAP, and Akaroa governance should be funded and established ASAP too. It's a fact that the weather's getting more and more unpredictable and delivering more and more climate-influenced disasters, so CCC has to be ready. Council's zoned for housing where there's sea level rise and climate disasters, so now it's responsible for those that it encouraged to be vulnerable by living there. Managed retreat must start now. And it's not good enough that the long-term plan requires research teams to read, and that Council didn't proactively engage high school and university communities. High schoolers had to come to you at school strike, you'll remember that, Mr. Mayor, and uni clubs had to proactively seek engagement sessions on campus. And worse, the language used in the long-term plan was alienating and sometimes even hostile. In one example, Council explains that a, quote, mitigation for climate change, for sea level rise threatening homes, is that, quote, Council is not responsible for climate change, which is true only in the most obtuse reading of the words. Going forward, Council has to take engagement and the climate crisis seriously. Young people deserve better, and we expect to see Council at UC's campus and high schools for all future consultations, because your responsibilities include making sure that the voting and future voting population are kept informed about their own city. Thank you.
Well, good. Kelly, please.
Gentlemen, thank you for your very passionate presentation. When you're raising a child, we try to focus on the positive things that children do. We praise the behaviours we want to see. Is there anything that you think that we're doing positively that pleases you?
Well, all existing funds in the climate sphere for cycleways, for biodiversity, for public transport, it's good to be funding those. And while the funding is insufficient and not enough, it's certainly a start and should go up.
Okay, thank you.
Sarah?
Thanks so much for that. So this probably crosses both of those submissions, but when it comes to the consultation document for the next, I guess, annual plan and long-term plan, do you believe that we should be saying not only how much money we are spending, but what that money will actually get us? So how much work will be done and how that compares to previous or to what is needed?
Yes, I think that would be very helpful. Other issues include the overly bureaucratic language used, which, as I understand it, there is a plain language unit at council which could be engaged for stuff like this.
Thank you. Spot on timing. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, Carly, please. Hello.
Kia ora koutou council. It's Carly, Dan and Nick from Generation Zero Ototahi. We are from the Christchurch group of Generation Zero, and we have a few comments to make.
Yo, we'll tell you what we want, what we really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. We'll tell you what we want, what we really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I want a hat, I want a hat, I want a hat, I want a hat, I want a really, really, really want a climate just plan. If we want a future, we need to change the way we move in space. It's really lame. We have to build a better town where emissions go way down. Our car-centric city has got to change. Get your act together and make more bus lanes. Yo, we'll tell you what we want, what we really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. We'll tell you what we want, what we really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I want a hat, I want a hat, I want a hat, I want a hat, I want a really, really, really want a climate just plan. If you want people riding, you gotta amend the plan. Build cycleways in an all-inclusive span. If you want people riding, you gotta make safe paths. Protected bike lanes is where it's at. Oh, what do you think about that? Now you know how we feel. Say you can handle our asks. Are you for real? Are you for real? This isn't crazy. Now is the time to make major Christchurch real prime. So here's a story from A to Z. You want to get with GZ, you gotta listen carefully. We've got vacant space all around the places. Want density and urban vibrancy, connected community and respectability. And then you'll see the city happy. All right, councillors, be brave like we have just been and adopt these 3 changes. Number 1, support transport mode shift. Number 2, reduce inequitable access to cycleway infrastructure in our city. Namely, we want the construction of cycleways in the east to be a priority. Number 3, ensure land is used with people and planet in mind. Namely, extending the city vacant differential rate to all commercial areas. So we constructed our submission around principles of climate justice. It's a proven fact that those who have contributed the least to causing climate change will be subject to its most significant impacts. Therefore, addressing climate change needs also to focus on considering the inequality that allows climate change to affect specific groups in society more than others. So first, we're calling on more bold action to support transport mode shift, not only to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but also to help dissolve access barriers to moving through Christchurch. We urge the CCC to increase funding for public transport, specifically towards the infrastructure required for a thriving and connected public transport system. This will benefit disabled people, low-income groups, children, and the elderly, among others, who are all disproportionately impacted by the current car-centric city we have and climate change. Some changes we would like to see include redesigning existing road infrastructure to increase the number of bus lanes, building more bus shelters and specifically green bus shelters, modifying intersections to enable bus and active transport priority, and incorporating bike share programs.
We want to continue the great efforts of the council to build cycleways, because every time one gets built, suddenly a whole lot more people start riding bikes, such as the example we can see with the South Express through Richmond. We want to encourage council to think about how every person you see riding a bike is a bit less congestion, less demand for car parking, and a bit less wear and tear on the roads. So getting people cycling makes healthy communities and makes our city better. We do wonder whether the east of Christchurch could get some implemented as well, because the affluent residents near the coastal pathway to Sumner got a great facility. Namely, the Akaroa Avon River cycle path must be built as a priority, and the proposed northeast cycle path route must also be made a reality by 2025. New Brighton's lacked a cycleway connection to the city, and a more direct cycleway down Pages Road to New Brighton too.
Third GZ believes that the city vacant differential rates must be expanded and strengthened to include all commercially zoned areas. The city vacant differential rating is one of our main levers to address undeveloped land and has already proven to be effective with a significant reduction in the number of vacant lots in our city centre. So we'd love to see that done. Finally, we'd like to state our support for the submissions made by School Strike for Climate and for the UC Climate Action Club, among others. We're inspired by groups who share our kaupapa and feel grateful to work within a movement that is fighting for a better present and future for people and planet. Kia ora. Thanks for the time.
Thank you very much. Spot on timing. I've just been texting Simon Cowell from Britain's Got Talent.
Oh, thank you.
So, no, thank you for getting... He hasn't got back to me yet.
Tell us when you get a reply. Yeah.
Good on you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora.
Okay, so who have we got? Canterbury Museum Trust Board, please. David, Tom and Sarah. And Nigel.
Are you ready?
Hello.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for hearing us this morning. I'd like to introduce on my right here our Deputy Chair, Tom Thompson. He's also one of your appointees to the board. He's also writing our rap for the next submission. On my left, Sarah Murray, who's our Deputy Director in Anthony's absence. And behind me is Nigel Tarkowski, our Financial Controller. So I hand over immediately to Sarah.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you again for your time today. It is hard to go up after the Spice Girls, but alas, we will do our very, very best to keep you as entertained. Our submission today is very much in support, on behalf of Canterbury Museum, supporting the draft long-term plan funding to support both the museum operations and the redevelopment. That is particularly around supporting the proposed percentage increase to the museum levy, support for the capital grant spread over the next 2 years for the museum redevelopment, and also support for the capital grant to support the strengthening and base isolation over the next 2 years of the Robert McDougall Gallery. We are very grateful for council support towards these facilities and services for the community. It is greatly valued. Sorry, can't hear me. It's softly spoken. I'll try and get closer. Just over a month ago, the museum team came out to council and gave a little bit of a briefing around the developments that have been happening at the museum site. If anyone's gone past recently, it looks a little bit different from times of old. And particularly, we just wanted to provide a bit of an update to some of the work that's underway at the moment. There are a lot of changes happening. We are now working with a joint venture between Lees and March Construction for the basement works, which will be a basement that will be base isolated across the entire complex. We are underway with a contract for base isolators, and we are also in the process of assessing expressions of interest before asking for tenders for the main construction project. So things are happening at a pace, that is for sure. As we mentioned in that previous presentation to council, the collections are now out at a warehouse in the west of the city, where we have the huge task of inventorying an estimated 2.3 million collection objects. They range in size from a 27.5 metre long blue whale skeleton, the largest in the world, right down through to a fairy fly, which is about the size of a full stop on the piece of paper in front of you. At the same time, the team will be curating, researching, fabricating a brand new visitor experience to fill 6,500 square metres of space at the new Whare Taonga. We also showed you a picture like this of the front of the Robert McDougall Gallery, where the marble heritage steps and limestone plinths were being removed to be reinstated after base isolation. A couple of weeks after that, a couple of weeks before this, that is the images of the steps that were now removed and the front of the Robert McDougall Gallery. If anyone's taken a stroll through the Botanic Gardens lately, you'll be able to see quite a brand new view. That is the view through what was once the Roger Duff wing, all the way through to Christ College on the other side. That's with the above-ground demolition works now completed. Similarly, the front facade of the heritage buildings have been braced and protected, and new fencing has gone up to secure the perimeter and also to improve the street appeal of a construction site. We'll shortly be adding more hoardings onto those fencings to provide the community with additional information about what's happening during the build and what to look forward to in terms of the new wharetonga. And finally, I wanted to end with a bit of shameless advertising. Do please come along to our new pop-up, Canterbury Museum at Coca. That, along with Quake City and Ravenscar House, remain open to our community and to our visitors as a really key attraction in the city. So thank you very much, councillors and mayor, for allowing us the time to speak today. We are, of course, happy to take any questions. Kia ora.
Thank you. I dropped myself in it here. Any questions, please? Timothy.
Yeah, your photo before the hoarding, there's kind of black and then there's see-through to the lovely vehicles of the Susan Bighorn, etc. Are you going to make better use of that? Because there are some that are around, if you look around Christchurch, are blatantly advertising their whatever they're doing. Are you going to do the same or do something?
Absolutely. So that will be coming shortly. You'll be able to see a bit more information about the redevelopment project itself, but also what will be in the new museum.
Yeah.
We do have, just for safety reasons, that corner will remain unadorned because there are trucks coming in and out of that site, and we're very aware of the very busy Rolleston Avenue right in front of the museum.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank
Cool.
you.
Cheers.
Excellent. We'll look forward to that being brightened up and giving us some information on what's happening. So, look, excellent job. And look, keep us in the loop. It's really an exciting project, probably one of the best ones we've seen for a long time. So, keep up the good work.
Kia ora. Thank
Nice
you
to
so
see
much.
you.
Thank you, Pauline.
Moving right along, we've got Norwest Sports and Community Hub here. Yes, we have. Great. Welcome. Richard.
Sam Watt.
Sam, okay.
So tēnā koutou katoa to you all. My name's Sam Watt and I'm here as a board member and a volunteer as a member of the Norwest Sport and Community Hub. The Norwest Sport and Community Hub was set up by 6 founding clubs, Marastalbian Rugby, Marastalbian Netball, Maryvale Papanui Rugby, Nomads Football, Redwood Papanui Football, and Bowls Papanui, and we all agree that we require better facilities and green spaces in the growing populace of the Norwest area of Christchurch. This will enable recreation for all in our area and better community involvement. Our organisation and our clubs all agree that running sports clubs is becoming more and more challenging, and by working together we can make facilities and green spaces more efficient and sharing facilities to help mitigate some of these challenges. We support the proposed investment towards recreation and sports parks in the council budget. However, we also support the recent submission by the Canterbury Rugby Football Union that the capital budget should be increased to 5% in line with the operational budget. This submission has suggested the council direct investment in the LTP towards parks and to Numwick Park in particular. The hub held 2 workshops with over 20 organisations in the area in partnership with our council's park and recreation team. This then led to a meeting with the users and potential users of Numwick Park, these being Canterbury Touch, Kōrero Aotearoa Girls Touch, and our members who use it regularly, such as Maryvale Papanui Rugby, Nomads Football, and Marastalbian Rugby. This would cover over 4,000 to 5,000 people. We also had representatives from our RSOs, CRFU and Mainland Football, along with local community board member to survey their needs and opportunities and what's needed in this space. Our group and all our stakeholders involved believe there is great potential at Numwick Park, and that investment in the facilities, lighting, and the playing services. Our group and our members are committed to working with the RSOs and their aligned goals in regards to the sports field and network plan. With the growing populace in the Northwest, we want our community to be able to play on quality playing surfaces and play where they live to align with the goals in the Sports Network Field Plan. The Norwest Hub is proposing that the Council partners enables the Norwest Sport and Community Hub to create a master plan for the park and create a more efficient, maintained and well-designed use of the park for all users. This will allow the growing populace of the Norwest to play where they live and play on these quality playing surfaces mentioned earlier. This investment needed would to include investment in the drainage and the quality of the playing surfaces to allow greater use in winter, investment in changing and sharing facilities. It also allows for the growth of female sport, investment in lighting to allow for larger use of the fields at night time. This will allow for the ever-growing changing landscape of the needs of users, such as midweek sport at night, to free up people's weekends if we had better lit services. We also need to invest in the amenities, such as the public toilets available with a large number of users in the park, and investment in a community and social space to allow these users of the park to and the community to connect. Thank you for your time to hear our submission.
Oh, thanks for coming in. And that's particularly around Nunweek Park you're talking?
All in Nunweek Park, that's what we're talking about, yep.
Thank you. Questions? Yanni?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the submission. Have you made a submission to the Sports Network Plan?
Yeah, so part of that we've also involved with our users as well. So there was a submission made in that, and supporting with our RSOs as well.
Right, and do you think our Sports Network Plan has enough detail about what we're spending the money on and when to cater for the things that you've raised in your submission?
I guess from what I see, like the goals are quite aligned, but in terms of the Sport Network Plan, we also realise that we need to work within our RSOs because it's not just feeding one mouth or a few clubs' mouths. It's working within our codes as well.
Should we not adopt any specifics in our LTP until we've signed off on that network plan and then engaged in those further processes that are identified?
I think that's probably a good start. And what we're saying, I guess, is that we want considerable focus on Nunweek Park because of the number of codes that use it and also the number of clubs and users.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks very much for coming in. It's spot on for time.
Cheers.
Right. Let's see. Okay. So, Robinsons Bay Ratepayers Association. Cheers.
Kia ora, Christchurch. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well, loud and clear.
Are you expecting me to move the slides forward? Because, okay.
Yes, apologies, I can't be there in person, but I think Suki's got things organised at that end.
Okay, great. Far away.
Let's go. Yeah, I feel quite a sense of responsibility speaking on behalf of Robinsons Bay today as I address serious matters relating to the wastewater scheme. It feels as if a dark cloud has been looming over our community for the last 8 years, and I have observed firsthand the negative effects this proposal has had on residents. Plans seem to be forever changing, and as costs escalate, so do the risks. Next slide, thanks, Suki. The current application is vastly different from the 2020 plan, and many previous safety parameters have now been relaxed. The total land area to be irrigated has reduced from 40 hectares to 35.7. The slope criteria for irrigation has increased from 15 to 19 degrees over time. The winter irrigation rate, when land is already saturated, has increased from 1.5 to 1.68 millimetres per day. This is 12% above what was previously considered to be the long-term acceptance rate for land stability. Land over 200 metres is now included for irrigation, some of which will requiring pumping to an elevation of over 300 metres. Note that no pumps are mentioned for this purpose in the application. All of these factors increase risks, including ground saturation, slips and nutrient runoff into streams. Next slide, thank you. This map shows the irrigation areas in purple and the tank platform in black and white near the middle of the site. Next slide, thank you. Wastewater will be stored in huge agricultural tanks on a hillside plateau It will require 50,000 cubic metres of earthworks to create flat platforms. Irrigation shown in purple is to take place close to the tank platforms, both above and below them. The application is based on underestimated wastewater volumes. So either a lot more storage will be needed, you can see that there is little room for expansion in this location, or is likely to overflow in wet winters, potentially for days or even weeks. Slide 5, please. The geotechnical report warns that these soils are extremely prone to changes in moisture content, that sloped instability is displayed in this soil type, and that tanks should not be placed near the edge of gullies or potentially unstable slopes. Next slide. The purple shows irrigation areas near the very top boundary of this site. Land that has a history of saturation during winter and that was previously excluded is now included, some which has had no geotech assessment. Next slide. This shows the irrigation areas in purple with both historic and current slips and steep drop-offs. Loosening safety parameters in a desperate attempt to make the scheme fit is not an acceptable solution and just increases risks. Trying to add irrigation from Devotional as well just seems ludicrous when there is not enough room now. Next slide. Soil saturation, slips, the collapse of the tank platform, nutrient runoff and sewage overflows into waterways are all real threats and compounded more by climate change. There is no plan B if the system fails, no operational plan, and no environmental assessment relating to overflows into the harbour. No guaranteed protection has been provided for the property's heritage listed archaeological site, nor any written agreements for those with affected water supplies. We also view a monocrop of highly flammable carnuka to be a major fire risk, and despite occasional green fire breaks, not the biodiversity forest that we had expected. Next slide, please. Costs are skyrocketing. Plans are deeply flawed and even more money will be required to remedy issues. After 9 years, Holt attempts to find a land-based solution now before it is notified later this week. Return to the cheaper, more resilient harbour outfall solution proposed in 2015. Despite best efforts, it has not proved to be feasible, affordable or safe to develop year-round land-based wastewater irrigation in this area. Focus instead on repairing the ancient broken pipe network to reduce contamination and stormwater infiltration. In closing, if this does go ahead, we request the Council and ECAN to undertake notification of the various consent components jointly with a single hearing panel. Components are all interrelated and it seems a huge waste of both time and money to run two separate processes that would clearly make it extremely difficult for submitters and the hearing panel to assess effects. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Sue. That's an extremely clear and coherent submission. Much appreciated. And perfectly fitted into the 5 minutes. So now we have Suki.
Just before that, could we get in some information on the two
Everything's being
hearings instead of one? Why? Okay.
I'm happy to take any questions for Sue during my time here, because I won't take the full 5 minutes for my personal submission.
All right, also we'll start the timer now. Yes. No, well, she wants questions now, so we've started the timer, so when it gets to 5 minutes. So take questions.
So thanks for the... Actually, I mean, yeah, very clear about the wastewater stuff. This is a question about the stormwater network actually in Robinson's Bay. Does the association have so we've put a request into the through the LTP process to improve the stormwater network in Robinson's Bay. Has there been any consideration given to the efficacy or the need for that at all? Sue might have a view.
Well, I've been requesting for quite some time that the stormwater network does get dealt with, but I have not had any communication from the council about that. Despite my many requests in the last 2 years, we haven't actually had any progress.
Okay, that might be a catch up between you and I. So,
because it does cause flooding in the bay.
yeah, okay, thank you. Very cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Tyler, you've got a question?
Yeah, it's probably most aimed at staff, but in that final slide in Sue's requests, it actually asked that we pull the notification, or we pull the application. I'm wondering even if that is possible. That's probably for staff, and whether they can do that, or do we have to continue to do that? If it was the council's appetite to do that.
Okay, so we can put that question forward. I don't know if we need an answer now. Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right. No more questions. Over to you.
All right, well, I'm returning to the subject of wastewater in my personal submission. I'm just going to raise up some points that haven't been raised before. One of the key ones is the operating costs. Now, the Friends of Banks Peninsula tried to obtain the operating costs via Lagoima request, and we were sent no information whatsoever. And I think one of the things you need to take into account here is that a very simple gravity-fed system with a harbour outfall is being replaced by a very complex system that requires pumping wastewater all over the place. There's a huge sprawling area, and these irrigation fields are going to need a very close eye kept on them. So there's operating costs that haven't been explained yet. And I think another thing, and I take my hat off to the young people who spoke earlier, going forward, climate resilience has to be absolutely critical in any sort of investment in a massive new sewage system. And I don't think anything could be less resilient than putting a fixed capacity irrigation system on onto a front end that is full of leaking pipes. Except it could, and that is putting an irrigation field onto steep, slip-prone land. And what I'm showing you here in these two images are the results after the storm in December 2021 in Le Bons Bay and Hinawai Reserve, just on the other side of the hill, massive slips. And if this happens in the irrigation fields that you're proposing for Robinson's Bay, and Sue's shown you how steep those areas are in the previous submission, there is absolutely no headroom to irrigate somewhere else. And to make things worse, native tree irrigation is completely untested. If there is pollution into the stream or the shallow bays of the upper harbour, there is, as she said, no plan B, no backstop if these issues arrive. So we don't see that this system is going to be resilient for the next 50 years. And we really think at the governance level, there needs to be some comprehensive due diligence done on all aspects of the system. I've put up a series of questions there. I don't think the current system can meet any of those questions with an answer of yes, the proposal doesn't make sense, there's overflows, devotional might be included, it might not be included. The capital costs are huge, the operating costs are unknown, there are greater environmental effects than the current system, we're going to be less resilient to climate change, it's very unlikely to last for 50 years, and it doesn't represent good value for the ratepayers. So I stick with what we said under Friends of Banks Peninsula, you need to cancel that funding. It's the only control that you've got at this governance table right now to stop this snowball from continuing to roll on the way that it has. And so that is what we're asking you to do. And if anything comes back to this table in a form of a new system, to keep a close eye on it and ask those high-level governance questions about any new system. So happy to take questions.
Sarah, please.
Kia ora, thanks so much for that, Suki. I'm just trying to work out when you're talking about the steepness of the slope and those kind of things being unsuitable for that replanting kind of program. Prior to European settlement and the mill and things going in Robinson's Bay, that entire area was clad in native bush, wasn't it?
It was clad in a diverse native forest beforehand.
Yeah.
So what's being proposed now is planting patches of it and then irrigating them on top of the rainwater that they would naturally receive.
Yeah. But you do acknowledge that when we went through the last process, there had been some testing. You say the natives wasn't tested, but there had been a test done of the growing over several years and irrigating.
There's a tiny little patch of trees in Devotional on flat land down by the creek that has been intermittently watered over the past few years. There are no records available to the public about what's been done in that tree trial. Sometimes it was watered, other times it wasn't being watered, and the trees are sitting there growing, and a bunch of them died, but the rest of them are there.
Yeah.
That's completely different from the steep land that we're talking about here, planted in a monocrop of Garnica. And also, and Brent can maybe address this more, there's no record of what nitrogen's been absorbed by that tree trial and what's leached out to the stream.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, Brent, please.
Thank you, and hello again. So I'm just going to summarise the position of where we are with the current application that's about to go forward to notification, expanding slightly on the Akaroa wastewater system, also talking about devotional because it seems the two are inextricably linked. So we're about to go to notification of an application that was lodged in June 2023, and essentially what's going to be put forward to the public is three different views of the truth. What was lodged in 2023 on the basis of information then what was lodged in October 2023 as the response to an ECAN request for information, and then finally the update report we've been talking about, and actually there's other reports that have come out since that October as well. So everything is going from the application, which had a huge amount of work done on it, and which specified that a box this size was going to work, there wouldn't be any overflows, there wouldn't be bypass flows and so forth, to the RFI response in October based on a hasty piece of work saying, actually on the basis of some things that friends of Banks Peninsula and others have been telling us, we might need to go to 20,000 metres cubed, but then we'll be fine. Oh, and we might need to start pushing the speed that the wastewater goes through the network at certain times as well. It's going to go beyond its design parameters. And then in April, we get a slightly bigger piece of work, which is the Becker update report saying, actually, there's a whole lot's going to change. There's all these overflows that we're predicting will happen if you don't change the design. Council are now exploring bypass flows. Ultrafiltration, which was what was sort of sold to the public the entire way through for years, has been it's our understanding, has been ruled out by Christchurch City Council in a workshop, that it will be a different process. So people keep saying this is nearly drinkable. I would say that's no longer the case. That was on the basis of ultrafiltration. And finally, the application was for Akaroa, but we now know, including in the design basis report that ACOM wrote, that it's assumed that devotion will be connected to it as well, and that's not in the application. Becker also, in that update report, for the first time put forward the risks around the fact that there's a lot of uncertainty. You should consider an appropriate margin over and above what your design says. You should expect that even that will be exceeded in the future, and you need to give consideration to the increasing storms that we're seeing and what the risks are of those in terms of the response of the system. So in other words, those revised flows in that update report essentially changed everything because they go all the way back to the pumps trying to pump the wastewater up the hill. The pumps are undersized, the treatment plant is undersized, the storage and the irrigation area are undersized, meaning essentially not only do you not have any margin for unforeseen events and growth, you've actually got negative margin because you've got this recognition that the system is undersized. So in other words, neither moving the treatment plant off Takapuneki nor moving to land irrigation will meet the original design criteria of removing all the wastewater from the harbour without a comprehensive redesign, an assessment of whatever limits are left, and probably more dollars. Also, contrary to what we heard being quoted on Friday, I do not believe you can call this a robust and sustainable solution. It doesn't address the network leaks. It is acknowledging that you will now still get both raw and treated wastewater being released into the harbour, but instead of in the middle of the harbour, they're essentially now going to be released on the beach in Children's Bay. I don't see how you can possibly call that sustainable. The treatment plant is going to probably involve these bypass flows, so at times it will have to dial back the amount of treatment, and the system becomes more vulnerable to climate change because it just has more steps in it that have limits on them. So that's why I also agree that I think the current application needs to be halted. If you consider it, there was several years of work went into what has been put forward, what was lodged as an application, and a very, very small amount of work looking at the consequences of the fact that all that modelling was wrong. The whole piece of work would need to be redone. So I agree that that should happen, that it gets withdrawn, that the funding gets cancelled, and instead look at that I and then get to the point where you're able to actually reconsider the options properly and with due diligence sometime in the future. Thank you. And I'll take questions.
Okay, some questions by anyone? No, you put your point across. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we haven't got the next ones here at all, have we, Sam? No. He can, and Christchurch Foundation not here. So we'll use that gap of 5 minutes that we've got now, please, and we'll come back as soon as someone's arrived. Thank you. Where's Dion? Oh, there he is. Yeah. So,
No, I didn't actually.
we have Vicky and Dion here to tell us everything they know.
We are.
It'll take quite a while, won't it, Dion?
Nah. No. So you ready to start, are you?
Yep, far away, man.
Okay. Kia ora, Your Worship, councillors and council staff. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to our submission on your long-term plan. I'm Dion, and we've got Vicky next to me. She'll be taking over shortly. So I wanted to start this submission by emphasising the importance of collaboration between our councils in our region, especially given the significant cost pressures and funding challenges that we all face. The constructive relationship between us and you so far is something that we deeply appreciate, and I want to acknowledge the hard work of your council staff and you as elected members. Turning first to the community preparedness and response to hazards, Environment Canterbury supports your proposal to create a climate resilience fund and accelerate adaptation planning for communities most exposed to climate impacts. We appreciate the expertise, the time your staff have devoted to the region-wide climate initiatives such as the Canterbury Climate Change Working Group, the Councillor Reference Group under the Canterbury Mayoral Forum. Your council's contribution will be an instrumental as we move to implementing the Canterbury Climate Change Action Plan. Collaborative initiatives are the key to presenting a strong unified voice for these critical issues, especially to central government. Moving on to our environmental regulation and protection, we support your continued investment in strategic infrastructure planning to support the development and population growth. Please keep focusing on addressing the legacy issues with wastewater treatment and the organics processing in the east of the city. We also encourage you to consider extending the reticulate wastewater systems and services to communities like Little River, Birdlings Flat and Puro to reduce water quality impacts from on-site systems, as these are going to get more complicated to consent into the future. Environment Canterbury values our shared co-governance arrangements for Te Waihora Lake Ellesmere, Whakaraupu Lyttelton Harbour, and we look forward to continuing our collaborative mahi through the Whakaora Te Waihora and the Whakaora Healthy Harbours program to protect and enhance these taonga. Also, it must be acknowledged to thank you for the work that you're doing in Lyttelton and Akaroa in working on the wastewater treatment systems there to improve and address water quality issues in these popular swimming beaches. Now, what I'd like to really talk about is something that's really important, which is the area of public transport, where alignment between our councils is paramount. Through our draft LTP, we're committing to accelerating the delivery of the service improvements that we've both agreed to under the PT Futures program. Over the next 3 years, we'll be focusing on improving frequency and directness of services, particularly on these core networks, which is where infrastructure is really, really important to be aligned. I'll pass it to Vicky.
So, kia ora koutou. Just to be really clear, the Accelerated PT Futures program was agreed by our councils last term, and it will bring us back on track with the original Public Transport Futures timetable. It will see increasing frequency on core routes, such as we have currently on Route 3, for those who know it already, and it will be followed by delivery of an improved rest of network. Your recent Life in Christchurch survey found that 29% of survey respondents have used the bus in the last 12 months. This corroborates our own data, which identified, based on individual metro card use, that at least 24% of the Greater Christchurch population has used a metro bus in the last 8 months. This trend for increasing use justifies increased investment in public transport. Reduced fares and concessions have helped, but research over the last 15 years or so has consistently shown that existing and potential customers value frequency and reliability above all else. I'm going to tell you a story about my Friday afternoon. My son was going on a night tramp with Venture Scouts, but my car battery had gone flat. So we decided that he could take the bus. Scouting is about developing independence, and independence means not needing your mum to take you places. In theory, there was plenty of time in hand, but unfortunately the orbiter was stuck in Friday traffic, running over 20 minutes late. He'd missed the connection with the Route 7 to get him to his rendezvous, and he would therefore have missed his tramp. Poor reliability creates stress and puts people off public transport. This is why the need for infrastructure is so critical to support our growing customer base and the high-frequency bus routes that we're proposing to invest in. This is where Christchurch City Council's investment is so critical. Environment Canterbury's preferred option in our draft LTP is to get the PT Futures back on track. However, we need CCC to invest in that infrastructure that enables PT Futures to achieve its full potential, creating a public transport system that's fit for New Zealand's second largest city. We understand that CCC plans to focus on quick-win, low-cost projects over the next 3 years, such as ensuring bus priority at intersections and more enforcement of existing bus lanes. These relatively simple measures can make a real difference, but we still have to have designated bus priority lanes to maximise the benefit in investment in frequency. We would like to see the bus priority lanes clearly reflected in your LTP, such as on the Lincoln Road, where the project in year 1 will align with our increased frequency on Route 7. It's important that PT Futures remains highly visible in the long-term plans of all the partner councils, signalling to our communities our shared commitment to delivering a world-class public transport system for Greater Christchurch. PT Futures is fundamental to the longer-term goal of delivering mass rapid transit in Christchurch, and it's a core part of the Greater Christchurch Spatial Plan, which we developed together as the Greater Christchurch Partnership. We also support the investment identified in walking and cycling infrastructure. Active transport, particularly when integrated alongside public transport, supports decarbonisation and improved air quality. Together, we can work towards CCC's target of halving carbon emissions by 2030 and carbon neutral by 2045. In closing, I want to reaffirm that Environment Canterbury appreciates the spirit of collaboration that exists between our councils. By continuing to work together, we can deliver a modern, sustainable and resilient city on behalf of our shared constituents. Kia ora.
And just one last thing, just an apology from our chair and Craig Pauline as well. They send their regards.
Okay, thank you, mate. Mark, please.
Thank you. Thank you for that submission. Would you be fully supportive of us trying to get more bus priority lanes on main routes like Lyttelton Road to try and improve the frequencies?
I would say yes, where it's aligning with our high frequency core services, where we're looking to roll those out. And I mean, that has been set up, as I understand it, through the PT Futures business case and program. So sticking together basically to deliver it as it's been envisaged is really what we need.
Very good.
Those are on the single digit buses. So those are the ones that are going to be accelerated through our long-term plan.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much for making the effort to come down. Oh, Aaron? And yeah, oh, we're going now. Aaron, Yanni.
Yeah, it'll be good to see the growth in patronage numbers a bit clearer. So for the investment spent every year, to see if the growth is measuring up, it would be a really good one. And then the other one is because we've had a ton of submissions on emissions and getting our target, and our target's not moved, as in the measurables, down to reducing by 50%. But if all of our emissions come from, well, 54% of them come from transport. If we had zero transport, not one car, not one truck, ambulance, food delivery, anything, we'd still only be halfway there. Where's the rest coming from? And because you guys monitor lots of environmental stuff, what are your ideas on that?
Well, I think it's Christchurch City Council that have done the review on emissions. Is it not your piece of work? So I would suggest you go back to your own consultant and ask them for the information on where the other 50% is. Just to answer the previous question about patronage, we have had data comes through every 6 weeks when we have our transport committee meeting. Our patronage is now above what we had at just pre-COVID, and we're currently on track to get back to where we were pre-earthquake. I think by the end of next year.
No, by the end of this year.
End of this year.
Thank you.
Which is really good. So just on that, if I may, Aaron, you'll be well aware, or you might not be aware, that at some stage towards the end of this year, we're going to have the national ticketing system rolled out here in Christchurch, and it's going to be the first place in the country. to have that, which will be, you can use your phone, you can use your FPOS card, or tap and go. Basically, you get on the bus, you tap it, and then you get off. That will create rich data that we can then identify non-performing routes and also well-performing routes, so that we can have a far more adaptive system. So what you're asking for with the system we've got is not very easy to see, and I know what your gripe is around that, but when we get this new system and we actually get some rich data, we'll be able to have far better conversations together around that.
Thank
and
you.
it will be
Thank
cashless
you.
as well.
Thank you. Got a few more. Yanni, please.
Yeah, thank you. We've had a considerable number of submissions raising concern at the proposed Akaroa treatment project. So I just wondered if you've obviously praised us for that project, but actually we're getting a lot of concern from the community. And I just wondered how much you're aware of the concerns that have been raised and how you would see us working with you around the future of that project.
I haven't personally had.
So we can't really speak on behalf of ECAN on that. It's quite technical. However, happy to work with you, but from the point of that we are discussing around why we've said it is that environmental runoff, and you'll be well aware of some of the issues that ECAN faces in terms of some of the consents and discharge, they need to be addressed. And there's legacy issues around our whole region that need to be addressed, and Akaroa is one of those, and we will be keen to work with you to make sure that we can, there are concerns and I've seen those, so let's just get together and find a way forward on it.
Thanks very much. Sorry, Pauline, we've run out of time. Okay. Thank you, guys. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Okie doke. Christchurch Foundation, please. Very good to see you.
Like that?
It's good.
All right. Bear with me with the technology. He mihi anō kia koutou kia tātou e tēnei I tēnei wā. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to Council, Mr Mayor, and thank you also for the foresight of establishing the Christchurch Foundation. 6 years old, and I'm aware that significant council support has gone into the establishment of the foundations, if you will. We're in significant transition at the moment. We're just completing a board refresh. So we've added Michael Prentice, Johnny Love and David Tikau to the board. And Paul Duval will probably come off at the next meeting as establishment trustee. So at that point, we're a new governance function. As part of that, we're establishing a formal audit and risk committee as well. We think it's time to strengthen our governance arrangements. Simultaneously, we're refreshing and reviewing the management function, the executive function. Amy Carter is no longer in an operational role with the foundation, and I'm very pleased to introduce Lynn Umbers in her role as interim general manager. So she's managing the transition exercise for us as we move apace. I'd also, we're taking that opportunity to review fundamental issues like the quality of the data in our database and so on, just so that we're prepared for the next leg. Transitions bearing in mind the interesting political, economic and climatic conditions that we increasingly find ourselves. We're interested in getting cost out of the organisation and being as lean and as flexible as possible to respond to the new challenges of the time and to better serve the community. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank members of your staff, Rose and Gary in particular, for conversations that we've had, just comparing our respective mandates and looking for coincidences of interest and starting some early conversations about things that we might be able to do in collaboration. And we're really hoping that that collaborative approach is a mark of the way that we go forwards from here. And perhaps my final point for now, Mr Mayor, is that we would hope that you would see us on somewhat of a more regular basis going forwards than you might have in the past, and not just see us at the funding allocation rounds. At that point, sir, I'd stop unless there be any questions from councillors.
Tim, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. It'd be really good to see you guys more often, and other than the funding rounds, would be great. Cool.
Okay, have you, Yanni?
Thank you. I detect a lot of change, so yeah, welcome that. But is there a workshop scheduled with us and you to kind of talk through where things are going, or how do you see that relationship? Because I mean, for some of us, this is quite a shock and a surprise, but probably not unexpected given the history. But I'm just wondering, in terms of going forward, how are we at a governance level aligning with what you want to do and what you want to achieve in the best way that we can all be on board?
Thanks, Danny. We'd be very interested in ideas about how best to do that. So without trying to solve that here and now, but perhaps that if our respective teams work together and give us some advice, we'd very much enjoy that and appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Have you got a bit more to, or is it more questions? Okay, more questions. Anybody? Okie doke. Thank you very much for your submission. Much appreciated.
Thank you all for the hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Jenny, please.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Jenny Smith and I'm from Te Whare Mata Trust, a grassroots community development organisation which has worked alongside the people of the Inner City East, Linwood West neighbourhoods for over 30 years. We wish to raise 2 points from our submission which are impacting on the Inner City East, Linwood West neighbourhoods, namely the issues relating to planning and housing and how best to support the development of the Linwood Village. We are a growing city which needs more affordable housing to accommodate such growth. Where and how this gets accommodated and what role intensification plays in housing this population growth are fundamental concerns. So too are the implications of such growth, and what does it mean for neighbourhoods such as ours who have historically played a significant role in housing some of the city's least advantaged citizens. How are we best as well to support the revitalisation of shopping centres such as the Linwood Village, still struggling after the devastating effects of the quakes? At the start of the consultation document on the draft long-term plan is a whakatauki relating to Te Koka tree, which talks about the interconnectedness of the old and the new and the importance of each being able to play their part in sharing their resources. Wise words in the context of these two neighbourhoods. The march of growth and development, aided by market-led laissez-faire approaches to planning, is running roughshod over these two neighbourhoods, long known for housing low-income single people, couples, solo parents, and other people living alone in the large stock of affordable private rental housing, not easily found elsewhere in the city. It was for many years the place where the old bedsits were found. There is no question that cities need to grow upwards, but the social consequences of the current approach to growth is all too evident in these two special neighbourhoods. Low-income people compete against each other for a reduced affordable housing supply. Others are pushed out of the neighbourhood, away from their supports, often into insecure and substandard housing, or into backpackers and lodges, while others couch surf or sleep rough. Once displaced, you are at risk of being displaced again, particularly if you have found a cheaper rental in our neighbourhood. Of particular concern is the plight of those on limited incomes who have no special need other than to find replacement low-cost housing in the private rental sector. Sadly, new housing is targeted higher income earners. Effectively, apples are being replaced by oranges. How ironic that we have qualifying matters for heritage, residential character, ecological significance, trees, sunlight, and much more. Yet no consideration is given to protecting special character areas where there's already a high proportion of naturally occurring affordable housing, and the people who live there and their community. We urge that consideration is given to such areas like the Inner City East, Linwood West for being considered as a qualifying matter. This would enable the council to have a range of regulatory and non-statutory planning supports, such as affordable housing targets and rate rebates to help preserve and protect replacement housing going in. Without such measures, we will see over time the wholesale clearance of vital affordable rental housing in such areas as this part, and the erosion of an already strong supportive community. If we don't, how will we fulfil the council's vision of being a place of opportunity for all? Your strategic framework talks of equity. This is such an issue. Our second point relates to the proposed changes to the city vacant differential rating to enable suburban centres such as Linwood Village, New Brighton and Sydenham to be added to this programme. We are strongly opposed to this. The Linwood Village, like New Brighton, was badly damaged in Canterbury's earthquake sequence, resulting in over 60% of the built area being destroyed. Efforts to revitalise the village has been patchy. We believe the contributing factors as to why these suburban centres are struggling is different from the CBD. For a start, the land value was smaller. The tenancy incomes and margins are also much smaller, and the land size is smaller too, often with multiple owners owning parts of a block. As a consequence, the village has struggled to attract developers or anchor tenants willing to take a risk. Rather than punishing landowners, we need to increase support to them, such as through rate rebates, and provide other incentives, such as you have done with a significant upgrade of the village streetscape that was championed by Councillor McClellan. Such measures help demonstrate the viability of the area and signal that it is worth investing in. In concluding, we draw your attention to the two quotes that you should have. The inner city east, Linwood West neighbourhoods are special neighbourhoods with a long tradition of supporting some of the least advantaged of this city. When making important decisions, they too need to be put front and centre of your decision making. Get it right here, and you will largely get it right for the city as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jenny. You've used up a fair bit of your time, all your time, but point taken, and thank you for your effort. Thank you.
Thank you.
Graham, please.
Yeah. Afternoon, I'm Graham Moore, and I'm making a submission on the proposed land sales in Searidge Lane. I live in Searidge Lane at number 3. We've got some images up there which I've taken last week of the area. So that's the land that's proposed to be sold, sitting on top of a 120 metre high cliff, which is approximately equal to a 35-storey high building. You can see the structure of the stones and the rubble and all that sort of stuff that is sitting on there. Brief history of the area. And through the earthquakes, there were previously houses built on that area. The area was red zoned. People were told they'd never be able to live safely there again, and they were paid out and moved off. 2023 we moved through to, and one section has now been sold at the start of Searidge Lane, with no consideration for any of the matters that I'm about to raise at the moment. So what has changed to allow these sections to now be looked at putting back on the market for sale? Has the original engineering reports, which were comprehensive back in those times, now been deemed to be inaccurate and actually not relevant? We can ignore those and put people back in this situation. Or the other option is there a way of remediating the land? So for remediation, who will be responsible for that as well? So there's a potential to raise perhaps $6 million for the sale of these sections along there. You'll probably spend tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars trying to stabilise a cliff. That section of the cliff you can see there, you can see the cracks existing in it. In my written submission, I also sent in some photos of the land within inside the boundary of one of the bottom section, number 4, which has cracks, same sort of cracks within that bit of land as well. It just seems a little bit incomprehensible to me that this land is being considered for sale, putting people's safety and lives at risk, sitting them on the edge of a cliff, and creating a potential liability for ratepayers in the future if you do allow this to go ahead and be put up for sale. So perhaps I'll just leave it there very quickly. Very brief introduction. There's a written submission as well, but if you've got any questions, welcome to hear them.
Thank you, Timothy.
So is this on Sea Ridge Lane?
Sea Ridge Lane, which is at the top of Whitewash Head.
Yeah, I know exactly where it is.
Just by Nicholson Park.
And you're on there as well?
I'm on there as well. There's a shared lane, which is shared between all the sections, including some that are up for sale. I'm on the downhill side of that lane, so away from this area.
No, thank you. I know it well.
Cool. Perhaps the other little bit too, there's been no consultation with the locals about this coming up. We do share a lane. The sections that are proposed for sale do have a right of way down that lane as well. We weren't ever told about it. I was fortunate to be listed as a interested party, so I got a notification about it.
Okay, Aaron.
Yeah, so completely understand your concerns. Do you know when it's said to be for sale, is it for sale to be allowed to be built on, or for sale just to be allowed to be someone's garden?
Yes, I'm not aware of that. So the first...
Because there's a considerable difference.
There is. The first sign that went up for sale, which was bought by the adjacent people, actually had on the sign, "Build your dream home."
That's a giveaway, isn't it?
Yeah, so that, I've got photos of that as well if you want to see those images. So people were told they'd never be able to build there again. A sale for sale sign goes up within the last year which says "Build your dream home."
Yeah,
so.
Unless there was small print underwear somewhere else.
You can argue about that for all you like, I suppose.
Pauline, very quickly, and then
Just
we'll
what's
move on.
our question here? To request a response from staff on the stability of this plan?
Yeah, I know, and I'm not sure about this one, but I know in some places there has been a number of sections that have been reduced down to one to try and get to the safest part, and a lot of it certainly that's not buildable on, that's for sure. So thank you very much for bringing that to attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okie doke. Here we're going to have a cast of thousands here.
Yeah, I know. Yes.
This is Nina and her group. No, they can't. Megan's out there. Here we go. Kia ora, Nina. How are you? I assume you're Nina.
I am.
Wonderful. Oh, still got some more.
Kia ora koutou katoa and warm Pacific greetings. My name is Nina Oberg-Humphreys and I'm the Director of Tangata Moana Trust. Our mission is to grow Pacific futures working in STEAM, that's science, technology, engineering, arts and mathematics. With a focus on children and youth, we do this through educational programs and services that amplify Pacific arts, language and culture and their natural connections to modern day STEAM. In July 2022, we opened Whale Eke, the first Pacific hub located at 285 Cashel Street, initiating the first Pacific art gallery outside of Auckland, a makerspace with access to technology and connections, spaces for our community to run events, workshops and gather. Whale Eke has hosted many businesses and creatives offering office and workshop spaces for our community to develop skills, innovate, and most of all, deepen a sense of belonging and connection to the city we all call home. But Whale Eke is a short-term fix with inadequate facilities and accessibility issues for our community. It is no secret that Pacific peoples are disproportionately represented across all negative statistics, and since 1987, members of our Pacific community have formally requested Christchurch City Council to help us provide a long-term solution to the challenges we face as a community. In 1987 for a Pacific Resource Centre, 1998 for a Pacific Hub, 2000 a Pacific Village, 2001, 2007, 2010, 2011, 2015 in consultation, and just last year students from Te Aratai College, some who are here today, presenting on solutions to climate adaptation, a Pacific cultural hub. And here we are again. Our community is bubbling. We have the most Pacific organisations we have ever had, working across health, social, mental and educational services. Our population is young and rapidly growing. Our leadership is strong. We have seen what a dedicated space with access to resource and services can do for our people, and we are asking you to support our community's collective vision for a Pacific Centre, where our service providers from health to arts can operate, intervene and react to our community's needs, where our people can centralise, honour our unique heritage and traditions, become workforce ready, where all residents can celebrate Christchurch's distinctive place in the Pacific. To be an inclusive and equitable city, to build trust and confidence in the City Council, to ensure no one is left behind, to be a collaborative and confident city, a cultural powerhouse, a thriving and prosperous city. To us, Tangata Moana Trust, and many members of the Pacific community, this is an investment into the establishment of a Pacific Arts and Excellence Centre village that finally serves the aspirations as Pacific residents of Christchurch. Whawhitai te lawa.
Thank you very much. Mark, please.
Thank you. Have you got anywhere particular in mind for this? One thought I've got in my head is, are you aware of the Tongan Youth Trust trying to secure a council property out in the west?
No, we're not aware of the Tongan Youth Trust doing that, but we wholeheartedly support that. For us, we're all over the city. We are centrally located. Most of our population is on the east side of Christchurch. So for us, in terms of accessibility, something central east is what I think we would like. But to be honest, we're open to all parts of land anywhere. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, let's catch up.
Good idea. Tim, please.
Could we, as councillors, get a bit of history of the relationship we have with you and the requests, etc., just so I've got a better understanding of what hasn't happened?
The request itself from us as an organisation, this is a new request from us, but this is not a new request from our community.
Yeah.
There we've got to a point in 2007, there was a feasibility study that was done. The last formal submission to the long-term plan was in 2011. Obviously, we've had many things happen.
Yep.
But this is a new one from us, but definitely not from our community.
Great, and thank you for your persistence.
Kelly.
Yeah, thank you. Where are you currently meeting as a group?
So we have a hub which is at 285 Cashel Street. It's between Madras and Fitzgerald. It's a level 1 building with stair access, and we've been there we formally opened that up to our community in 2022. We've had over 40,000 Pacific visits, 300 events, and that's not including the educational programs and things we put on ourselves as an organisation.
Okay, Sarah.
Kia ora. Have you had a look at the potential use for the multicultural centre, or does that not suit? Is there not enough space and enough capacity within there to cater for what's needed?
It's great we have a multicultural centre. I guess we're after a space that's not for us to fill, but one to serve from, where multiple providers can be. We have ginormous issues facing our community, and it will only take collective action from our organisations and from each other that we actually start to see that shift.
Yeah, no, I just don't know whether you'd looked at the space that was available there to see if there's enough capacity currently within that space to cater for a broader, wider community.
No.
Okay. Thank you so much for all the effort for everyone to come in, and thank you for your presentation.
I'd just like to say I sent 8 emails to people to support, and we've managed to get this. So you imagine what it would be like if we went to all of our community.
Well done. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Okie doke. Thomas, somewhere there, please.
Hi, I'm Thomas Healy. I want to talk about the red zone areas. As a self-employed gardener, I talk to a lot of people, and as most of it we know, there is a cost of living crisis in the city. We've got the evidence by the Reduce Declare store out at South City. I'm also a member of Smith Street Community Garden as one of the plot holders. I currently live in Otatea Community Housing in Heathcote Valley. And one of the problems we have where I live is there is very little room to grow anything. And I'm thinking a lot of the red zone land should be allocated as community garden sort of projects and stuff like that, which would actually help people out, because a lot of people, they don't want to, they're so concerned about what they can afford, they're not even bothered to even come and face you guys, because they are more concerned about food shortages and stuff like that, which is an endemic thing. Most people don't care to talk to council, which they should be not in that position, you know, because you're here to serve us. Yeah. I'm thinking the red zone land would be perfect for a lot more community gardens. I've currently liaison with one of your workers about the Martindale land, but I've been told potentially it might be allocated for housing. I've talked to one of your rangers. I've been trying to set up a community garden, another community garden in the Heathcote Valley with a foraging theme and vegetable gardens, and I have not been able to find any land, and I've been trying this for about 2 years now.
Okay. All right. I'll make a note and I'll talk to. Yeah. You.
Yep.
And then this Tim.
Yeah. So, have you had a look at the list of land that's currently proposed for disposal? Because there's a list of land that council's currently proposing to dispose, and some of that is down Bridle Path Road.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you'd prefer that maybe if there were suitable sections that they should be held, so that they could be community use rather than sold.
It doesn't have to go to me. It'd be great if people weren't so concerned about food shortages, or the cost of living is an important factor that is stopping people from doing things right now.
Just Tim and then Kelly.
Yeah, just what were your thoughts? I mean, we get a lot of people here with big ideas, and medium-sized ideas. But what if we kind of had an allotment type? You know, like whether it's acres or whatever, and you got your allotment, and the only requirement with that would be that you must maintain it and grow on it, rather than any of these big fancy ideas. And just get a plot of land, and it's yours for as long as you are
Using it.
productive with it. Yeah,
Yeah.
using it. Yeah.
Like, I approached one of the rangers for red zone land. It was right across from, it was right down near where Emily lives, where the horsing school is. And I've been told that due to the eucalyptus in that area, it is too high a fire risk.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is
yeah.
frustrating. It's not been used. You guys are lawn mowing it like a few times a year. If somebody was using that, that's less of a cost for the city council, you know?
There must be.
There is a process.
There must be some land on the left-hand side of Morgan's Valley Road going up, because that's all red zone there, isn't it? And it's a lot better, sort of. I would think. Kelly.
There's a number of community gardens in the red zone, and if you wait around, I'll give you my details and I can put you in contact with someone who can go through the process with you. It's not too involved, but there is a bit of a process to go through, and we'll put you in contact with the right person.
Yeah, thanks, Cal. And lastly, Mark, please.
I was just going to check. You say you're in OCHT housing.
Yep.
Do they offer any support to tenants like yourself with regards to getting gardens up and running? And
the iteration I'm with was done through one of the other guys, and it got which the ranger that was in charge of it went to the meeting because there's two other community gardens in the area. One was at the church, and that went up to the school, and now it's in with the school. And then you've got Morgan, you've got the other area that it's more of a herb garden sort of thing. It's not like production style gardening. And we thought we'd go next door, and they actually, when they talked to the ranger about it, they said no, it's been allocated for housing. And that was the old library area, and it's like we've been sitting next to it, gets lawn mowed every 4 or 5 weeks, and I've been learning about raised gardens and stuff like that. It'd be perfect for us because it's right next to us.
Okay, I'm sure Kelly will get some information back to you. Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you, Thomas. Well done.
No problem.
Okay, so just before lunch, we have Peter, please. Now, Peter, this what you're here to talk about, is that where the torpedo boat is?
No. No, the site is in London Street, which I'll illustrate, and next to the Lyttelton Library.
Yeah, that torpedo boat museum is very well worth going to have a look at. It's sort of hidden in behind the back of Beyond, but once you get there, it's actually very good. Yep.
Thank you. So good afternoon. My name is Peter Ruff. I'm president of the Lyttelton Historical Museum Society. I'll illustrate the essence of my submission and leave a couple of minutes for any questions. The Museum Society has an exciting project in the form of the proposed Te Oaka Lyttelton Museum, which was designed by Warranamani Architects with input from Te Hapu o Ngāti Wheki. We have received resource consent from the council for the project, and the estimated cost to build is $9.64 million. We would like the council to recognise this proposal in the final long-term plan and consider contributing funds in the order of, say, $2 million for its construction and later support its operating costs. The council has already shown support for the project in gifting this site on London Street, which is next to the Lyttelton Library. The original museum was established in 1969, and from 1980 it occupied this building on Gladstone Quay, which was demolished following the Canterbury earthquakes. 95% of the collection was salvaged, and the collection was checked, cleaned, photographed and documented, and it was then packaged, and most of it is stored in containers at the Air Force Museum of New Zealand on the tarmac there at Wigram. Since the earthquakes, we have kept the sense of the museum alive and maintained community engagement. This has included establishing a website and profiles on Facebook and Instagram. All objects and photographs in our collection, which I think amounts to some in the order of over 18,000, can be viewed online via our website. And this photograph example shows the water surging into the dry dock after a tsunami in Chile in 1960. We have prepared numerous pop-up exhibitions for display around Lyttelton and what we call local eyes exhibitions for online viewing. We have also prepared significant self-guided walks and undertaken guided walks around Lyttelton's historic sites. In conjunction with Lyttelton Engineering, we produce a calendar using images from our collection. We write stories which are published weekly in the Bay Harbour News and on Facebook and Instagram. And we have entered into an editorial partnership with Ngāti Wheki and a book of stories about Lyttelton and Harbour, and the harbour will be published later this year. That's using our writers and writers from Ngāti Wheki. In the new museum, the collection will tell stories pertaining to 6 themes which have been identified by museum professionals in our society, and our realm of interest is essentially confined to Lyttelton and Lyttelton Harbour. The proposed museum will be a state-of-the-art facility and what we think is a bold and innovative design. There are numerous references of the need for a new museum throughout the Council's Lyttelton Master Plan, and we believe that the new museum will play a significant role in education, leisure and tourism. In conclusion, as President of the Museum Society, I ask Council to recognise and seriously consider our museum project, acknowledge it in the final long-term plan and allocate funds towards its construction or perhaps its exhibition fit-out and long-term costs. I've just got one correction to make. I'm sorry. On page 4 of my submission, I mentioned the construction cost was 7.64 million, and it should actually be 9.64. So I apologise for that typing error. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Have we got any questions? Yanni, please.
Yeah, thank you. Was it insured for the earthquake? And if so, what was the insured amount?
The original building that we're in was a council building, and I've no idea whether that was insured, and we've inquired, and any insurance payout from that went into the council coffers and not to us. But we had our collection insured, and we did suffer some damage in terms of cabinets and displays, which we obtained insurance on. I don't know what that amount is.
Okay. Thank you very much for your trouble coming in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody. 10 minutes past 2 is when we're back. Thank you very much. So now we have Ken from Akaroa Heritage Park, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I presume everyone has got my submission, which was sent in, so I only need to talk to that. Is that the case? Yeah, the Heritage Park was established 30 years ago, and it's on a council reserve. And over those 30 years, the Trust has developed walkways, planted, and also built facilities which are used by the general public. So it's a reserve owned by the council, which the park has provided facilities for. We have never gone to the council for any funding up until this stage. We've built toilets and shelters, but now we need a car park. The car park is needed because of the haphazard parking on the road reserve. And we've managed to level out an area of road reserve at the entrance to the park, and this needs to be dressed, sealed and marked out as car parks with appropriate access to the Long Bay Road. At the present time, it's hazardous for anyone trying to work there, because without it being marked out adequately, parking is all over the place. We have marked out on the metal surface that we've put down with paint, but already that's starting to go, and as you get turning traffic on it. So our plea is that the money that has been allocated in the draft long-term plan remains, so that this work can be carried out and will accommodate future parking for the increased traffic that both the Heritage Park and the council walkways through the area can create. So I'm happy to answer any other questions. I have got a map of the area if necessary, but with my submission, there is a plan showing, or a photograph of the area where marks have been put on but are not adequately setting out the car park. So our plea is that that money remains for the sealing of the car park within the long-term plan.
So how many, yeah, okay. Have we got any questions of Ken? No? So I'm sorry, I'm just a wee bit confused. This is pertaining to this map, is it? No,
nothing to do with that.
Well, that's why I'm getting confused. So there's money on budget, you say?
I understand money has been allowed in the long-term plan, the draft plan.
Yeah, Aaron?
Maybe if, since it's Tyrone's patch, if he could follow up, find that out, and then bring the information back to the rest of us.
Yeah, I think there's money being tagged in Better Off funding, I think, off the top of my head, but I could be wrong. But
yeah, if you let us know, would be good. Thank you.
I have been assured by one of the board members that is the case.
Yeah, I think it's, yep.
Okay, Yanni, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for providing the project number. That's really helpful. We've got about, for the next 10 years, we've got 330,000 in that budget, yes. 85k next year, 120, 2026, and 127 to 2027. Do you have any ballpark costings of how much money you think this would require?
The total project that we're working on at the present time would be 47,000. But what the Trust has done so far, and what we intend to do in the near future, will cover about 27,000 of that. So we're actually talking about 25,000.
Okay, cool. Yep.
And I understand that from ASIF that 50,000 was allocated in the budget.
Right. Okay. It's a program level budget, so we might want to get a breakdown of that. I understand. Because I don't understand, if it's been allocated, why wouldn't it be a line item in our current LTP?
But if it's better off, is that what you said, Tyrone?
Oh, I think so.
Is it part of that?
I'll clarify.
Okay, let us know, and he'll come back to us. Okay. Thank you very much. And I still haven't forgot about the puddle down by the bowling club.
Good. Okay. I wasn't making a submission about that. But that's good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Bruce.
Thank you very much, and I apologise that I gave out that printed map, which then got confused with the previous submission.
No, you don't have to apologise to me, it's my fault.
Well, it is related because in my one-page submission, you will notice that we are supporting the allocation of this fund, and in a sense, the sooner the better, because there is a present danger in the access and egress. But my submission also refers to the car park as serving the Purple Peak Curry Reserve. And in the piece that I gave out, if you hold it at 90 degrees with Akaroa at the bottom and the ridge at the top, and Long Bay Road runs up on the left, the car park we're talking about is marked with an asterisk beside the Heritage Park and the toilet. So this actually gives access to the Heritage Park, which Mr. Paulin has just submitted on, but also from there, the black track running across is the Curry track, which gives access both to the Worsley House site, which you will see halfway across it, and also to the ridge at the top, which is Purple Peak. This is actually a popular track, and in a sense, I suspect that those who are holidaying in Akaroa, if they ask for where's a good walk, are probably told this is a good walk, it's manageable. The Worsley House site is now has its own sign. The Rod Donald Trust has been responsible for that. And if you want to walk up to the top, this sort of sidles, the black line sidles across the hill. The property was purchased in 2015, the property within the green boundary. The City Council contributed to that. I might say they contributed over 300,000. The reason is if you hold the map up the right way, you will see that all the streams running down from the top all come down to the water intake for the town water supply. And it will be hugely to the benefit of the city when we have regenerated native forests there, which will mean you have guaranteed good water for the future 1,000 plus years. The access to the Worsley site, which as I say is now signaged, is the subject that we're looking at now, which is the parking at the car park, and that is becoming more popular. The parking is haphazard. The entry and exit is dangerous, and a ceiling and marking would put a whole lot of control there, which would bring more safety to the car park itself. Thank you.
Okay. Sarah, please.
Thanks so much for that, and the map is incredibly useful. So thank you for that. Just wondering, you say it's a really popular walk, and we've got lots of popular walks, which is great. Yeah. Do you have a sense of maybe how many people might do it a week?
I asked our manager that question. The park serves both the Heritage Park and the Curry Reserve and over to Hinawai. So there's actually 3 points of entry. Those who just want to visit the Heritage Park, which is worthwhile in itself. Those who want to visit Captain Worsley's site. Those who want to walk up to the ridge, and those that want to walk right over and down to Long Bay. So I have no idea of the exact numbers or proportions.
Yeah.
But clearly, those offering accommodation in Akaroa are clearly telling people you can drive up to there and park there.
Yeah.
And then you will see Akaroa and all the rest of it.
Yeah. It's just this popular is one of those terms where it's relative to what else is happening in an area. And there's probably quite a big difference between maybe 50 a week and 500 a week. You know, it's that kind of...
I think it's probably on a busy day, it's going to be full.
Yeah.
On a day when there's a Banks Peninsula walk, they will actually open and let people into the airstrip there, into that area. There is an entry there, and it can be opened and used for overflow when there's a big event. So a big event will more than fill the park.
Yeah.
regular visitors are probably a few a day. Busy days when people are holidaying in town and it's nice weather and let's go for a walk. It's pretty well populated, but because it's haphazard, it's not fully utilised.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank
Brilliant. Linda, please.
Hi everyone.
Hello.
This is Akaroa Cemeteries again, and before I start, I'd just like to say we have had fantastic partnership with the council in the last 2 or 3 years working in the cemeteries, and we've achieved a huge amount. So this year we really want to focus, going right back to the very beginning when we started working in the cemeteries. It was the broken headstones after the earthquakes. So this year, because we've achieved all the rest, we want to get back to the headstones, and what we're basically asking for is a global consent from the council so that we don't have to pay a building consent for every headstone that we want to fix. So I'll just go through.
You know how lucky you are? You know how lucky you are? Head of building consents.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Carry on.
Okay, I'll come and kneel at your feet. Okay. So here we go. This is what the headstones are looking like. Since 2010, there are a few that have been fixed. The council promised us in 2012 they'd fix 13. 2016, our group was asked to measure and assess all the historic heritage headstones, which we did. We handed this folder into the council with about 30 measured in 6 degrees temperatures, and then nothing happened. So we eventually have had 4 settler headstones fixed, funded by the council, and we understand there's no more funding. So we'll pick it up, but we're just asking, please don't give us any charges. Okay, so we'll just go through. This is a simple request, an easy yes. Just waive the restoration consent fees, please, and provide us with a global consent. So we'll do the fundraising, we'll organise it. We've already done the assessments. So those are the council assessments as well as the general assessments for stonemasons. Families have been contacted, we've got a priority list. And there is a precedent for this. We understand with Selwyn District Council. Apparently after the earthquakes, they gave one of the stonemasons here a global consent and a lump sum of money, and they just went in and fixed all the headstones that were damaged in the earthquakes. So this is the sort of track that we're going down. Why would you agree? Primarily because this is a heritage cemetery. There's large amounts of early New Zealand history. This is the birthplace of the South Island. So a lot of the information that's on these headstones relates to the birth of Christchurch and Canterbury. Because we'll do the work, you don't need to worry. There's so many stories that can't be read at the moment. And often when we're working in there, visitors get really quite distressed. They come up to us and ask why these headstones are still like this, particularly Asian visitors. Who are we? You probably know. The Akaroa Cemeteries Group represents the Akaroa community and the families, the Comte de Prix Descendants Group. We represent the French and German descendants that arrived in 1840, so many of us still live locally. A lot of the headstones relate to this history. And these are the sorts of things we've done already, so that hopefully this gives you the confidence that we can go ahead and do this satisfactorily. We've got the new, the new memorial entrance has been built. We've got interpretation panels put up, working with the council, telling the history. They're looked at all the time. It's really amazing. We've researched and updated all the council burial records. We've found plots, we've found where children have been buried. They haven't been on the records before. and we've cleared all the extra cemetery land so that the cemetery can be extended. So we'll leave all that. We'll probably run out of time if I carry on. But this is the cemetery land that we cleared that's going ahead now. Plans are going to come through this year. Community's absolutely stoked that we're going to get the cemetery extension. This is the memorial entrance funded by the Canterbury and the community and the Catholic Church, meeting criteria of the cemetery's master plan, which was to enhance the cemeteries. These are some of the interpretation panels. We got the frames donated. And this is one of the little children's graves that we've found. And we've just put new headstones on these graves this year. So this is really just about the headstones, the history, which I've told you about. Some of it is tree damage. These are trees that have been allowed to grow on heritage grave sites and have damaged the headstones. All two of those on the right. The middle one is a large pine tree that's, the roots came under the driveway there, has broken up this gravesite. It's actually falling down even more. The one on the right, 4 of those graves were affected by that wilding tree, which has been removed. That's all good now. And the one on the left, that was a lawnmower knocked out the corner, great big concrete, not concrete, but stone slab. So anyway, we can restore these. We're not asking for money. We just ask you to waive the consent fees, please, and provide us with a global consent.
Yeah, thank you. I know Tyrone's got a question. I'm just going to ask, in the past, you have to get, in theory, a consent for each headstone.
Yep.
Godfathers. Okay.
And at least, I think the last quote I had was $200. It's probably gone up more.
Okay.
Because some of them need a building consent, some of them are so high, but most of them aren't. Most of them are, they've just come off their plinth. They just need to be put back, but you've got to have the right number of pins.
Tyrone, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Linda. And on the back of the conversations that we had towards the end of last year, just to note that we did make an amendment that went through in one of those schedules, Mr. Mayor, about a global consent for headstones in the Banks Peninsula Ward.
Is it not done?
Well, it's just it's in the draft. So
in the draft.
So we've incorporated it into our long-term planning. So
Thank you. Thanks, Tyrone.
So it's there.
Yeah.
We just got to make sure that it happens.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good on you.
Because we've got to fundraise. We don't want to fundraise more than we need to.
But thank you so much for what you're doing, because if you weren't doing it, it wouldn't happen. So good on you. Thank you.
Thank you. No, it's our pleasure.
Good on you.
Okay. Thank you.
Graham, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council employees. I'd just like to talk about the Akaroa Museum. I'm only a few months off 80, and from the age of 19, I've been a volunteer for that museum, and I've seen it grow into what it is now. Thank you to the council. And I just hope that the council realise just what an amenity that is to Akaroa. I was talking to some visitors in the museum just about a week ago, and they said we can come to this museum every time we come to Akaroa because there's something different being displayed. And we're lucky to have those professional people. So we would love the council to fund that museum when inflation goes up, but the assistance go up as well, because it is just such an important part of Akaroa. It's probably one of the biggest draw cards to Akaroa, apart from the sea. And it's as you have the what do you call it? Submission. I think that covers it very, very well. But and the Friends of the Museum just love that museum so much that so much voluntary work goes into it. So we're not asking the council for everything, but we'd like to keep it maintained in the present form with the present employees. We're so lucky with those employees.
Great, thank you. Tell me, are you always short of room to put stuff?
At the moment, they're apparently doing something about the room, the space in the museum, and it's being improved.
What I'm getting at is, do you guys look after the courthouse land to the left of the museum as well, or is that a different department, so to speak?
Well, once we used to have volunteer gardeners and people that went in there, but we were stopped by the council for health and safety reasons.
Into the courthouse area?
Well, all that area, the gardens, the lawn, because you cut the gardening and everything by 7,000, I think, 3 years ago. And I said, look, the Friends will do it. We weren't allowed to, but it was reinstated.
What I'm getting at, Tyrone's looking at me. One of my little dreams that I have sometimes in the middle of the night is, like we're talking about Jenny's cottage or U cottage or something, whatever it is. Pick it up and put it to the left of the courthouse, and then that could be done up and used as more room for things that you put in the museum or other places that it could go. I just want U cottage gone from where it is, and I've been racking my brains to think of somewhere where it could go. So I'm just throwing that at you. Tyrone's got a couple of other things, and together we're going to, one way or another, we're going to get it done, aren't we, mate?
Well, so, I would like. I've lived in Akaroa all my life.
Yep.
Why is it called Jenny's Cottage? Because it was always called Hemingway's Cottage.
Oh, of course, that's
and
natural.
There's a thing called Bryant and May that make matches.
Yes, yes.
And I'm sorry, there's more important buildings than that.
No, I'm right with
That's my opinion. That's not the opinion of the Friends of the Museum. But
Okay.
I love the history. I've probably got one of the best collections of books and photos of the Banks Peninsula. Not the best, but one of the best. And there's far more important buildings than that.
Okay, no, that's fine. And I thank you, as well as I thank all four of you for what you do over there. It's absolutely wonderful. So well done. Thank you for your submission.
Thank you.
Okay, see you later. Okay, Jeff and Liz, please.
Hello, everybody.
Yes, afternoon.
Okay, we won't take much of your time. We really just wanted to reiterate what we had put in our written submission, and that is don't spend so much. Really just to try to cut out some of that icing. I keep thinking about a cake, a fruit cake, and you can make a fruit cake, put all the fruit in it, and it's a good cake, it's sustainable, you know, tastes nice. You don't have to have icing on the top end, hundreds and thousands for it to be good. So we're talking about trying to cut that icing off. We've heard lots of feedback from people who are just, you know, have been saying before now, how do you afford rates? You probably know that peninsula properties have quite high values, so even ordinary families are paying really high rates just because of the way that houses turn over and things over there. Please stick to the core services. I think the council does most of those pretty good. Our water and sewer and everything's really good, but we don't need some of the extras. You had asked questions in there about events, and I think that's one of the things that could be considered an extra. I know it's nice and it's good, you know, they're nice to have, but a lot of the families in that who are having to pay high rates wouldn't actually be able to afford to go to those events. So they're actually subsidising people who can afford to go to them. Make it a higher price to go if need be, rather than charging everybody Climate change. We live in Devotial, and our property is accessed by Seafield Road, which is at sea level. We moved there about 40 years ago, and when we moved there, probably about once a year with a southerly storm, we'd get a bit of jetsam and stuff across the road. That happens virtually with every southerly storm now. And the sea comes over further, it comes over into the camping ground. I don't know if you know where the camping ground is there in Devotial. And it never used to. So, you know, that's a real sign that sea level rise is happening. So we would rather see money spent on addressing what we're going to do about that than, I'm sorry, but cycleways, they're great and they're nice to have, but the amount that they're going to save in global, you know, the carbon emissions is going to be really infinitesimal. New Zealand hardly contributes to carbon emissions anyway. So I think that we're better, if you're having money to spend in climate change things, that we're better to address the actual problems that are occurring now with climate change before we get cut off. One of the other things, and we talked about it on the drive in, was about the potential to dispose of properties. And I know everyone says, you know, you never sell the family silver. Well, actually, we think you should sell the family silver. Sell the family silver if it's a piece sitting in the back of the cupboard that's just you take out once a year to clean the tarnish off. If it's a precious piece from Auntie Maud, and you keep it and cherish it and use it. But look at the stuff that's not being used. And we've suggested that there are actually probably a lot of reserves that are either underutilised or not utilised at all that could also be looked at. I realise that money would have to be spent back on reserves, but that then could be used for some of the capital projects on reserves instead of having to rate for those capital projects. Yeah, and just the last thing, we're just saying every household has to tighten its belt in these times. We all know, everybody knows what things cost at the supermarket now because they've just all gone up so much. So you do your grocery shopping accordingly and you buy less.
Yeah, we just got a quick comment, please, about cycleways. When we came in today up Sparks Road, and on the right-hand side, as you're coming up, there's a concrete curb, and then you have a cycleway. But there's a gap like that, and it's got grass planted in it. To my mind, that should be concreted, so there's no maintenance whatsoever. You're wasting money there. And also, I feel quite sorry for the people. As you go around, we turn left up Strickton Street. There's a cycleway either side of the road. And those poor people, if they are having a small party or whatever at their place, there's no parking for people. And I'm sure that if somebody wants to buy a house, that would be one of the last places they would look at because of having cycleways on both sides. It has an effect on the value of that property, I think. Thank you.
Okay, Tim, did you have one? Sorry.
When we're talking increase in costs, etc., as a council, if we kept and maintained our budgets rather than looking at increasing them, but looked at changing what we spend it on with regards to the city's priorities, would you be supportive of that?
Yeah, it depends. I think that you don't want to let maintenance slip. We all know that, you know, you've got to keep up maintenance around your house and that, but it's the level of increase. And there have been increases right across the board, but I do think that 13% that's proposed is pretty high. And we should have been sitting in front of ECAN talking to them about their 24%, which is horrific, really. But we didn't get around to that. It's just the level. I think everybody has accepted that costs have gone up, and you've got to keep up the maintenance and stuff, but it's the amount. Yeah.
Liz, are you doing another one for?
Yeah, I am. Just a really quick one for the
far away.
Bays Forum. Really just to sort of introduce ourselves as much as anything, because the the forum doesn't make specific submissions because we're quite a large group, or we represent a lot of groups, and you know, you can never get them all to agree. So what we do is encourage our members to make submissions, and I think there's actually quite a few members, some of whom are here today, excuse me, who have made submissions. But again, we're just saying really that times are tough for people. We did discuss it at our last meeting, and people said, you know, lots of people were talking about the proposed increase. They had heard of people who had actually sold up, in Akaroa in particular, because they were getting to the stage, you know, retired people like us, who are asset rich but not necessarily cash rich, so they can't afford the level of rates, and they're moving to town probably earlier than what they normally would. Businesses are still doing it quite hard, sorry. And oh, thanks, Aaron. Farmers, as you'll know too, we're going into the winter just straight off a drought, and we've got the rain now, but it's so cold the grass isn't going to grow, so you know, times are tough there as well. So just please, you know, think about the families and communities that that at the end of the day have to pay the rates.
Okay. Just going back to what you were saying about where the flotsam jet, whatever, comes across the road when it's southerly. So that's roughly from that little bridge at the start by the camping ground up to the boat ramp. It's sort of in that area.
Yeah, it goes into a sort of a corner where Hayward's Lane comes down, and the sea actually will wash across the road there. Even in, you know, some of those king tides that we have now, without a storm, it'll come and it just washes across the road there and goes into that bottom part of the camping ground, which didn't used to happen.
Okay, yeah, because when I go over there, sometimes I go into Takamatua, and by crikey, high tide's not far from the road there. So you've got
Actually
similar
have the same
thing.
problem in Takamatua.
Similar thing.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Kelly?
Yeah, thank you for a very sensible submission. I'm just thinking off the top of my head, which I've been doing a lot of lately. In terms of rates sensitivity, you know, obviously with taxes, we tax people on their income, but with rates, it's on the value of their property. Do you think we should be looking at alternate ways of rating, perhaps putting in other factors like whether the people are retired or not, adding some sort of sensitivity to the rates? Do you think that would help in any way, shape or form?
I actually think the whole rating system should be overthrown, but you probably haven't got time to hear that today.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just think, you know, I always give an example of a little old lady living in a very expensive house and a family of 6 living next door. She's not going to flush the toilet as many times as what the family of 6 does, but she will pay rates on the value of her house. A very wise Banks Peninsula councillor said to me once that he thought that water and things like that should be based on how much you use, right from scratch. We do that with electricity. You pay for what you use. You do that with water.
But I guess the
Don't know if
tough
you can
thing,
meter sewerage, but
the tough thing for a family like that, you know, with sort of six mouths to feed, or you know,
but their house may not be worth as much. Oh no, well yeah, you're right. No, sorry, that would then be difficult. I guess that you could grade that somehow. I don't know, but it's certainly not a user pays system. I don't think.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
But
you,
I
Kelly.
haven't got time for that today.
And thank you very much for both of you to coming in. Thank you very much. Okay, Jared, please.
Thank you.
Thank
It's nerve-wracking sitting on this side of the table.
Mayors, Councillors, good afternoon. I'm here representing Paul Ballantyne, who's the Executive Dean of the Business School at the University of Canterbury. Just for transparency, previously I have been CEO of CDC, which was the precursor to Christchurch NZ, CEO of Grow Wellington, precursor to Wellington NZ. Director of Wanganui and Partners Economic Development Agency and Deputy Chair of Economic Development New Zealand. So I suppose I have a special interest in the purpose of our submission, which is to advocate for continued funding of Christchurch NZ in the next budget rounds. Excuse me. I'm now Director of Centre for Entrepreneurship at the University of Canterbury. I don't intend to address all the points here, but really just say why we think it's important. You will have read the submission. EDAs cover many activities: destination management, screen, sector development and back to place development. It's their role to prioritise those activities, but I'd like to support no cuts to the CNZ budget, as it has affected their investment into growing an ecosystem for innovation and commercialisation here in Christchurch. Now, New Zealand as a whole produces very low value goods. We need innovation and entrepreneurs to raise the prosperity, well-being and standard of living for all Kiwis, including Christchurch residents. Entrepreneurs can also be intrapreneurs. We need them to actually support the businesses that we already have here to remain relevant and not get left behind. We need to ignite a new cohort of innovators and change makers, not only for startups, but advancing the competitiveness of our current industries. There have been significant results in the world rankings of Christchurch as a centre for innovation. That's mentioned in our submission. And we have players in place to deal with the established startups, but fewer people who want to pay for tilling the fertile soil, for creating the ground for these people to grow. It's a legitimate public role to till the soil, and these will allow these new generation of change makers to improve the lots of the citizens of Christchurch. As a result, we're in discussions with benefactors and investors interested in bringing investment funds of $30 million or so to Christchurch. To acquire this, we need to continually fill the pipeline with deal flow. Christchurch NZ has been doing a great job and should be resourced to continue to do so. It is an investment on the prosperity of the future, not a cost. Happy to take any questions.
Alrighty, here we go. Aaron and was it Jake? Did you have your hand up? Aaron, Jake and Tim.
So you say New Zealand is a producer of low cost goods or low value goods, yet we're very inventive. So, you know, the jet boat, splitting the atom, there's been a few, you know, the tranquilizer gun. There's been some great, that's Christchurch essentially. Why do we still mainly produce low value goods when we're very inventive? What's missing in the equation?
I think that we do have we've got a comparative advantage in agriculture to some degree, but if you look at, say, dairy companies in New Zealand, they are largely linked to international markets which are building their own capacity and capability. So we are a commodity supplier. As other countries grow, they need us less. And what we have is the world's moved on, so the number 8 wire mentality of Kiwi ingenuity is no longer a good enough definition of innovation. What we have in our universities and CRIs around here in Canterbury is a huge ideas generator, but we actually have sometimes, it's like businesses, they get so busy doing their day job, we actually bring them out and give them a whole new perspective, take them out of their environment and get them to think about either innovating within their own companies or organisations or starting new companies. And that's what brings new ideas, which will make us competitive, and it brings jobs for local people. Jake?
And thank you. Hey, do you have any thoughts around how binary we should be when it comes to funding CNZ? In my experience, I've noticed there's a bit of a trend towards some of the things that we most want to see funded tend to have some of the lowest cost-benefit ratio. Should we be quite prescriptive or...
Well, that's a very political question, and I'm probably not going to give a very political answer. I think it is, there is a statement of intent given from Council to all CCOs about what they want and expect out of their agencies. So I think it is for Council's role to prescribe that. You can see what happens if we overinvest or put over-reliance. So maybe we went through a period where destination management was the thing. You can see what a COVID can do to a tourism industry. So we need resilience and we need robustness. So putting all our eggs in one basket is probably not a good idea, and that's why I believe that producing these people who are going to come up with the ideas. We're currently running a smart cities validator to get new ideas about how to actually really make Christchurch a smart city. and it's going to bring a direct impact. Now, that is funded through Christchurch NZ and the CCC Smart Cities team. If we lose that, these ideas just remain dormant.
Tim, I'm out of time, mate.
Okay.
Thank you, sorry. Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Sam and Janine, please.
Nice to see you.
Hello.
Kia ora. Kia ora.
Hear us all right? Kei te mihi ki a koe, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council members. Kei te mihi ki a tātou e hui nei. Ko Ngāti Kahununu te iwi, ko Janine Morel Gunn toko ingoa, tēnā tātou katoa. I'm the owner and co-director of a production screen company, Whitebait Media, for 25 years with my husband Jason Gunn, and the previous TVNZ Head of Children's, a former board member and current member of the Screen Production and Development Association, SPARTA, and WIFT Women in Television, Film and Television. I am a board member on Toi Aotearoa Creative New Zealand and UC's Koawa Creative Technologies Precinct Establishment Board. I'm here to taitoko Sam Witter's submission to Council and support previous submissions for the continued support of the Screen Canterbury Production Grant. The economic return on investment detailed by Amanda Jenkins, together with the political, social and cultural narratives you have heard, are compelling. Over the past 3 years, the vision of this council to attract production investment to our region has been well executed by Christchurch NZ and Screen Canterbury. It is heralded by councils up and down the country keen to replicate. They have recognised the big impact and momentum this relatively small investment has created. Our national funding agencies, New Zealand On Air, the New Zealand Film Commission and Te Māngai Pāho, also recognise and support the investment in the production of films, TV dramas, docuseries and games from our region and see the real value in growing social capital, our Canterbury people. It is important we stay ahead of the curve, and as luck would have it, now is the perfect time for Christchurch NZ to strengthen its partnership with UC's substantial investment of over $131 million in the new Digital Technologies Precinct, Koawa. Council, through its agencies, Christchurch NZ and Screen Canterbury, plays an important part of this exciting new screen and creative technologies infrastructure and ecosystem, with the ability to access national and international funders, investors, productions and commercial partners. I would like to now hand you over to Sam Witters. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Kia ora Janine. Kia ora tātou. I'm Sam Witters. Thank you for having us here. I'm the Director of Koawa at the University of Canterbury. I've got a background in production, financing and distribution in the US and the UK. I launched an early film streaming service for Lionsgate Films and Tribeca Enterprises. I work for large animation studios who are behind the animation and production incentives in the UK. And I've continued to mentor, train and bring digital production work to places like my other favourite East Coast, Gisborne, Tairāwhiti, through Toru Studios. I want to quickly acknowledge the Mayor's visit to UC in January 2023, which included a tour of the developing Koawa spaces. They were then known as Digital Screen Campus. Koawa represents a significant investment by UC in preparing students for employment in screen production and creative technology sectors via the completion of the Bachelor of Digital Screen degree. The degree is now in its second year and has attracted record numbers of students. Koawa has also attracted internationally acclaimed partners. A recent example of our partnerships include a 5-year exclusive agreement with Aardman Animations. You may have seen that recently on News Hub and TVNZ, the studio behind Wallace and Gromit and Shaun the Sheep, to provide our students with access to training in Aardman's unique version of stop frame animation. So the importance of the grant, I'm not here to repeat the very good submissions you've heard over the last few days, but to propose a way forward. From an economic case, few investments under $2 million return this level of multiplier back into an economy. We all know that. Sometimes it's really helpful to have examples, and I want to draw your attention to Georgia, US, which was known as the home of Coca-Cola, CNN News, and Peaches. It introduced a tax incentive to promote investment in film, television, and digital media, therefore creating 60,000 jobs, $8.5 billion in economic activity, an ROI of $6.30 for every $1 in tax incentive. It has also set up screen tourism, attracting lots of visitors to popular location sites. To give you further international perspective, it's important to understand this. International animation and digital production market is set to reach 400 billion by the end of 2024. What part of that can Otatahi have? The demand for workforce has grown by 30%, with animation jobs in the game development industry growing by 35% from 2018 to 2023. So what's the solution? Look, there are a lot of ways to solve this, but one is definitely not starting again with nothing in the kitty. We need a plan for the region, and in partnership with Council, CNZ and our industry, particularly keeping jobs and people with their skill sets, which we need here in Christchurch. We have an MOU with CNZ to enable closer collaboration to strengthen the economic development of the screen and creative tech sectors. We propose applying a more commercial lens, potentially finding more funding, which I think is quite important, so that the Screen Canterbury grant is widened to include games and creative tech proposals as well as screen. We urgently request that the Council keeps in place funding for at least 18 months to give us time to develop a proposal with CNZ and our stakeholders for more permanent funding and incentives that take advantage of our shared common interest in this space to create greater efficiencies for the region. As one of the biggest employers and contributors to Otatahi's GDP, we would hope that the Council will take the University of Canterbury's context into consideration before discontinuing the very incentive that brings talent, expertise and productions to the South Island and would help build a more consistent level of crew and talent and work opportunities for our future graduates. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
We're out of time, sorry, Yanni. But thank you very much.
Okay,
It is a similar vein from a number of other submissions as well, so your point is well taken. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good on you. Okie doke. So we've, did you say we
don't have.
Karen, is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Karen, please. No? Yep.
Oh, sorry. In 20 minutes.
You're jumping the queue.
I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing.
And you're doing 2 lots of 5, is that? Yep.
That's right.
Welcome.
I need to put my glasses on because I'm getting old. Kia ora, I'm Karen Bamwell and this is Philip Tree. We're both from the Governors Bay Community Association. We did a very generalised submission apart from a couple of more detailed things, but I guess the ones that are quite important is that we would like to see the support for the reopening of Allendale Hall. A very large amount of money has been spent on the earthquake repairs of that. And now we find that there's some discussion around that this should be the hall should be closed. It's got some flooring problems that would probably only take between $45,000 and $50,000 to fix. That will give it another 20 years of life. We do understand that there are issues with sea level rise around Allendale Reserve, but it is the only hall in the area that is large enough to do some quite big events. It's used from Puro all the way around to Governors Bay. It is a cheap, in the sense of it is run and administered by the GBCA on behalf of the Allendale Reserve Committee. We do all the administration, so it's actually at a very low cost to council, but it's a venue that can be used by multiple people because it's not expensive to hire. And I think people forget that if you, for many people hiring for a family event, the cost of this hall is probably a fifth of what it is for a lot of other venues. So for a small amount of money, this hall could be put back into use for another 20 years rather than letting it sit. It has cultural value, it has heritage value. So we're just asking quite strongly that we can it please, one branch of council, please talk to the other and organise this so it can be effectively fixed up and sorted out. It gets used probably a lot more than people realise as well, because it's an overflow from the Governors Bay Community Centre, which is actually quite a small size, but when there's multiple venues that gets used as the backup. The other thing that we were focused on is that we asked for the loan to the Governor's Bay Jetty Restoration Trust. We put in here quite cheaply to be fully resolved, but even if it means, and I know you've had quite a good, well thought through submission from the Restoration Trust about not charging interest for them. I think as someone who can sit in bed and look at the jetty, and it's utilised very, very often, and Philip, you're very close to it as well, a big chunk of the people who are using the jetty now are Christchurch residents. And with that, has given people somewhere to go in summer. We see children there learning to use their kayaks. These are not local people, these are people from Christchurch. So it has a much broader use than I think it would do, that people probably would have thought. The other advantage is that it connects to the Governor's Bay foreshore track, and it would be very good if some extra work could be put on restoring the foreshore track. It's accessible to people who cannot walk up and down hills. It gives a...
I've been walking the track regularly now for 20 years, and it has deteriorated significantly over that time. And there's one section that had been rebuilt and it's looking very good, but the rest of it has deteriorated. You can see from what I remember 20 years ago, it's nothing like it was. And unless sometime within this 10-year plan, some significant money is spent to bring it up to standard, it will just completely just become a nothing, because it has been let go. And to the extent that the city determines that it's a public good, if they do determine that, then it does need some money spent on it in the next few years, without a doubt.
And it has heritage value as well.
Oh yes, I mean it's 150 years old or something.
I think Parahaka has something to do with that as well. We've got 22 seconds. Any questions?
Yeah, Sarah, please. Sarah's got one.
Kia ora, thanks so much. Hey, I'm interested in the Allendale Hall. Is it currently not able to be used because of the flooring issues at all?
Yes, it's not used because one part of the flooring is starting to fall. We did get a quote, and I think it was $35,000 to have it fixed.
Okay.
But there are a few other things around water supply as well.
Yeah. Do you think it's wise for us to wait to see the outcome of the adaptation planning process, just to see what the future plans are for the hall, and then maybe combine work?
You could. I'm also on that coastal representing coastal panel. So we know sea level rise. We know that in 20 years' time, but to have 20 years use out of a very valuable hall, I think it's worth the $45,000 or so to fix.
Yeah, it's just whether it's there or somewhere else. Like the actual hall itself could be potentially shifted.
And Torrin, you've got a quick comment?
It's just a quick comment just about Philip's comment about the walkway there, is that there's an active job with funding in the head walkway budget to address that particular thing. So that's in train.
Okay,
Oh,
thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you for coming in.
We'll
Much
keep
appreciated.
talking.
I'm staying here now for the next one.
I'll leave.
Thanks. Thank you. So we'll do. Oh, Karen again. Yeah, I thought so. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm everything but a bar.
Don't be sorry.
And I'm sorry. I didn't have any. I'm part of the Reserve Management Committee, but I didn't have anything to do with writing the submission. So Jenny, I'm doing this on behalf of Jenny and the team who are all away. Jenny's in Athens, so I'm sorry she can't. So and there are some priorities from the Cass Bay Reserves Committee. One of them is the renewal of the Cass Bay Playground. Apparently. They've been asking for a replacement for this since 2017, and they've been continually pushed back about fixing it. And like a lot of the harbour now, people of Christchurch are coming over. It is it's a wonderful place to come for the weekend. And when I've seen that playground, it's very well used. It's getting old. It's got some bits that need to be replaced. There's also some opportunities to make this playground a little bit more usable for everybody, with more play equipment, and also by providing some shade. So it's utilised throughout the summer quite a lot. Another one is a traffic management plan needs to be done to make the crossing of Governor's Bay Road over through to Steadfast, now that the path has been put up through the top of Steadfast up to the summit. There's a lot of vegetation and it's quite hard to cross the road there without given the electric cars and very fast cyclists, I have to say as well. So it's actually quite dangerous. So there needs to be some pedestrian opportunity access put across there. The Reserve Committee is also asking that a community facility be put somewhere for community meetings. Even like the Reserves Committee has to meet at different people's places. And there's lots of volunteers, they come and they do lots of work. They've done over 700 hours onto the reserves around there, but there is nowhere where they can sit and plan and do things. There is nowhere for them to meet. That community facility would be useful for the broader community as well. They need storage facilities for the equipment, for all the work that they've been putting into the reserves, and because currently these are all in people's homes and actually should be somewhere that's utilised for everybody. The asphalt road that goes up through Steadfast is deteriorating and falling in places, and it needs maintenance. Steadfast, I don't know if you appreciate, but it was locked up to the community for a very long time, and now it's being opened up, and it provides a really unique opportunity for walking. There's plans for a small mountain bike trail for children in there, but to get things up and down the top, that maintenance road needs some fixing so we can have some better access to the top. It would be a shame to lose it. A new track for access from Mariners Cove. There was an easement through 30 Mariners Cove, which is the Pony Point end of Cass Bay. Before the last section gets built on, it'd be really good to have an access way put through there. There were plans for it through the subdivision in that lower part of the cul-de-sac but seems to have been lost with the transition from Banks Peninsula to Christchurch City. So, and it was on the maps, but as we say, it was lost. Volunteers are very happy to help build that track if there's permission given, so that's a really important one. And repair the walking track from number 1 Governor's Bay that goes up towards Corsair Bay. It's getting overcrowded. So a lot of these things are just maintenance, and so rather than me be quite specific about these, we just need to be aware that there's a lot of people doing a lot of volunteer work in here, but they need support. And the road to the boat shed needs to have some remedial work done. It's in danger of collapse due to erosion. There are hot springs sitting under there as well, and as I said, there's a lot of people using these areas now. We've got a conflict between boats coming in out of the crossway plus swimmers, and it's a big place for people to get into their kayaks and onto their paddle boards. So it's just in terms of use. So if we could organise somehow for more of the boat owners to go into Naval Point and use Naval Point, that would be fantastic. Anyone got any questions?
Thank you. Pauline's got one question.
Really quick one. In Ellendale Hall, have you thought about setting up a trust to run that? You would be able to apply for other funding other than council?
We have discussed it, and I think everyone's exhausted after all the other things, like particularly around the jetty and some of the other works. I think they've just gone, it's all too hard.
Okay.
Thank you, Pauline. Thank you very much, Karen. That's great. Okie doke. So now we'll go back to Zita, please. And you've got 2 submissions, 5 minutes each.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's the first time for me being here. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Don't panic.
Normally it was my husband, and you might have met him many times, Bob Pringle, but he's no longer with us, so I'm being left to carry the mantle. So I'm coming on behalf of the coalition, which still exists, for safe accommodation in Christchurch. I'm representing 14 backpackers, 9 holiday parks, and 180 accommodation providers who are not members of Hospitality NZ. and that's their choice, but we represent all of them. The reason for me being here today is to support the council basically in what they've done in looking at targeting rates and making it commercial accommodation. We've been a long time provider of that fact, and Bob was quite adamant and quite succinct about how he let you know that. And so we'd just like to support the council. We're keen to support them in any way we can, whether it be by we become visible more by operating, giving our accommodation providers we know who are not operating within the rules. You'll notice that also Auckland now are presenting the same thing to their ratepayers. They're now going to say that up 28 days they continuous residents, 29 days to 138 days. Now it's 75% resident, 25 business. This is their proposal. 50% if you're 136 days to 188, 50% rental, 50% business, and over 180 days it is now commercial accommodation. I just would like to also acknowledge a gentleman who we've worked with, which is Tony Bryan from Lincoln University. He's done a lot of work in this space and he's a very good advisor to us on more than one occasion. The problem is that he sees with short-term accommodation is that it's been a hands-off approach because of private property, but now that private property is being used for commercial gain. And when a commercial gain, it needs to be treated as a commercial enterprise. So therefore, if you're receiving money for a service, being in this case the service is taking accommodation, then you need to abide by the rules of taking guests. You are now not doing it for love, kindness. You like being with people. There is a money transaction. It should be deemed as commercial. If you're house swapping, that's completely different to accepting money on a commercial basis. If many people don't return because of the cost, we're going to help the council and help our community by allowing other people who were looking to rent to look at long-term rentals. And we would hope that would be the situation to help many people who are struggling to find a home in particular areas because of the zoning of schools. So that will be what could be one of the after effects. Queenstown also has its rules. We're never quite sure how many people are they have a register, and it is on a self-reporting basis, but it is for only 90 days. So if you want to do short-term accommodation in Queenstown, there is bylaws that set and say you have to be registered and get your certificate from them through the planning to do that. We'd like to commend the council so much for what they're doing, and we'd also like to support them. That's what our big thing is. The rationale is pretty simple. Our only concern is that some of the platforms that provide this short-term accommodation have got bigger purses and ability to access money to try and challenge the council on their implementation of their rules. That is the biggest fear we have. We've already been through the situation when we did the last lot, and the purse of that particular platform, they will go as hard as they can. Now, the situation ahead of us is, are they going to go after all councils who are doing the same thing? Our preference would be, if I'm putting another hat on here, if the council could continue to pursue at their local authorities to persuade the government to make the legislation, so therefore you as the council can implement the rules which are national, rather than Christchurch Council having rules, Auckland having their own rules, Rotorua having their own, and Queenstown. I know those are the councils I know that are doing it. So if I would like to ask the council if they could please look at persuading the government of today to look at making legislation which will make your life easier and make people aware of what the situation is if they want to go into short-term rental. So that's just asking a little bit much, but if I don't ask, I don't get. And that's at the end of the day, if you don't ask and don't come in to support people. There are other things in the plan that we've looked at, but I think that's all self-explanatory. In many ways, all we're here to do is support you for making the decision and support you for the courage to do it. Someone had the courage to stand up and say, hey, I'm wearing a different hat. Begun to be noticed. I'm going to cause conflict, and conflict's got to be resolved.
Okay, thank you,
There's
Tina.
not going to be a winner. There's not going to be a loser.
Do you want to move on to your second one?
Yeah, I'm just doing it now, and then I'll be leaving
she's-
with you.
Oh, no.
I'm going to keep it short and sweet because both are the same. But thank you.
5 minutes, okay.
Short-term operators decide whether to increase the cost of business. If it becomes too expensive, at the moment, short-term rentals has to add GST onto their costs because of the change in the government rules that came in on the 1st of April. They may decide to go back to long-term rental, and we would commend them if they did that, because everyone in the community could do a lot with a lot of accommodation. And also the people who are who live next door to short-term rental, many of them do not cause any problems, but there are a number who do have problems with number of cars, number of noise, number of rubbish, and so we would like to commend the council again to look after commercial. We pay commercial, and we also abide by the rules of commercial and fire, safety and audits. So I'd just like to leave it there. I've come to do my bit. If you've got any questions, I'll be happy to chat to you.
Absolutely. Any questions? Aaron, please.
So as far as I'm aware, Queenstown has Lakes District has a short-term accommodation rate. So if you buy a property there and it's going to be its intended use, you just registered for that, and that's the rate you pay.
No, you have to go through planning. I'm doing it myself. Yes, you have to get a resource consent.
Yes, yeah. So when
you got a resource consent, that's fine.
Some of the bulk units they've done, which are for that purpose, that's consented as that, and then people just sign up and they're away.
Yeah, I presume so, but I know that we've tried to do it through our own property, and you have to get a resource consent.
Right, for an individual property or for a right.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I agree. Make it simple. But that's why I'm pursuing the next phase to cover all the individual bylaws which happen and allow people to challenge them, and then stop you having to do all this extra work and extra cost for administering a rule. If everyone knows the rules, well, then the rules become simple. We now know to add GST to all platforms. It's taken a long time, but it's going to generate income for everybody. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your effort. Thank you.
I appreciate it, and we can get you a wee bit back on
You're
track.
welcome. See ya.
Thank
Paul,
you.
Paul, please.
Yeah, folks.
Kia ora. Joan Benchford and Paul Dale. We're a member of the Coastal Adaptation Committee or panel. So Mayor and councillors and Tyrone, thank you for having us here today. Excuse me. Yeah. Thank you for your support. That was the reason why. So the panel's been set up for about the last 18 months, and we're made up of community members. Joan represents businesses that are in the Whakaraupo Basin, and our group is representing Kokorata and Whakaraupo community with the panel, as a panel, under the guidance of the City Council process team under Jane and a group of technical advisors to look at the impacts of the coastal sea level rise and adaptations that are required for council assets. It is for council assets. As a panel, we've been operating for the last 18 months in quite a detailed process, looking at the council assets and the range of options within the Whakaraupo and Kokorata catchments that are going to be affected. We believe that the council should bring forward funding for the adaptation process into the forthcoming business planning year. The reasons mainly are the impacts may start affecting the city before a citywide program can be completed. So there is some urgency. The residents, we're finding that residents need to be aware of what might be happening in their areas and have an input into the solutions in regard to the council assets. We don't believe that this is a time for us to be putting our head in the sand if you're in Brighton, or the silt if you're in the harbour. We believe that we need to be focusing on the real present impacts of global warming on our communities. Our panels learned that the options that are available and need to be evaluated are complex, and the decisions are quite difficult. Many of the solutions are potentially very expensive, and they won't get cheaper. The council needs to have a comprehensive view of these impacts and these costs as this process will do that. We also believe that the process could be streamlined, so the 18 months that we've spent there could be more effective, and probably would be on subsequent parts of the community. And there will be some recommendations to this in our final report to council, which you'll probably be seeing in a couple of months. The second part of it is that we're saying yes to the creation of a climate resilience fund. We believe that the funding should start once the report from the panel has been received and the councillors are able to understand the specifics and the financial and social impacts. Our generation and those that before us have influenced this climatic change, and therefore we think it's time for this generation to start paying for it rather than deferring it. The council is aware of the stress on the capital program, and it would be quite easy to put it off for another electoral cycle, but we don't believe that would be very responsible nor very brave. We believe that there should be specific operational funding started now to continue on the ecological restoration for wetlands and the hills to prevent the erosion and the impacts and effects of the sediment, of the climatic change that we're seeing even now. So the climate change and the impacts on our community is real, and we are strongly urging you to, as I said, be brave and bite the bullet now rather than defer to future generations. Thanks very much for your time. If you've got some questions, we'll do our best.
Is anyone got any questions? You must have done a fantastic job.
You'll know that in a few months' time when
I'm sure I can.
The final draft's coming to you next shortly.
Thank you very much. Could I just make one comment about the Allendale Hall, because we have been considering its future, and in general the consensus at the moment is that it shouldn't be linked to our report, because it's quite clear that it will be affected by sea level rise, and the community wants it now rather than waiting for another process to happen. So there should be money just put aside, and it should be fixed and used, because it's sitting there rotting away.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for your time.
Yes.
So, but they're two separate things. So
they're two separate things.
But the hall does appear in the adaptation plan for different things in the future.
Yes.
You're not
We're not
taking it out of the adaptation plan.
No,
No,
no, it would
that's
definitely be there, but it just should be fixed and
So
sorted.
yes now. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, everybody, we will be back at 3:50. Please just have a cup of tea. Thank you very much. Courtney, please. Hello.
Hello. Kia ora koutou to everyone. I'm Courtney and this is Selena, and we're here to talk on behalf of the Six Living Laboratory Trust. Is there a clicker or we just go next slide? Perfect. So we have 5 visions for the Styx River catchment, and we have a partnership with Christchurch City Council already, which we're very fortunate to have.
Sorry. The objective of this trust is to create a living laboratory for learning and research, for example, through undertaking forest and riparian planting, willow and pest control, and also through environmental and educational projects. Some of our MOU partners are Christchurch City Council itself, ECAN, Manaki Whenua, Niwa, Lincoln University, Willowbank Wildlife Reserve, Water Wildlife Habitat Trust, New Zealand Conservation Trust, and Trees for Canterbury. On top of this, we also have volunteer initiatives such as water quality monitoring for the river, which has been running for 16 years, and environmental advocacy, which brings me here today. In terms of the long-term plan, the trust strongly supports the commitment to ongoing capital investment into ecological enhancement and stormwater management in the Styx catchment. The continued commitment to develop healthy water bodies and increasing tree cover as part of building a healthy city through the urban forest plan, and the specific inclusion of these outcomes in the reducing emission targets.
The Trust strongly suggests that Council consider a few of the following. One is that there is a more evenly spread spending for ecological improvement projects for the Styx. And while the Trust strongly supports the initiatives and the funding that's been allocated in the long-term plan, we note that in each case more than half of the allocated funds are earmarked to be spent in the final 3 years of the long-term plan, and the Trust is concerned that this could leave necessary investments vulnerable to being deferred. And the Trust also suggests that a connection be made between where the funding is being currently allocated in the draft LTP. Say for instance in the community park sports fields and the OARC, there's quite a considerable amount in the draft LTP there, compared with the entire Styx River catchment, which is around $3 million. The Trust also suggests that the Council consider the Source to Sea walkway be included as a Parks and Heritage item in the long-term plan. There are some properties that need to be purchased in here and in the whole catchment, and the Trust is concerned that the overall strategic property acquisition budgets across the city are inadequate. As a result, the Council not being able to keep at pace with increasing land values, and therefore not be able to achieve the aspirations in the Styx vision. Council should also look at limiting cuts to not only ecological projects in parks, but also within all capital works projects. So if there's environmental aspects to, say for instance, construction or infrastructure, transport, the ecological aspect of those not be cut. The Trust is concerned in regards to the /2 supporting communities despite the activity plan recommending partnerships and community engagement as means to reduce costs and operation and to operate and maintain parks and build relationships with community. And this funding is pivotal. As the draft LTP currently states, from July onwards there'll be no community partnership funds, and there's a couple of those, and one of which the Styx Living Laboratory Trust currently fields our field centre lease, and this would impact the Trust in not being able to lease the building if this fund was discontinued. And that is asked if there's any questions.
Okie dokie. Well, don't all put your hands up at once. Yep, Pauline, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The Source to Sea walkway, how far along is that project? Has it seen any progress at all?
There's certain aspects of it. So the Project Kautari, which we have funding for at the moment, that funding comes from MFE. That is working with especially businesses and private landowners to repair riparian margins and allow for the original setbacks from the riparian margin, so from the river's edge, for public access. So As part of that, that's currently where a lot of the energy is going. But as far as the actual pathway itself, it's getting there.
Right. Because there's barriers there, is there, with some of the private landowners still?
Yeah, a lot of private landowners, because of our group and being able to build relationships with them, they're like, one, they're aware that the trust is there and can work with them to help them restore their private land, which is a great thing. And then secondly, talking with them about, like the public being able to access the public land, not only just to, look and access the river, but to actually walk through all the way from Nunwick Park to Brooklands Lagoon.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, great timing. Thank you very much.
All good.
Good on you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good. Sorry. Thanks, Courtney. We had a submitter on another day talk to us about the lack of a link for a cycle trail from that kind of coastal area up to the Huranui, the trail that's going up through Huranui.
Yeah.
And is that something that path could help with?
Yeah, so ideally that path would be something that's both accessible for pedestrians, is accessible for wheelchairs and cycles. And it could also link in with existing parts of existing pathways.
Okay, might be worth looking at.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Mark, please. And you're doing 2 5-minute submissions, mate.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mark Thompson. I'm the chief of the Akaroa Volunteer Fire Brigade. I've been doing the chief role for the last 10 years. I've been in the Akaroa Fire Brigade now for 46 years, and I've actually lived in Akaroa for over 50, so I'm well aware of the changing needs of Banks Peninsula and the changing risks that are over there. I'm here also representing the 5 rural parties that we have based over in Akaroa, which is Wainui, Pigeon Bay, Littleton, O'Kane's Bay and Le Bon's Bay. All those brigades have started up because of the fire risks that Banks Peninsula is posing, and everybody is well aware of the fire risks that Banks Peninsula has had over the last few years. And my view is that it's only going to get worse before it gets better. At the moment, water is our biggest issue when we are fighting fires over on Banks Peninsula. Our main source of water at the moment is by road. And when you are going to, say, Hinawai Reserve, it's a long wait and you can only fight fires with water. It's okay to say that the sea is there, but the sea is at the bottom if the fire's at the top. It's also makes it very tricky and very dangerous for the pilots swinging monsoon buckets going uphill. So that is one of the biggest concerns. There's 2 ways, in my view, of doing it. We either come up with a plan of making big dams so the monsoon buckets can just drop straight into them, or we have tanks strategically placed around the top of Banks Peninsula, or I say Banks Peninsula, but I should be saying the Akaroa Harbour. So we can use that for dropping water off or dispatching water to the helicopters or to the fire parties wherever it is needed. Because at the moment there is nothing, and we're just solely reliant on tankers. Over in Akaroa, we've got a tanker. Our closest help would be Little River. So if it's at Hinawai, that tanker would be at least 40 minutes away. Then the next closest is Lincoln or Governor's Bay. And that's only 4 tankers, and then it has to come all the way from Christchurch. So the time delay, as everyone knows, in fighting fires is huge. So if we could get some sort of water reservoirs or tanks, whether it be holes in the ground, which is the best way of storing large volumes of water. And then, of course, it is trying to work out where they go. But that's all to do with the planning. I just feel that at this stage, we should be coming up we should be being proactive instead of reactive. I think it's very important to have ideas and solutions to those ideas. As everyone is well aware, Banks Peninsula has changed in land use. I mean, I've been farming over there most of my life, and the large farm that I used to have, which was about 1,500 acres, I think out of that now there's only about 500 acres of it is actually farmed. All the rest of it is shut up for reserves. The council own a fair bit of it. Hinawai owns a fair bit of it. There's the Banks Peninsula Trust. There's all sorts of little blocks. And all these people are buying little 10-acre blocks all over the place, and they're just shutting them up. So there's massive amounts of fuel just sitting there. And one day when it happens, it's going to take a lot of stopping. The other thing also is climate change. Everybody knows, especially this year and previous years, it is so dry, and with dry and fuel and more manuka, more gorse, it's just a time bomb really just waiting to go off. And in one day, it will happen. Basically, why we need them is everyone knows to put a fire out, you need water. And if we are going to be reliant on just straight road water, if we can call it that, then I think it's a disaster waiting to happen, because it will happen. And I think the sooner we can start making plans of getting decent amount of water in reserve around the top of the Akaroa harbour, then the better off people will be. Yeah. So
got two questions, Sarah and then Aaron.
Yep.
Thanks so much. Is there, well, we need the stuff locally anyway, does FENZ have a national strategy for these kind of rural, I mean, Banks Peninsula isn't the only rural area in the country that's facing a fire risk. Does FENZ have a strategy of looking at this as an issue nationwide and finding a process to talk to councils or national government or whoever?
Not that I'm aware of, but we have strategies in place for like long-term planning and that, for mainly with appliances and that sort of thing. But as far as water supplies and that, I think that's up to sort of
individual units.
Individual units and that to try to, and that's why I'm here. Yeah.
Thank you. That's good.
Okay, thanks.
Aaron?
Yeah, don't want to state the obvious, but we've had a whole lot of submissions around people that don't want a whole lot of water stored at the top of the hills because it's treated sewage water, so on and so forth. Is there anywhere else in the country that's using a system like that where, because you'll be aware of the treated sewage goes to the top of the hill and it's going to be stored and used as irrigation, that could be a reservoir that could be used or not?
Not that I'm aware of, no, but I'm not necessarily saying that this should be the treated sewer water. I'm just looking for dams full of water.
I'm just throwing it in the mix now if you knew of it happening, but
no,
if
not
that
that I
plan
know
goes
of,
ahead, it'd be nice to know if that could be used as a backup.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so we should look back at it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mark, I do totally agree with you that the cheapest way is having a pond on the top of a hill, and you can get springs popping out the top of the hill that keep the pond topped up.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay, because Paul Devlin was the first to tell me I was very lucky to get a look around the fire over there, how much effort and fuel and all that sort of stuff a helicopter takes to drag it up from the sea up the top, and that's one of the things that would help us mitigate what could possibly go on there.
Yep.
So I'll let you go on with your second one, or is that?
It was basically all combined.
Okay, that's fine. No, we'll ask more questions.
One of the solutions would be pumping water out of a creek. I mean, I on the farm that I work on now, we've got a solar unit, not all that expensive to set up, and it can pump over 24 hours. It can pump 10,000 litres just when the sun's out. But if you've got storage up there, it's only going to have to work when it's needed. So
because Akaroa itself hasn't got masses of, like, if you keep hauling stuff out of a hydrant, you're going to run out of water in Akaroa.
Absolutely, yes, yeah, very much so, very much so.
Yeah, and Little River probably have even less.
Yeah, well, they haven't even got reticulated water in Little River, so they totally reliant on creeks and the tankers anyway. So
Okay.
it's just my point is the time delay of when the siren goes off and we get huge amounts of water. I mean, it's all right getting a helicopter over there, but if you haven't got any water to put in a bucket, it's not going to do much good.
And when you say the siren goes off, which is only 100 metres from my place, I feel very sorry for you at 2 o'clock in the morning springing out of bed.
Yeah, you get used to it.
Yeah, no, good. Okay, any more Yanni, please?
My understanding under the new legislation, FENZ is supposed to do like a fire plan for an area. Is there a fire plan for Christchurch and the peninsula?
I honestly couldn't tell you, mate.
Right.
Not for Christchurch. Yep.
Okay.
We have fire plans and what they have I forget the proper word for it. That's who gets turned out to what. There is plans in place for who gets turned out and the processes and it's like a chain. Yeah.
Maybe we can ask through our civil defence or whoever, but I know there'd been some criticism that those plans had been sort of quite slow in being formulated. It'd be quite good to get a sense of what our plans are, or if FENZ have one for our area.
It doesn't matter what your plans are. If you haven't got water, it doesn't really matter.
I agree. I guess
you can have all the best plans in the world, but if you haven't got any of the wet stuff to put on the hot stuff,
I guess the other thing is the frustration. We've had the Port Hill fires, 2014, and now we've had them again. So it would be good to know, because I think this was an issue that was raised then as well.
There is a briefing, I think it's this week or next week, on the fire response and the recovery plan. So we can potentially incorporate some of that into
I think that would be helpful just to understand.
Thank you. Cool. Thank you very much for making the trouble to come in.
You're welcome.
Carl, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Hello, councillors. I'm here really as a resident to, I guess, prick conscience. So I'm a resident of Harewood, business owner, land development consultant, and have been working with Christchurch City Council for 30 years or so. A lot of people are resistant or would resist the rates rises, and I'm giving some conditional support to that, on the proviso that you're good custodians of that money. And my observation has been, since the 90s, there has been sort of a wee bit of a decline. In the 90s, they had a wonderful mission statement up on the walls, giving value and being valued, and I think that has certainly deteriorated. And I guess I'm asking that council gets back to its core role and not spending our money on projects that aren't serving the broader community rather than special interest groups. So for me, infrastructure, the public services, and promoting community and business activity. As part of that, I don't really want to see the local council, local government, duplicating what should be the central government's role, spending money on things like social housing and the like. If there was extra money, great, but it's not, in my opinion, what the local government should be doing. Infrastructure, public services, and that community and business promotion. Now, I did submit on the wings to wheels, and I don't necessarily want to relitigate it, but again, I would use that as an example of maybe some special interest groups. To me, hijacking the process, I'm actually for things like Cycleways, but where I can see some, in my opinion, poor decisions, I'd like to see a cheaper option, a better outcome option, and the money that is saved from that redirected into other areas. I talked before about business promotion, community promotion. If there was money saved from those infrastructure items, things like Arana Park or the Arts Centre, which attract people to Christchurch or provide a public service to our residents, I would like to see that money more wisely used. And I know council can't necessarily be run as a business, but I don't think it would hurt from a little bit more of the business mindset. So I guess to recap, conditional support on rates rises because we do need to pay for these activities, but be good custodians of that money and return to the core role. If there's money left over, then we can look at those non-core role activities.
Thank you. Pauline?
Yeah, thank you. Just to clarify, do you realise that the community housing and social housing that council delivers is via a trust, the Otatahi Housing Trust, and there's no impact on rates? Then it's not rates funded, so it's totally ring fenced. So do you understand that?
Yeah, I can understand that.
That's good.
Perception again.
Yeah.
Is what I understood.
Yeah.
Okay. Any more questions? Okay, thank you very much for making the effort. Oh, sorry. Tyler.
Sorry, mate. Kia ora koutou, how are you, mate? Just have one question, was around business promotion and particularly talking about the CBD. I wanted to ask you what your thoughts are around supporting homeless communities around the city.
Well, if it's negatively impacting the broader community, yes, in support of that. But again, I would prefer monies that council is receiving that goes to the greater good rather than more minority.
Gotcha. Thank you, mate. Cheers.
Yep. Thank you, Todd. Thank you very much. Oh, Sarah. Sorry. Oh, hands popping up.
I'm interested in your definition of minority groups within the community, because my impression is that almost everyone within the city would be part of one group or another that makes up a minority of the city.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a sort of, we hear from lots of residents that their things are important, but between them, I think everyone is part of some sort of minority group that might want something. How do you handle that?
If I take Wings to Wheels, the community that was mostly affected is, I don't think was adequately heard, and then the number of people that are going to use, say, that Wings to Wheels compared to what that money could be doing for a greater good, that's what I was meaning by minority. It's more, I would prefer to see benefit to a larger group rather than a very narrow group.
So for example, our disability community, if we're doing work with our disability community and we're spending money on making things more accessible, you would rather that money be spent on a group, on things that help everyone instead?
Potentially, but not necessarily to the exclusion of. That goes broader to a broader part of our community and people that visit. Right, I understand where you're coming from, but
it's really tough, right?
I'm not saying any of this is easy, but I just want more bang for buck from the spend.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Good on you. Warwick, please. 1 minute late. How are you, bud?
Mr. Mayor, councillors, thank you for this opportunity. I'm here as an individual, just participating in the system because that's what makes it work. My presentation is really, it's really about just this above inflation rates rises, and I'm sure you've heard a lot about that. But I guess the bottom line is you cannot keep doing this forever. If you do, you're going to be 100% of the economy, and just from memory, it's sort of been going for about 10 years. So at some point, it might not happen today, but at some point, a group of you guys are going to have to go, well, we can't keep doing this. And so that's my main point today. I think it's 13% for CCC and 25% for ECAN. They're really eye-watering figures. And there's potential extras like water charges and bits and pieces that I don't know if that's included in that. One thing I'd like to ask is for better communication. I scanned through the documents that got sent out, but everything sort of seems to be omnibus. You have like infrastructure and X, Y, and all these things sound good, but it's quite hard to see where the extra costs have come from. Is it extra council staff? Is it salaries? Is it contractors? Is it it's kind of hard to see where the blowouts are coming from, because it really is a blowout and it's been going a long time. I think it would be really good as a council to kind of look at that and try and dig down to where this is coming from. And I get it's not easy, and I suspect a lot of it's actually been imposed on you, like government law changes requiring all kinds of responses. But what I would say back to that is it's kind of easy. You're a monopoly, so you can go to the people and go, well, sorry, but we've had this imposed on us. We, have to raise your rates. But push back on that. And if you communicate it, I think the community can help. Like you did it for Three Waters, the housing density. I think you really need to go back to government and say when their regulatory requirements are over the top, to tell them that. And also over engineering, all that kind of thing. Sometimes you've got to actually push back. Not easy, I get that, but you cannot keep doing this forever. I picked out a couple of the points that I know myself, these are by absolutely, there's no in-depth research here. It's just everybody has a wee idea. The worst possible kind of spending is where you're spending money and actually it's doing more harm than good, right? So I picked three things that just sort of on my radar, if you like. I sort of wondered about buses. I understand the budget is like 160 million and only 10% of that's recovered. So, if a bus ticket is $3 on average, that would mean that the actual cost of that bus ride is $30. You could actually pay for everybody to take Ubers around the place. And so it's like, you have to stop and think, I know it's been done this way forever and ever and ever, but you have to stop sometimes at times and think, hang on, is this really the only way? Is there another, can we think outside the square a little bit here? It might actually be cheaper just to pay Uber to do it. Cycle lanes, I can say this, I'm a cyclist myself, I've cycled for years and years and years. I don't think the way they've been done at the moment is value for money. I know this is a bit of a cliche, probably at this table, but you can do it better and cheaper. So this idea that cyclists are pedestrians is wrong. Nowadays with electric bikes especially, they go so fast, as fast as cars, right? And these lanes are making it quite difficult because cars are crossing two flows of traffic. Lincoln Road is a good example where it's just paint. It gives them a bit more space around the doors on the roadside. It actually works better from a cyclist perspective, and you're about to do miles and miles more of that because obviously cheaper paint than concrete and traffic lights everywhere. Okay. Last one here, a graph here, coastal hazards. There is consultation going on at the moment around managed retreat for coastal hazards. And I put this graph up because when this all started, we didn't really know where we were going. We have various scenarios from the IPCC. You see the 8.5, the worst case at the top. Now, it's incredibly important for communities on which of these scenarios is used because it has a devastating impact. If you get put in a high risk zone, then you can't build. Well, that's been the way it is to now. So you see now that time's moved on a bit, and I've actually looked up on NOAA yesterday just to say where we are actually at the moment on concentration. So if we can wait about, say, to 2030, we'll really see where we are, and we'll really know which of these models we should be using for establishing risk zones. So we can save 1.8 million on this consultation if that's where it's actually going, if it's not bundled up with mitigation, all for mitigation, and actually make better decisions just by pausing a little bit. There, thank you.
Okie doke. Thank you. Sarah, did you have your hand up? No. Pauline did.
Thank you. Just wondering, because you asked about the explanation of the rates increases, but I'm just wondering if you realise that inflation, interest and insurance plus the Tikaha Stadium for the first year equals about 12%, nearly 12% of the increase.
Yeah, well, you have to start asking questions about things. For example, insurance. Auckland's self-insuring because of this. You've really got to ask hard questions because this is ahead of inflation and you're actually driving inflation and making it worse. So you've got to ask some hard questions and think outside the square for solving this because, like I say, if you keep going down this track, you will be 100% of the economy.
Great, thank you. It's a good answer.
Aaron?
Bio-engineer just spoke about cycleways as a cyclist, but things like libraries and community spaces, halls and stuff, should they be more like a simple commercial box, or should they still be the super well designed award-winning spaces that we put in every single neighbourhood at 3 times the commercial build rate?
Well, if I was king for a day, look, I love those beautiful buildings, don't get me wrong. I would say books shouldn't be given away for free to adults. You know, I don't think that's quite right. And especially Libby, you know, you can just, there's bookshops for doing that. You're actually undercutting businesses out there. I wouldn't be against, you know, the nice designs and just putting up utilitarian boxes to save money, personally.
Thank you.
Celeste.
Thank you. It's good to finish the submission strongly, but yeah, no, that was great. In terms of your feedback on the cycleways, what are you able to just expand a bit further on how we could approach things differently in the future in terms of rapid rollouts?
Yeah, so I think the way is not to think of cyclists as pedestrians. That's the core of the problem. You should think of them as motorists. They should be on the roadside of the cars. Just what really, really helps is more space outside the car. So Lincoln Road's great, but it's got the great big green lane. It's got a single lane for traffic, but doesn't block anyone going across. And it actually works really well and would be a lot cheaper to implement. And you could implement it in more places. Like there's a limit to how many cycle lanes that are concreted off that you can put around the place. So eventually, even if a cyclist, you do like them, use them, you have to use the other anyway. And they're quite awkward. You get into these concrete lanes and you can't get out of them to turn and things like that. So I personally don't like them, and they're quite hard to pass in and things like that. So, and it's quite dangerous on the turning because you get all these traffic turning across the front of you and so forth. I just think the concept of what a good cycle lane maybe needs a rethink.
Okay, thank you, mate. Good to see you again. Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time. Thank you, everybody.
See ya. Graham and Linda, please. Or maybe just Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My wife has got a strep throat, so and she does a lot of the talking, so I'm going to have to work very hard to replace her contribution.
We all have a cross to bear.
And thank you, councillors, for the opportunity as well. So Linda and I, we own a house at Monarch Drive in Robinson's Bay, and we've had properties in Akaroa for nearly 40 years, initially in devotionals, but latterly for the last 3 years in Robinson's Bay. Our two daughters grew up in the area, and our 5 grandchildren are now experiencing the beauty and uniqueness of our bay and harbour area. Like all communities, we face challenges in the Akaroa area, and water is one of the main ones. We've heard our Chief Fire Officer talking about the lack of it, and I'm really talking about how we dispose of it. And it is extremely challenging in Akaroa, which is essentially a closed-off area. And as the climate change occurs, our problem is going to become even greater. I would say the council is to be commended for the efforts it's making in trying to resolve our wastewater issues. But in my view, the current plan, as tabled, just won't work. The plan, from what I read, is based on flawed data and assumptions as detailed in that Becker report, which was produced in April. It's likely undersized and it'll therefore risk overflows in both raw and treated sewage into our harbour. Particularly during times of prolonged wet weather, which, as we've experienced recently. Further, I now understand that devotionals is to be added to the Robinson's Bay storage structure, which is going to further place challenges around that particular storage facility. And this problem is further exacerbated by high levels of infiltration into our stormwater system through the ageing and broken pipe systems. And I note that council also acknowledged there evidence that homeowners are allowing rainwater runoff to enter the wastewater drains, thereby further loading what already is an overstretched system. And I would also say, notwithstanding all of this, I can't find any data relating to the operating costs that are planned for this proposed new system, which will be more complicated than the current gravity-fed system and simple harbour outfall. Given all of this, I urge council to pause this proposal. Certainly concentrate on funding the leaking pipework infrastructure we know exists in our Akaroa area, and try and achieve levels of infiltration at 20% or less. And council did signal that in a 2020 recommendation. And I say further real emphasis should be placed on homeowners to absolutely get out and check that their systems do not discharge rain or stormwater into the wastewater system. I know on a previous property of a neighbour of mine, I observed it happening. He was completely unaware that this was just an absolute no-no, placing further strain on the system. I'm certain there are many, many householders that are guilty, and I think we should be looking to communicate this to them and get some sort of enforcement program happening. Complete all this work and then re-evaluate the data before attempting a new system design, which should also include a cost feasibility analysis of extending the current outfall pipe further up the harbour and beyond the salmon farm, and thereby remove some of the concerns that we have about discharging untreated or raw sewage into the inner harbour area and move the outfall further into the open sea. So that's really my point, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Sarah has a question.
Thank you so much for that. I just wondered, I'm not sure if you were here just earlier, we had the Rural Fire Officer for the area talk about the lack of the availability of water at times.
Yes,
I'm just wondering how you would feel instead of trying to revisit the current approved scheme, if we were able to divert some of that water to ponds further up the hill to allow for firefighting in the area, rather than wasting what's a really valuable resource in a time of a drying climate.
Yeah, look, I think it's got merit. I mean, I only discovered that 5 minutes ago when I was talking to him in the back benches, but I think it's got merit. I mean, he needs water, we're producing it, and we're treating it, and we have to put it somewhere. The issue for me really is, and I worry that you know, we've used average data, we haven't looked at the extreme ends of heavy water environments and conditions, which are really going to put a heavy load on the ground ability to absorb this water. If we can combine with the need to store that water for a likely fire event, I think it's got merit.
Yeah, but we wouldn't be able to do that if we were sending all of the water out up the harbour.
Indeed, that would take that option out of place, certainly.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in and talking to us. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors.
Okay, Pepita, please.
Kia ora everyone. I'm going to start with my pepeha, just because I think it's appropriate. I don't do much public speaking, so tēnā koe. Ko maunga taniwha te maunga e runei taku ngākau, ko takahui te awa e mahia nei aku mā harahara. Ko ngaru nui tuku moana no Celtic and Germanic o ku tipuna, no kaitaia Aotearoa ahau. Ko Pepita toku ingoa. Pepita is my name. I won't take too much of you guys' time. I'm new to the area. I'm from Northland. There's a lot of trees there. I was just really shocked when I came down here how barren it is, and extremely dry. So I'm an advocate for rewilding, and when I look at the Port Hills, it's beautiful, but I'm a bit disappointed, and I want to advocate for some better rewilding of the hills, not only for fires. I did hear that there was a plan to rewild some of the Port Hills, but it was apparently stopped, and then after that there was a fire. So I don't think there's a better example of when fire breaks might be needed. But I am also very into events. And I heard about a initiative that started in India for their watershed management, and it was extremely successful for that region. Up to 1,000 villages joined in order to compete to save water within their villages, and this worked incredibly well for them just from the volunteering efforts of those villages. I do think that I'm not really an organizer, but I would like to propose a very cool idea of getting groups of 10 or more to volunteer. I've got the Canterbury University, this woman in STEM who would be absolutely keen to put a team in. If there was an initiative to have funding to have trees and for sections of the Port Hills to be fire breaks. I know that it could be also done just with employees or companies that would be keen to start that process, but I think what a wonderful way for people to get into the community and plant trees themselves, because I'm really missing native trees. I go through Christchurch and all I see are acorns and oak trees and stuff, and I think it's what makes New Zealand special is our native trees and our bush. I think there's only one small spot in Richmond, and it's about it. So yeah, you've got to travel quite far to be in the bush, and I think that's quite a shame. So in order for there to be more fire protections, biodiversity belts for the native wildlife, I'd just like to advocate for more to be done on that area. Thank you.
We have a couple of got a bit of time for a question if you'd like to sit down. Thank you, Tyrone, and then Tim.
Excuse me. Thank you, Pepita.
Yes.
Kia ora. My name's Tyrone Fields. I'm the Christchurch City Council for Banks Peninsula. And have you heard of the work that things like the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust do, and bigger, larger groups like Te Kakahu Kahukura, and who are looking at rewilding projects on the Port Hills? I'd really encourage you to sort of seek that sort of stuff out. And,
absolutely.
I mean, there's nothing being done, but I take your point that it is quite barren here.
Yeah, I
but
mean, it's such
there are groups doing wonderful stuff.
Okay.
Out on the peninsula.
What's the name?
Heaps. Oh, just heaps. Look, start with the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust and go from there.
Cool.
That'll lead you into other.
I wonder some of the submissions.
Yeah.
I wonder if we say we've got your email, and our park rangers do volunteer days regularly
awesome.
planting, so
Yeah,
we'll make sure you're included on
I'm
their
really
list.
keen for that. Yeah. I'm always grateful to be connected with volunteer projects. Thank you.
Tim?
Yeah, just to let you know, there's a lot of work being done by our rangers with regards to fire breaks, and because what we get is after an emergency, everyone jumps in, and then after it's kind of gone, there's hardly any kind of volunteers, all that ongoing work, because fire breaks do need a lot of work to maintain, but we are having some really good movement with landowners, etc. So just to let you know that. And a little gem that's hidden away in Christchurch is Ernie Clark Reserve, which is very close to the South Library.
Okay.
You'll love it.
Thank you so much. Oh, that's great. Thanks.
Thank you very much for coming in. Brilliant.
Cool.
Okay. Bronwyn, please.
Kia ora. Kamihimahana, kia koutou. Lovely to see you again. I'm Bronwyn Hayward, Professor of Political Science, and I work on the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. This has been a really difficult budget, and I would really like to thank the Council for working hard to get the balance right. Just talking at broad principles, really. I just came back from working with combined city mayors in Riga and Latvia about what good governance looks like for cities in times of crisis. And I think when you're having to make the decisions about the budget and the hard decisions, if we could keep three principles in mind: first, protecting life; second, advancing good governance and the precautionary approach; and third, advancing social cohesion. So then my specific things that I would mention under the protecting life. I've mentioned it before in my last presentation, but in particular I'm just putting in a bid to support the bike lane at Te Aratai College, where we've already had an unfortunate child death. Anything that stops those kids coming straight out and onto the street. I actually do agree with the previous speaker that we might need to step back and think about the over-engineering of our cycleways. I'm sorry, I'm not a cycle engineer, but there's got to be a balance between the painted lines, which don't protect anyone, and the sort of crown jewels approach. So, but when it comes to kids and busy roads, something that protects them, that's not just a painted line, is essential. And on that, I would also support the Pages Road Bridge investment. I know that you all know, but we have got a really huge problem of no evacuation route that's safe for New Brighton in a tsunami. And that's a massive problem. We've also got a massive problem about how we get people out of Sumner, and but in particular, that is one that we do need to fix. So that's on the protecting life, my bit. On the promoting good governance and the precautionary principle, I do applaud the council for thinking about ways to fund the long-term climate change impacts. It's really hard to decide how to do that. I think it is important that we do signal that fund. I was wondering why Christchurch is so interested in climate, and I think it's because we understand disasters. So we are thinking ahead about the disasters that will come. But I also, in good governance, would say that Christchurch has invested a lot of time and really moved things forward in a very significant case at Onuku Marae and Takapunaki Reserve, which has got national and international significance for how we do governance with and for Māori, and how we address a really great injustice. Now, the budget is growing and growing for that wastewater treatment. If we had actually just done it at the beginning, it would be cheaper. But now we're facing a difficult situation. I do agree with the previous speaker about please let's go back and look at how we take stormwater out of the system. But I disagree quite strongly with the positioning of the Robertson Bay's community. I understand their anxiety, but this isn't just an either or. It has to go into the sea or it goes onto land. There's lots of new, the bonus of taking 20 years to make this decision is there's lots of new distributed engineering for small spaces. So let's think about what we could do, including using it for fire. That doesn't mean that we're just discharging it into a marine reserve and carrying on. And finally, in the last minute, on advancing social cohesion, Christchurch, unfortunately, like other international cities, now knows the effect of polarisation in our communities, and you're on the front end of a lot of low-level and pretty nasty anger, but the terror attack that we have seen reminds us of how important it is that we build all of the networks. So I would really thank the council for your investment in services that connect and support people. The things like our public libraries, our precious public space, the things like our social housing choices, our green spaces and our events are precious. And I thank you for creating a city that people aspire to live in.
Pauline.
That was a lovely submission. I just want to clarify with you that the MCR project is one project, that's the major cycleway routes. 13 of them that emanate out from the central city. They're the ones with the concrete separation. They're the ones that are trying to get the interested but concerned cyclists on, keeping children and elderly safe. All the other cycle protection are cycle lanes, the painted green lines. So I just want to be clear that you understand that not all of them are going to be concrete. Only those 13.
I'm just wondering about just going back and thinking about there is a balance there somewhere. Like we've got really big stuff and then we've got the lines. Is there a middle ground? I don't know.
Yeah, and I think our staff are looking at things like that, things like those bollards and things you can use instead, for sure. And you've probably noticed yourself that the attitude to cyclists has changed a lot in Christchurch since we've had them, because more people are cycling. Motorists are more aware, which means you probably don't need quite so much of.
Well, I don't know actually, but we'll let the engineers and the safety people know, think about it. But
yeah.
You're still a little skinny person along, and especially kids, and it is easy. And there's lots of studies that people discount the size and the space of cyclists. I've known, I do it myself if I'm in the car, and when I'm on a bike, I'm very conscious that people misjudge.
Tim, please.
Thank you. Your sixth paragraph was that I'm unsure of the tagged resilience fund. I mean, I look at the, and whether it's global, however you want to look at it, there is sea level rise. And I look around New Zealand and other places, but in New Zealand, we're a small country with a low amount of money. I'm just not sure anyone's really grasped the true effects of what's going to happen if we look in 100 years and 200 years. I don't think we've really grasped that.
No, I agree, and I think that's why I think Christchurch does understand that. When I said I wasn't sure, it was because I was away and I wasn't sure if we just. I totally agree with the previous speaker about the power of trees. Like, and let's hope we don't end up like Barcelona trying to have green spaces every 5 minutes walk because the temperatures now are over 40 degrees in the summer. So, but on the other side, our problem is flooding and it is incursion. And contrary to one of the speakers that's just spoken, the big risk is if we allow new buildings in places that we know within 20, 30 years are going to be at risk, we're creating another moral hazard. But it's just how we do that fund, because you don't want to give people the impression that that's all the money that's going to be needed, because you know it's a lot more. But on the other hand, you need some. It's good governance to put some. I totally agree, Tim.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Celeste, last question.
I just wondered if you had any thoughts around whether we should be also putting a lot more into sort of building a natural infrastructure in terms of biodiversity and making sure that we prioritise our investment in that space. Because we've had a number of speakers say, you know, there perhaps is insufficient investment into that area in terms of building community resilience.
Yeah, and I think for social cohesion, so it's looking at where we've got trees and the kind of trees. So in particular areas where we've got lots of children and families, like Hornby, we really need more to think about how we do that tree planting in those kind of areas. Using them for, and this is where all the planners are going on, using them for flooding, for flood control, using them for heat cooling. We are a green city, but it would be nicer to be greener. We're not as green as we think we are, but I live in a beautiful green wee bit, so I'm very grateful to whoever decided to plant those trees when it was just a swamp.
All right. So thank you very much. Thanks, Bronwyn. It was really nice of you to come in and talk to us. Appreciate that. What are we up to now? Living wage Aotearoa. Please come to the table, whoever's going to speak. Is that John and Gareth?
Indeed.
Yeah. Excellent. Welcome.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ngā mihi nui kia koutou, ko Gareth Bizet aho. I am the chair of the local board for the Living Wage Movement. I'm joined by my colleague John Whanga. From the beginning, the Living Wage Movement has included community groups, faith groups and unions. I myself work as a theologian for the Anglican Church, and I'm here precisely because of my desire to follow the way of Jesus. While we each bring our own motivations, we're all here today because we want Christchurch to flourish. As you can see, we're a diverse movement, but we share a basic commitment to see that all those who work in Christchurch have the income necessary to support themselves and their families and to participate in society. We in the Christchurch Network take great parochial pride in our local government. The commitment that both Christchurch City Council and Environment Canterbury have made by being living wage employers is something that we show off around the country, and I hope you're proud of that too. Our written submission includes testimony from Papia Marriott, who works for the Christchurch City Libraries at Tūranga, and I encourage you to read her story closely. Importantly, her own experience tells of the difference that the living wage makes, not only to individuals and their income, but to their well-being and their engagement in their work. We are here today asking that we extend the protection to everyone who works at council facilities. Specifically, we are asking that the leasing of spaces in council facilities is done in line with the council's procurement guidelines, including a commitment to living wage for all employees. There's currently a double standard where some employees in council spaces such as libraries and recreation centres do not receive a living wage because they're employed by our tenants, not directly. To quote from Papia, visitors totally see the cafe as part of the council service, so the staff are part of the CCC team. They are our colleagues, and most of our work meetings happen at the cafe. What's the CCC slogan? One team, making it happen with integrity and passion. So I think they should all be treated like part of the team. They're providing a public service, and they're skilled workers providing an awesome experience for ratepayers and visitors. I used to do that job it's hard work. Cafe staff already do an awesome job. Imagine if they were paid fairly for it, like the rest of CCC staff. That would be even more awesome. Everyone in council spaces deserves a living wage. You guys can make it happen.
Yeah. Hold up. I think the assumption is that young people and students who make up the majority of hospitality workers have less financial responsibility, so they don't need as much. Well, I'm here to tell you that simply isn't the case. Students and young people, just like everyone else, are parents, renters, and they're hungry and cold. They're pet owners, they're trying to get on the property ladder, they're paying off car loans, supporting their whānau and communities, and they deserve the resources to carry out these tasks and secure tangible pathways out of poverty. I started working in hospitality in 2010 when I was in high school, and we were told we didn't need anything more than minimum and we should be grateful for that. However, I grew up on the east side. I grew up in a state house. I grew up in food insecurity. There was crime, poverty, and addiction all around me. My whānau did their best, but if I ever had a chance of having lunch, having my school uniforms, my laptop, my art supplies, going on school trips, if I ever had a chance of participating in society, having fun with my friends and supporting my whānau and communities, I had to work. I had to work 30 plus hours while dragging myself to school every day. Teachers would often remark that I was one of the smartest, laziest kids they ever had. But I think the laziness they were seeing was the exhaustion that I was feeling from working. And maybe if I had a living wage back then, I could have just been a smart kid. I know this... Fast forward, I'm now in my 4th year studying at ADA for social work. I left 2 jobs last year from burnout, so I was studying full-time and I was working a million hours as well. But recently I've been able to secure a job in hospitality that pays me the living wage, and while things aren't lavish, I can get by on 1 or 2 shifts a week with my study link and access to hardship support from my school. I know this small part of my story may seem heavy to some. Perhaps it seems like a bit of an outlier. I promise you, I grew up in medium to low discomfort comparatively. I promise you, there are countless cases harder than mine. I was one of the lucky ones. Some of the more unlucky ones. So I have 6 years experience in social services, and it was my job to support people out of crime and poverty behaviours into education or employment. And it was a massive piece of work, and would do it and would finish a full week's work and maybe would be lucky to pocket, $600 for a week. Let me tell you, crime gets pretty attractive after that. Let me tell you, I start to feel like I'm selling a false promise after that. Those kinds of situations, not only do they make crime more attractive, but they hurt the credibility of councils and governments and societies and their claim that they care about everyone. You have the opportunity here to open one of those pathways out of poverty and to send a message to the disenfranchised that you care. Thank you.
Oh, kia ora. Thank you very much.
So on the first page of our written submission, we've proposed a specific way to address this disparity within council spaces, and we urge you to have staff include this in the final long-term plan. This simple change will make a big difference to those who work with and for the CCC team.
Thank you, and we've got a note of that, haven't we? Hey, thank you, and thank you for your being so candid and brave and sharing your story, and things like that have a really big impact. And I know that you know this council is committed to the living wage, and you're telling us now to take it a step further, which we will, I'm sure, endeavour to do. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Is Hannah Hirchenbach here? I thought it might have been you. Welcome, you're up next. Good timing. Oh, Hannah, can you come to the table, please? Yep, she's coming.
Oh, sorry.
Yep, she's trying to get there. Yeah. It's all right. We wondered if you'd heard me, but
hi,
welcome. Yes, and your time starts now, and you've got your 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Hannah Hirschenbach, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the importance of reinstating the 1.5 million screen production grant as a ring-fenced line item in the budget of Christchurch NZ. So first, some personal context for a moment, as my American accent might make you wonder what authority I could possibly have in speaking on the city's behalf. 20 years ago, I fell in love with New Zealand while studying abroad in Auckland, and I've lived here ever since. And for the last 13 years, Christchurch has been my home. No one from any of the other New Zealand cities I'd lived in before, Auckland, Wellington, or Dunedin, ever said to me, "Oh, you're gonna love Christchurch," or "You belong there." But I have, and I do. Christchurch has changed my life so many times over, starting with noticing upon moving up from Dunedin in 2011 that Christchurch was actually more responsible for Dunedin's internationally renowned and underground rock reputation than Dunedin was. That motivated me to complete a cultural history PhD on the subject, and that was arguing for Christchurch's rightful place in New Zealand rock history. And if you don't mind, I would like to use the rest of my 5 minutes to provide a brief overview of New Zealand's economic history, which you might not know of otherwise, that will give some context to the weight and the impact of the decisions that you're going to make in the coming weeks. I will also speak to my own experience about how the screen production grant has enriched my own life. So first, the brief history lesson, and I promise it'll be fast. New Zealand suffers from economic agglomeration, which is a tendency for economic power and its development to remain in a single center rather than have enough population or resources to be divided among multiple centers, and this is true in all small countries. The greatest and longest trend in New Zealand history has only been mentioned by one historian, James Belich, and that is the long and slow drift of economic power from the bottom of the South Island to the top of the North. And the biggest thing affecting when this economic power changes is what international markets value and the resources that are close to each individual region. So in the 19th century, Christchurch and Dunedin were the two largest cities in New Zealand. And a lot of this had to do with the soaring export prices at the time for the resources the South Island had access to, like wool and dairy and meat. Fortunes changed when the gold mines in Otago dried up, the Panama Canal opened in 1915, and international boats headed to Auckland instead. Over the last 100 years, resources like dairying in the Waikato, the Bay of Plenty's forests and orchards, and changes, part of this is cut off, but have led for the nation's economic power to shift north, and the population followed. Now the only echo of the economic dominance Christchurch once had is the grit and clenched teeth when someone mentions Auckland. When I moved to Christchurch in the wake of the earthquakes to edit Canta, the student magazine at the University of Canterbury, I had the good fortune to interview the businessman Rod Carr, who at the time was the vice chancellor. And I asked him what direction Christchurch might take after the earthquakes. He replied that Christchurch would never lose its status as the gateway to the South Island because its geographic advantages meant it would always provide services to the hinterland. Over my 13 years in Christchurch, it has been fascinating to see its film infrastructure grow. In 2016, I was cast as one of the leads in Martin Saganen's independent feature film Spring Interlude, which was shot here in Christchurch and debuted at the New Zealand Film Festival in 2019. Martin told me at the time that he dreamed that his guerrilla-style production would connect filmmakers in the region who wouldn't know about each other otherwise and lead to more projects. It turns out Martin's vision was prophetic. The same year the film came out, 2019, the council created and implemented Screen Canterbury, a local screen office to provide services and an incentive to filmmakers who wanted to make films in the region. Last year, Screen Canterbury funded Te Puna Matarau, a nonprofit collective of filmmakers. Their first initiative, the Waitaha Screen Story Incubator, connected local emerging filmmakers in Christchurch with mentors elsewhere. One of those was me. Last year, I was struggling to find fulfillment in Christchurch despite loving it here, and was contemplating moving back to Auckland. The Waitaha Screen Story Incubator, which you funded, gave me a sense of direction and purpose, and I stayed here and continued to grow because of it. Over the last year, Te Puna Matarau and their initiatives have become a central hub for the once invisible network of filmmakers in the region, and I became its treasurer and service as an act of gratitude for what's provided me. In the meanwhile, I also became a community leader for Sundance Collab, which is their online platform, which has given me a first row seat to the needs of international productions, many of whom were aware of the regional incentive that the Screen Production Grant provided and value Christchurch's direct access to the locations they wanted to shoot. Christchurch is and always will be the gateway to the South Island. Reinstating the Screen Production Grant will capitalize on both the international film production's interest in South Island and the internal geographic advantage we have as a gateway to its hinterland. It's not only an investment in Christchurch's future, it's also a strategic move that acknowledges we can't all be the greatest. Not all cities rise equally in a country as small as New Zealand. There are winners and losers, and the international tides are turning. We're going to take the power back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for making the time to come in. Okay, so do we have Portia Bishop?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
lovely. Kia ora everyone, my name is Portia Bishop and I have lived in Ōtautahi for 13 years. I'm a geography student at the University of Canterbury and also wrote my LTP about an hour before it was due, if you couldn't already tell. Given that I left it all until the last minute, I didn't speak about everything I wanted to, but here I am today going to speak about how saving now, spending later, and leaving investment until the very last minute will only cost us more. We end up paying for it one way or another. And the first thing I wanted to address is how reducing investment in public and active transport infrastructure means having to spend more on the costs of our health. 3,300 people die yearly as a result of air pollution, with cars contributing to a large part of that statistic. That doesn't even include the tens of thousands more people affected by respiratory illnesses and conditions as a result of air pollution. In New Zealand, air pollution alone has a social cost of $15.6 billion a year. Active transport is also associated with positive health outcomes, such as lower rates of obesity, which costs us hundreds of millions per year, keeping elderly populations active, which is important considering that we have an aging population, and increasing mental well-being, when mental illness costs us billions as a nation. As indicated by the benefit-cost ratios of cycleways and cycle infrastructure, investing in active transport actually is saving us money in the long run. And that's only looking at the monetary outcomes. And second on the list is congestion in traffic. Poor active and public transport infrastructure means that people will be less likely to use those modes. Why would people want to cycle to work if they feel unsafe doing so? Like I do down Harewood Road, for example. Why would you want to choose to take a bus when it's 3 times quicker to drive? I mean, for context, to get to my partner's house from my parents' house, it's a 17-minute drive, but a 1 hour and 21-minute bus ride. And I know no one here would look me in the eyes and say that you would rather bus. Point proven. There's a reason why high school students are so quick to run for their learners and restricted licenses. There's a reason why people like my mother, who are immigrants who previously never had to need a license in their old countries, move here, become fed up, and end up becoming yet another driver on the road, adding to traffic and congestion. I've heard a lot of talks about how investing in infrastructure for other modes while disincentivizing car use is taking away from people's freedom. But what about the freedom of people who depend on public and active transport, such as myself? Such as the elderly who have lost their licenses? What about the children and teenagers who would otherwise have to rely on their parents to drive around everywhere? What about the disabled who were never able to get their licenses to begin with? Does our freedom and agency not matter too? Other transport modes need to be as attractive as the car, if not more, in order for people to seriously consider it as a choice. Simply put, less people choosing public and active transport means a higher modal share for private vehicle use. And what this means is more space taken up by cars on the road, which leads to the traffic congestion that everybody here is quite familiar with. Now keep in mind that our population is only going to continue to grow, which means that if we don't start investing in this infrastructure as soon as possible, that problem is only going to get worse. Do you really want to leave this until the last minute when it's only going to be even more expensive to implement? And just on a general note, is it really a good idea to look at the price tag of a project or a plan and discard it just because it looks too expensive on the surface? Cycle infrastructure, for instance, may seem like it costs a lot on the surface, but when you look at the benefit-cost ratios that I mentioned before, they're absolutely worth the investment. When you look at the price of investment into climate change adaptation projects and funds, that may seem like a lot of money on the surface, but when you consider the alternative of losing billions to damages as a result of climate change, are you not saving money in the long term? As I said a few times in my written submission, save now, spend later is not a good method to follow. Whatever projects, whatever services you choose to cut now, you will have to spend even more on in the future. And who will be paying for those extra monetary costs? Who will be paying for the social and health costs? Who will be paying with extra time spent in traffic? Councillors, it will be all of us. The ratepayers, the taxpayers, the rangatahi now, and the rangatahi of the future. Thank you.
Oh, kia ora. Perfect timing. Now that was a beautifully delivered and presented and constructed submission. Thank you very much for coming in. So, Marie Graham, I'm sorry, Marie. I've just been to Specsavers as well. Hi.
Tēnā koutou, talofa. Good. Can you hear okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marie Graham, and I am here today as a fifth-generation resident of our coastal communities of New Brighton, living most of my life at South Shore. Thank you for the opportunity to communicate our thoughts on the current draft LTP, and also to communicate a big thank you from our South Shore residents for the funding in the LTP for our outstanding earthquake estuary edge repair of our eroded estuary edge damage caused by Sarah. I want to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of every one of you as we continue to rebuild our wonderful city and now face the need for changes and innovation in our local government systems and operations as we face the uncertainties of climate change that could happen in our city. We are so excited to see the necessary funding in the 2023 to 2034 LTP for adaptation planning in action. At the same time, some concern arises because of the lack of detail provided and what exactly this large portion of our public funding will fail or succeed in delivering. Many important lessons have been learnt since the time of the post-earthquake rush in local government to classify our land and to start regenerate processes of conversations around possible future hazards and risks across our city. As South Shore, we with South New Brighton being the first cab off the rank, we're tasked with creating the community engagement model of how local government of CCC with ECAN staff could best facilitate conversations in partnership with local communities around possible futures risks of climate change. 14 years of work as coastal residents, as community leaders in a range of different community development projects across East Christchurch, and involvement as a leadership team member working with Regenerate Canterbury, also work in the coastal adaptation process, and being a member of our South Shore Residents Association, has led to a consensus of the conclusion that the risks of flooding, erosion and low groundwater are spread across our whole city, and that the best adaptation approaches must first aim at assessing such risk using a whole city approach. Only then will we have the necessary qualitative and quantitative data to properly inform robust local government adaptation planning and action. The biggest learnings are that we must not rush climate change adaptation policy and action, and ensure that we take the necessary time to do it once and do it right, with community sitting with equal power as other key stakeholders and staff in driving decisions and outcomes, and included as an equal partner in the consent process. We know there are solutions that could be built today, but it is the the funding prioritised long-term plans that will determine when we all remove the risk for our city with the projected sea level rise of an average of less than 1 centimetre a year up to a metre of sea level rise possible over the next 100 years. At South Shore, we realise the importance of managing erosion of the New Brighton Spit as our whole city's protection from the Pacific Ocean. It is so important that the time is taken to evaluate the adaptation work to date, and that we ensure that we take the learnings of past mistakes forwards as new knowledge continually improving our adaptation work. We have 2 important points that we ask you to consider today. 1, removing the current use of the outdated 8.5 RCP by you, our local government, in the measuring of local risks and hazards baseline data, following the recommendations from the IPCC itself and lead scientists that RCP 8.5 is not to be used by local government because of the high levels of uncertainty in its climate change projections. The 8.5 worst case possible scenario based on zero change in human behaviour over the next 100 years is impossible, considering the rate of change and innovation possible over the next 100 years. And 2, the most significant issue that hinders support for council progress and climate change engagement is low levels of trust and participation of most of our city's population, caused by the continued use of a fear model preaching doom and gloom of worst case uncertain possible scenarios in our local government engagement models, continuing the damage to our collective health and well-being. Instead, we must change the conversations to empowerment models of engagement. It is time for innovative thinking and a new approach. We are a visual society that demands bite-sized, high-interested and highly flavoured chunks of information. We need a novel, exciting and fun approach from local government engagement that uses a city-wide reduction of emissions publicity campaign with clear, concise messaging that provides every resident the understanding of the issues we face, and that also includes empowering information of how each of us together can succeed in making the necessary changes daily in our lives that will succeed in driving emissions down and securing our future.
Okay, Marie, your time's up. Are you nearly there? Can you just wind up?
Yes, it's just this bit here and it's on huge writing because I haven't bought my glasses. The rate of success in reducing our collective carbon emissions is dependent on taking the people with you by changing current adaptation process and stopping the current inequity of consultation and submission processes that favour the personal agenda of only those with privilege ahead of the majority of our population. The most repeated message from Christchurch residents is, I care, but I don't have the understanding to be able to contribute. Please, as you consider our LTP's funding, place importance on your decisions that will either fail or succeed in achieving the necessary empowerment of our citizens to understand the need for changing our human behaviour, and so empower all of us to do the necessary work to drive emissions down together as a united city, achieving certainty of our future as Christchurch.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Okay, so Claire Marshall. Oh, so Jack has had to cancel, so we Claire Marshall. Claire, yep. So you have the great privilege of being the lucky last out of over 400, isn't it? It's 300 and something. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Congratulations.
I hope you're still focused. Tēnā koutou. Ko Claire Marshall tōku ingoa, hei kaikoa hau ki te kura o Oraka. E noho ana mātou ko tōku whānau ki Karoro. I'm a teacher at Shirley Primary, live in South Brighton, Claire Marshall. And this is the first time I've ever done this. It's way outside my comfort zone, and I've been told that adding my voice to my written comments is powerful, and the long-term plan is important. The plan does concern me because it's set to do with the damage to our city and our wider environment over the long term. Firstly, this plan does not take climate change nearly seriously enough. Deferring funds is not a sensible decision, like Portia was talking about, when every single scientist involved in the study of climate change and the potential effects on humans at home and around the world says to act sooner rather than later. I do wonder if you're a bit nervous to invest right now because you're not sure what to do. The problem is huge and real, but deferring funds for 3 or 10 years is not an option. Neither is the plan to finish the CCC Sustainability Fund in 2025. Focus funds now and focus more of them. Working towards targets for reduced emissions is not enough. I want my council to be reaching emissions targets, and you say you won't reach them, and this is not okay for me. One of the main actions you can and should be taking as a council is reducing car and truck traffic. I see 2 main ways to achieve this. 1, the plan should emphasise creating denser living environments, building up, not out. New subdivisions should have planning restrictions placed on them to enforce vertical apartment-style building rather than the sprawl we currently see taking over our green fields. People living in the current new subdivisions are obliged to get in their car just to buy milk. The city should be walkable, and for that, people need to be within walking distance of amenities, just like the modern cities of Europe. The current plan enables more and more urban sprawl, and we are fast becoming another Auckland. 2, we must encourage cycling. I personally do not think that Mr. Moga, who's not here today, is a fan of bikes, and it's this fact that makes me feel I'm wasting my time a bit asking for investment in cycling. After all, he does own a trucking company. However, it is an excellent alternative to driving, giving people, especially our young, freedom and independence. But we need safe cycleways to do this. No one's going to do it or let their kids do it if it's dangerous. I advocate strongly for the completion of current projects, Norwest Art, Northern Line, South Express, Wheels to Wing, Southern Lights. They're all great projects next year. Bike lanes are cheaper per kilometre build than roads for cars and have generally less maintenance. If you get more people on bikes now, then the budget required for car carriage renewal in future years will be less and reduction of emissions felt sooner. Our city is as flat as Amsterdam and should be just as bike-orientated. It's an indictment on both this and previous councils that the legacy of our earthquake has not been a radical switch to cycling as a primary means of transport in our city. I have a couple of other non-climate necessarily things to say. I actually didn't think I had anything to say to you when I got going. I had so much. So this is a cut-down version. We must continue funding the Arts Centre. How can you claim to be creating a cultural powerhouse city if you cease to fund one of the iconic cultural centres of the CBD? Millions has been spent repairing this centre post-earthquake. You've invested in improving the connection with the botanical gardens. More's been spent right now updating the museum. But if you pull funding from the Arts Centre, it's going to be an empty shell, a loss that we will all deeply feel. Do not cut library hours. Once places like libraries start changing their hours so public can no longer keep track of whether it's open or not, attendance and use drops off. Our libraries are something to be very proud of. The staff are amazing, the collections are impressive, and the facilities are pretty good. Do not start chipping away at this. Cruise ships. Did you know that along with dumping all that human waste into our oceans, they burn the same amount of fuel per day as 1 million cars? At the very least, the emissions from cruise ships that visit our city must be included in the long-term plan. But also, I want the council to stop paying my rate money to the national Kiwi organisation that supports their visits to Christchurch. I apologise, I do forget what the name of it, but they provide the buses for passengers and the print out the welcome brochures and whatever. I don't agree to pay that money, and please stop. Take that out of the budget. The sewage ponds. Ever since the fire, local residents are subjected to a stench of human excrement reminiscent of my visit to Delhi 30 years ago. It's not good enough. We do not live in a vibrant modern city when I step outside my door on a crisp, still morning, like I did today, and gag. I do not see which allocation in your wastewater budget is going to fix this system so that it is A, not smelly, B, not pumping dirtier water than it should into our ocean. This should be a priority. It's fundamental that a city disposes of its waste properly. I'm sure if Maryvale residents live next to the wastewater plant, or indeed the mayor, it would be sorted by now. I also don't want my water chlorinated. It tastes disgusting. If the government is going to hand back control of water to councils, then I want chlorination removed where possible. We used to have the best tasting water anywhere in the world. Nowadays, the pong of chlorine from the kettle sometimes puts me off my cup of tea. And finally, please write your documents in standard approachable English and make them shorter. I'm an educated, pretty intelligent person, and I shouldn't have to try and decipher what you're saying. Here's an example I found really easily. Amendment to target is a reflection of the quantum of work achievable within the forecast capital programme. I think this means you don't have enough money to do more. Why don't you just say this? You'd get a lot more respect and engagement if you did. Although I see your target actually is only 33% engagement with our That's not very good either. Anyway, thank you for letting me say something. It would be great to feel what I've said makes some difference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was a really lively submission to end on, so thank you very much. It was cool.
Thank you very much.
So that brings us to the end, councillors, so we'll now stand for our closing karakia. Who wants to lead it off? Kelly? Kia whakaare.
Te tapu, kia wā te ara te ara, kia tūri ki whakataha ai, kia tūri ki whakataha ai, haumi e, hui e, tai ki e.
Oh, well done.